Chapter 48:11. Ling Ruffin frowned, but he didn't move away. He looked at him coldly and said, "What do you want?" Can I talk to Lin Yi face to face? I want to ask him for a small favor, Ling bro." The man stuck his head out and looked at Lin Yi. Just when Ling Ruffin was about to chase him away, Lin Yi suddenly said, "Forget it, Ruffin, let him come." Thank you. The man quickly walked over and bowed to Lin Yi. "Brother Lin, I am Jiang Hai. I heard that you are going to the Morning Star Academy, so I came to ask for a favor." "Oh. Brother Jiang, if you have something to say, just say it." Lin Yi looked at him in surprise. This man was only at the early nascent soul stage, but he knew that Lin Yi was going to the Morning Star Academy. He was quite well informed. Lin Yi didn't tell anyone about this, he only asked Chen Xingma to help him find a map. "It's like this, I have a fiancée named Xin Yu. She is also in the Morning Star Academy. We haven't seen each other for 10 years, so I want to ask Brother Lin to bring her a medicinal pill as a token of my sincerity. I will be very grateful." Jiang Hai sincerely asked. 10 years. Then why don't you go see her yourself? Although the Morning Star Academy is far away, it shouldn't be that hard to go there, right? Lin Yi and the others looked at each other. To be honest, it's not that I don't want to go, but I can't. Jiang Hai shook his head and sighed. "Brother Lin, you don't know this, but the disciples of the Golden Step Academy are not allowed to go to other academies without permission. Those who can get the quota are either inner disciples or peak nascent soul cultivators. I am not qualified at all. There is such a thing." Lin Yi looked at Jiang Hai and shook his head. In his opinion, Hui Yudi easily came to the Soaring Cloud Academy. He didn't expect that there would be so many difficulties. Yeah. Only someone with Big Brother Lin's status and strength can roam the Golden Sea region. As for me. Jiang Hai smiled awkwardly and said with a gloomy expression, "My fiancée Qin Yu and I were born into a poor family, and we don't have any connections in the academy. I think she should still be at the gold course stage like 10 years ago, so." "Alright, since you're so devoted to her, I'll help you." Lin Yi nodded. This man's persistence reminded him of himself. Didn't he come all the way here to find a way to wake Miss and Yu Xiaoka up? "Thank you, Big Brother Lin." Jiang Hai was overjoyed. He quickly took out the elixirs he had prepared and handed them to Lin Yi. Nascent Soul Golden Core. Lin Yi recognized it at a glance, and couldn't help but look at Jiang Hai in a higher light. This condensed nascent golden pill was a rare treasure for ordinary nascent soul experts, especially when he was only at the early nascent soul stage. He actually asked a complete stranger to help him carry the condensed nascent golden pill. His courage was not small. Aren't you afraid that I'll embezzle it?" Lin Yi said deliberately. Jiang Hai couldn't meet Qin Yu, so even if he embezzled the pill, no one would be able to prove it. "Big Brother Lin, you must be joking. You're the prince consort of the West Island, and you can casually take out a 7th grade elixir as a gift. This 6th grade condensed nascent golden pill is probably not enough for you, right? Besides, you're a trustworthy person, so I dare to ask for it." Jiang Hai said seriously. It seems like you know a lot about me. You're very well informed." Lin Yi smiled slightly. "You flatter me. My strength is too low, so I can't be your and Miss Ning's bodyguard like Big Brother Lang. However, I've been in this academy for 10 years, and with this experience, I can be considered to have a wide network of people and eyes. I can't help much, but if Rinzhong Yuan and the others do anything strange, I can inform Big Brother Lang immediately." Jiang Hai recommended himself. "Alright, then I'll have to trouble you." Lin Yi nodded. With Jiang Hai's information and Ling Ruffin's protection, Ning Shuafei would be a double layer of insurance. Nothing would go wrong, so he could be completely at ease. This is what I should do. Jiang Hahai looked delighted. Not only was he returning the favor, but he could also use this opportunity to build a relationship with a strong person like Lin Yi, which was also very beneficial for him. Then, he deliberately lowered his voice and said, "By the way, Xiao Tian sneakily went on a long trip a few days ago. I don't know what he went to, but the first thing he did when he returned was a party with Ren Zhongyuan to celebrate. I think there might be something fishy about this, so you should be careful, Big Brother Lin." Xiao Tian. Alright, thank you. Let's part ways here, and we'll meet again. With that, Lin Yi promptly bid farewell to everyone. Both Hui Yuti and Ning Xuefei were reluctant to part. Although they were mentally prepared for this, they still could not help but want to cry when it really came time to say goodbye. Lin Yi repeatedly promised that they would meet again soon, and only then did the two girls finally stop crying and smile, each giving him a hug before they were willing to let him go. Even after Lin Yi's figure disappeared beyond the academy gates, the two girls still refused to turn back for a long time. Lu Ziyu and Chen Xingma then tried their best to comfort them, and the two girls finally got rid of their husband-gazing stone state. From then on, Hui Yuti did not return to the Morning Pride Academy. Since the disciple assessment was over, she simply asked Chen Xingma to get her a spot as an exchange disciple so that she could stay behind to keep Ning Xuefei company. Ning Xuefei naturally could not ask for more. Although she also had Ling Rufin and Yang Qinxue by her side to protect her, Hui Yuti was her true sister after all. There were many private words that could only be said to Hui Yuti, and it was not suitable for outsiders to know. After coming out of the Soaring Cloud Academy, Lin Yi immediately activated the Super Butterfly Microstep and hurried on his way. He did not feel it before, but at this moment, when he thought that he would be able to see Wang Xinyan and Huang Xiaotao very soon, his heart became even more impatient, and he did not want to delay even a moment. However, after only a little less than half a day, Lin Yi suddenly stopped his pace and changed his route to a small town nearby. He found an inn to stay in. Because it was not too far from the Soaring Cloud Academy and the Morning Pride Academy, this small town was marked on the map as being within the sphere of influence of the two academies, and could be considered as a small town affiliated to the academies. Chapter 48:12. The town where Lin Yi was located was on the edge of Soaring Cloud City. It was a new area that had only been developed in recent years. Its scale was naturally incomparable to that of the main city. However, although it was small, it had everything. Not only did this place have everything, but it was also a well-known gray area. The supervision was far less strict than that of the main city. All kinds of people gathered in this place. The reason why Lin Yi suddenly changed his mind and came here was very simple. He found that someone was following him, and this person did not follow him for a short distance. He had been following him all the way from Soaring Cloud Academy. With the speed of Lin Yi's Super Butterfly Microsteps, the person who could follow him so easily must at least be a master of the mysterious ascending stage. In particular, Lin Yi's divine sense could only detect it, but could not lock on the other party. He had to be careful. At least, he could be sure that the guy following him was definitely not a good person. Lin Yi's guess was right. The person following him was indeed not an ordinary person. It was the powerful figure of Xishan that Ren Zhongyuan and Yi Xiaotian had deliberately invited. After he found Lin Yi at the gate of the academy, he immediately followed him, but he did not choose to make a move. It was not that he did not want to, but he did not dare to. Unless he could ensure that there was no one around, he would not dare to make a move. After all, this was still within the sphere of influence of the academy. Evil cultivators like him were like street rats. Once they showed up, they would inevitably be attacked by others. Although he was a master of the mysterious ascending stage, it was a pity that he was really nothing in the East Continent. Any big shot of the academy could easily kill him. The powerful figure of Xishan originally planned to make a move after he left the sphere of influence of the academy. No one in the cultivation world would meddle in other people's business. It was the same in the East Continent. As long as he did not act wildly in the sphere of influence, even if they knew that he was an evil cultivator, the masters of the academy would only turn a blind eye to him. Sometimes, they would even cooperate with him, just like Ren Zhongyuan and Yi Xiaotian. Who knew that Lin Yi would suddenly change his route and enter a small town? The mighty figure of West Mountain could only disguise himself as an ordinary person and stay in the inn with them. Fortunately, this was not a strictly monitored main city, or else he might not have dared to follow them in. After all, there were all sorts of people in a small town. As long as he did not openly reveal his identity as an evil cultivator, it would not be a big problem. For the next 2 days, Lin Yi did not follow his original plan to rush to the Morning Star Academy, but instead strolled around the town. After strolling around for 2 whole days, he finally locked onto the stalker, who was staying in the same inn as him. It was a profound ascended late-stage expert. Lin Yi could not help but be secretly speechless. This guy was really not simple. He was obviously only separated by a layer of wood, but with his insight, it took him such a long time to find him. His concealment skills were really first class. But what puzzled him was, why would such a profound ascension late-stage expert follow him for no reason? From the looks of it, they didn't come with good intentions. Could it be that Yi Xiaotian invited them to deal with him? But it had been 2 whole days. Why was this guy still holding back and not making a move? Was he afraid that there would be too many people in this place? Just as Lin Yi was muttering to himself, the ghost's laughter suddenly sounded in his mind. Kid, why is it that the stronger you get, the more timid you become? What's there to make a fuss about? It's just a profound ascended stage trash evil cultivator. Just trick him to a place where no one is around and kill him. Why are you so hesitant? This guy is an evil cultivator? No wonder he doesn't dare to make a move in public. Lin Yi was stunned when he heard this, then he smiled bitterly and shook his head. Senior, you say it so easily. Even if he is an evil cultivator, he is still a profound ascended late-stage expert. It's not certain who will kill who. If it was in the past, with Lin Yi's current nascent soul late-stage strength, he really might not put the profound ascended late-stage in his eyes. After all, he was used to it. When he killed many profound ascended stage experts, he naturally didn't feel that it was a big deal. However, the appearance of Lang Ruffin completely reversed his perception. After all, the profound ascended stage experts were not cabbages. With his current strength, even if he could kill an ordinary profound ascended stage expert in seconds, if he met a real strong person, the consequences would be unpredictable. One must know that just a profound ascended early stage expert like Lang Ruffin could already suppress him. Once he really met a difficult profound ascended late stage expert, even Lin Yi could only be hunted down. Profound ascended late stage also depends on who it is. If it's Lang Ruffin in the profound ascended late stage, I will definitely advise you to run away. But now this trash evil cultivator, that is, Lang Ruffin was in the state where you spent 5 days in a row. Don't tell me you can't even kill him like that. The ghost curled its lips. If that's the case, then that's great. I was just worried that there was no one to feed me. This guy came at the right time. Lin Yi was immediately happy when he heard this. Ever since he fought with Lang Ruffin for half a month, he had already tasted the sweetness of fighting. When he had nothing to do, he wanted to find Lang Ruffin to spar. This time, before he set off, he specially sparred several times. Unfortunately, Lang Ruffin's state had recovered, but he obviously didn't dare to use his full strength. This guy attached great importance to his status. Facing his boss, Lin Yi, he didn't dare to fight at all. What if he couldn't control himself and seriously injured Lin Yi, or even directly killed him? Lin Yi tried a lot of ways to persuade him, but Lang Ruffin just couldn't let go. Several times, he could only stop at a certain point, causing Lin Yi's interest to wane. But now it's good, a profound ascended late-stage expert came to his door. This evil cultivator was not big nor small, just right to be a sparring partner. Lin Yi didn't act rashly after locking onto the Shishan master's position. He waited until midnight before leaving without a sound. If it was someone else, Lin Yi would have been able to avoid detection 99% of the time, but the Shishan master sensed it right away. In order to use Lin Yi's head to pave the road of advancement, the Shishan expert really put in a lot of effort this time. Almost all the time, he was paying attention to Lin Yi's position, waiting for the last opportunity to make a move, and now he finally waited for it. The Shishan expert suddenly revealed a sinister sneer and chased after him. Previously, he had been inexplicably circling around here for 2 days. Even a fool knew that Lin Yi must have noticed that something was wrong, but this kid actually thought that he could slip away under his nose in the dark. He was simply too naive. Locking onto Lin Yi's aura from afar, the Shishan expert was not in a hurry to make a move. Even if it was now night, to be safe, he had to wait until he was out of the school's sphere of influence. Haste makes waste, and he couldn't act rashly and ruin the big plan. Lin Yi was still using the super butterfly microstep to hurry on his way. This speed was already extremely fast, and with the cover of the night, he was like a ghost. Ordinary people couldn't even see him clearly, let alone follow him from afar. Chapter 48:13. In terms of movement techniques, evil cultivators who pursued the extreme by any means necessary were the real ghosts. Especially when Shishan was an evil cultivator who was good at movement techniques. Not to mention a nascent soul stage master, even a profound ascending stage master of the same level wouldn't be able to get rid of him easily. The two chased after each other for an entire night, and by the time the sun was up, Lin Yi was in the middle of an endless forest. There were no villages in front of him, no shops behind him, and he was far away from the school's territory. Shishan looked at the surrounding environment and sneered silently. He thought that this kid would sneak into the main city. If that was the case, he would really have to go through a lot of trouble. But now, this kid had found a good place to bury himself, which saved him a lot of trouble. There wasn't even a ghost in a 100-mile radius. No matter how big the commotion was, no one would come to get in the way. He really didn't know whether to say that this kid was stupid or to praise him for being tactful. Just as Shishan was about to make a move, Lin Yi suddenly stopped in front of him. This startled Shishan. He couldn't help but be a little suspicious. What did this kid want to do? This place is almost there. Although the feng shui isn't very good, it's more than enough to bury a follower. Come out. Lin Yi said lightly. The mighty figure of the West Mountain was stunned. He had been very careful along the way. In order to avoid alerting the enemy, he had been hanging several kilometers away. He had also carefully concealed his aura. How could this kid have discovered him? Impossible, this brat is definitely bluffing, trying his luck to trick me out. Shishan originally planned to make a move, but now he changed his mind. With the mentality of a cat playing with a mouse, he wanted to see how long Lin Yi could play this one-man show. Still hiding and not wanting to come out. Are you deceiving yourself? Lin Yi grinned and then unreservedly revealed the strength of the late nascent soul stage. He said lightly, hurry up and come out and fight with me. I think our strength is about the same. Don't dawdle, let's fight. You've been hiding for a few days. Are all evil cultivators like you? Hearing this, Shishan knew that he had indeed been discovered. However, he couldn't help but feel astonished. He had concealed his aura so well, so how did this brat find out that he was a heretical cultivator? Suppressing the doubts in his heart, Shishan Almighty immediately appeared without hesitation, releasing a powerful aura, and sneered, "Humph, boy, did you see wrongly? This old man is at the late stage of profound ascension, and you are just at the late stage of yuanying. How can our strength be the same? There's a huge difference. You'll only know how weak you are when you fight. Don't talk so much nonsense. My hands have been itching for a long time. Lin Yi cracked his knuckles as he spoke. He'd thought that the guy would have made his move a long time ago, but he didn't think that the guy would have dragged it out like a tortoise. He had to admit that the tortoise was pretty fast. Itchy hands. This old man thinks that your skin is itching for death. Reckless dog, you actually dare to provoke our Western Mountain Old Sect. Today, I, the Western Mountain Almighty, will take your head to congratulate the old sect. The Western Mountain Almighty mocked. West Mountain Old Master. You are also from the West Mountain Evil Sect. Lin Yi couldn't help but be stunned. He only heard that the ghost said that he was a heretical cultivator, but he didn't expect to encounter the West Mountain Evil Sect even in the East Continent. It was really a small world for enemies. He thought that this guy was simply an assassin that Ren Zhongyuan and the others found to deal with him. You're lucky that you can survive until now after provoking our West Mountain Old Master. But today, your luck has come to an end. Die! The Western Mountain Almighty said as he stretched out his claws in the direction of Lin Yi. Lin Yi suddenly felt an incomparably terrifying suction force in front of him. It was actually trying to suck him over. This was not a simple telekinesis. If he hadn't been on guard in advance to protect his body with true qi, all the meridians and blood vessels in his body would have burst, and his whole body might have directly turned into a cloud of blood mist. A heretical cultivator was indeed a heretical cultivator. Just a casual attack was such an extremely sinister move. With a thought, Lin Yi suddenly gave up resisting, and his whole body was instantly sucked over. Seeing this, the Western Mountain Almighty was overjoyed. You guys who claim to be from the righteous sects just love to brag. What bullshit about fighting an enemy with a higher realm. That's all there is to it. This move of his was called Opening Claw. As the name suggested, once one was hit by his claw, one's stomach would immediately be cut open. Even if one's true qi protected one's body, it would be useless, because the true qi protection would be instantly pierced by the tip of his claw. As for the remaining flesh and blood, there was no need to even mention it. The distance between them quickly closed, and just when it looked like he was about to be hit, not only did Lin Yi not think of a way to slow down, but he suddenly shot true qi from his back to push the boat with the current. His speed suddenly increased by a lot, and his whole body suddenly attacked the Western Mountain Almighty like a cannonball. Seeing this, the Western Mountain Almighty was shocked. By the time he reacted, Lin Yi was already in front of him. Both of his palms were surging with fiery will, and it was completely red, with the profound state of yin and yang 8 trigrams. How dare you! What a reckless junior! Seeing this, the Western Mountain Almighty was furious. A mere nascent soul late stage dared to do this. It was clear that he did not put him in his eyes. His opening claw, which could suck people through the air, was indeed full of flaws in the eyes of many masters. Just like now, it was easy for others to borrow strength to fight back. Unfortunately, these people had forgotten that he was a profound ascension late-stage master. How could an existence at his level be so easily full of flaws? When a flaw was particularly obvious, it was very likely to be a deliberate trap. Those masters who saw this move and felt that they could take advantage of it, when they borrowed strength to fight back and hitched a ride on the powerful suction, the final result was unbearable to look at, without exception. And now, under his opening claw, there was going to be another dead soul. On the surface, the Western Mountain Almighty pretended to be shocked and angry, but in his heart, he was about to burst into laughter. How could such a stupid thing escape from the hands of the old sect? His dog shit luck was against the heavens. In the blink of an eye, the two had already met face to face. The 5 fingertips of the Western Mountain Almighty were emitting a terrible and terrifying black gas. Without dodging, he directly grabbed at Lin Yi's frenzied fire 8 trigrams palm. In the eyes of many people, they thought that the most terrifying part of the opening claw was the powerful suction force of the exploding blood vessels. As long as one could withstand this force, one could easily deal with it. After all, the claw itself did not have any terrifying power to speak of. In fact, it was the opposite. The suction force was just a cover. The real terrifying part of this move was still the opening claw. The more ugly something was, the more deadly it was. Chapter 48:14. Fortunately, Lin Yi's reaction was fast enough. At the critical moment, he directly used the extreme butterfly steps. That was how he was able to barely avoid the dangerous claws of the opponent and avoid being killed in one hit. Hee, my claws are invincible. I can even break divine weapons. You're just a late-stage original level cultivator and you dare to compete with me. You have no self-awareness at all. How stupid. The mighty figure laughed proudly. He can even break divine weapons? Lin Yi raised his eyebrows slightly when he heard this. He thought to himself, don't brag without a draft. If it weren't for the fact that his weapon couldn't be formed at the last step, he would definitely show this guy what he said today. I threw a lot of rare materials into it. If it can still be broken with bare hands, then I really don't need to live anymore. There's no need for divine weapons. Break this move of mine first. Before Lin Yi's voice died away, accompanied by a dragon's roar, the murderous aura of the 5 elements attacked directly towards the mighty figure of West Mountain. Hee, you dog that hasn't seen the world. Do you really think I'm just talking big? Seeing this, the mighty figure of West Mountain didn't hesitate to reach out towards the murderous aura of the 5 elements. The claws were the move that he was famous for. Even today, it was still his main martial arts skill. Breaking divine weapons was not a boast. It was real. In the blink of an eye, the mighty figure of West Mountain had already grabbed the murderous aura of the 5 elements. However, before he could show a proud expression, he suddenly felt a sharp pain in his clawed hand. When he took a closer look, he suddenly turned pale with fright. The murderous aura of the 5 elements was not broken by him at all. Instead, it directly wrapped around his arm. At this moment, the black gas on his claw had been crushed by the murderous aura of the 5 elements. The so-called invincible claws of the 5 elements were broken by itself. His 5 fingertips were bleeding profusely. If he didn't find a way to quickly escape, even if he was lucky enough to escape with his life, he would definitely lose his arm. I say, were the divine weapons you encountered before made of paper? Could you even break them like that? Lin Yi looked at him with a calm and unruffled expression. The 5 elemental killing aura was an extremely aggressive and ferocious force. It was complicated and profound, and no force in the world could compare to it, let alone the evil chi of a mere evil cultivator. In front of the 5 elemental killing aura, it was simply trash. Oh! The mighty figure of West Mountain was angry and anxious. He couldn't care less about Lin Yi's mockery. He tried his best to shake off the 5 elemental killing aura that was entangling his arm, but his evil energy was completely restrained by the 5 elemental killing aura. No matter how much it came, it would be destroyed. After struggling for a while, there was still no sign of it weakening. It seemed that the ghost was right. Although this guy was a profound ascension late-stage master, his real strength was not comparable to Lang Rufin, who was at the early profound ascension early stage. At least when the latter faced the 5 elemental killing aura, he was far more powerful. As long as he swung his blade, the 5 elemental killing aura could only be cut. It could only be said that comparing oneself to others was infuriating. Lang Rufin was a freak who could cultivate the blade force. No matter where he was a genius among geniuses. On the other hand, the evil cultivator of West Mountain was far worse. Of course, if this guy's aptitude was as heaven-defying as Lang Rufin, he wouldn't be an evil cultivator. Go to hell. The mighty figure of West Mountain was really anxious now. In order to crush the murderous aura of the 5 elements wrapped around his arm, he did not hesitate to pour out all of his evil aura. His entire body was instantly enveloped by black aura, and even the surrounding area of several dozen feet around him became pitch black, as if an evil demon had descended upon the world. When so much extremely rich evil energy gathered together, the 5 elemental killing aura finally showed some signs of defeat, and was gradually expelled and eroded. Just a 5 elemental killing aura was enough to force a profound ascension late-stage evil cultivator into such an embarrassing situation. As a Yuaniing late-stage master, Lin Yi could already be proud. However, there was still a bit of regret on his face. The 5 elemental killing aura was his strongest move now. Sure enough, it was still too difficult to kill the opponent in one move. After all, the difference in strength between them was too big. Of course, even if he couldn't kill the opponent in one move, it was not a big problem to simply kill the opponent. At most, it would take some effort. Take your life while you're sick. Lin Yi, on the other hand, didn't have the habit of letting the enemy recover. Before the Shishan master could completely destroy the 5 elements, a blue arc shot through the air, and the Shishan master didn't even have a chance to react under this lightspeed attack. He was hit in an instant. The blue arc flashed and disappeared into his forehead, and the West Mountain mighty figure's whole body suddenly froze. This was the time when he concentrated all the evil energy in his body to deal with the 5 elemental killing aura. Although the blue arc itself did not have any damage, this sudden paralysis effect was simply killing him. The West Mountain mighty figure was in a stalemate for a moment, and the originally weakened 5 elemental killing aura immediately made a comeback. The most terrible thing was that Lin Yi took the opportunity to add another one. Anyway, for him, there was an endless supply of Jin Qi. As long as there was time and space, it was easy to throw 8 or 10 of them. A dignified profound ascension late-stage evil cultivator, at this time, could only look at the 2 intertwined 5 elemental killing aura on his arm speechlessly. Especially every time he was about to use all his strength to expel it, there would immediately be another blue arc on top of his head. The paralysis effect was so annoying that the West Mountain mighty figure was about to cry. Damn it, can I still keep this arm of mine? I really didn't realize it before, but I didn't expect you to be so wretched. Seeing the West Mountain mighty figure in a fluster, the ghost thing suddenly laughed. Senior, don't talk nonsense. How am I wretched? Lin Yi was speechless. You're not wretched. Relying on your endless Jin Qi to use all kinds of life-risking ultimate moves, the power of thunder and lightning, and the 5 elemental killing aura, and you still hide far away. If this isn't wretched, then what is? The ghost thing curled its lips. Senior, this is called a sense of crisis. If this guy has any trump cards, wouldn't it be courting death to rush up rashly? Lin Yi corrected it in a bad mood. He wanted to rush up and fight with his fists, but the problem was that the other party was a profound ascension late-stage expert, and not a soft persimmon that could be pinched by others. If he rushed up at this time, he would definitely become the other party's breakthrough point. It was obvious that he could rely on a series of moves to properly kill the opponent, but in the end, he still wanted to rush up and play with fire. In Lin Yi's view, this was not called bravery, but idiocy. Chapter 48:15. Lin Yi couldn't help but be a little speechless at his bad taste. However, just as the two were talking, the West Mountain mighty figure, who was about to be tortured by the murderous aura of the 5 elements and the power of thunder and lightning, suddenly let out an inhuman roar. When Lin Yi reacted, this guy had already disappeared. And there was something left at the place where he was just now. Lin Yi looked carefully and was shocked. It was a bloody arm. Escaped. Lin Yi couldn't help but be a little speechless when he saw this scene. The evil cultivator was really ruthless. In order to get rid of the murderous aura of the 5 elements, he did not hesitate to cut off an arm. Although this was the simplest and most effective method, there were definitely not many people who could have such courage to do this. He didn't know that this West Mountain mighty figure was really a ruthless person. Looking around, Lin Yi could no longer find the figure of the West Mountain mighty figure. Except for the bloody broken arm on the ground, there was not even a trace of blood left in other places. It was as if he had evaporated into thin air. It seems that he really escaped. Lin Yi's face suddenly showed a little pity. This West Mountain mighty figure obviously wanted to kill him. No matter what, he had to get rid of him, otherwise there would be a big hidden danger in the future. But although he seemed to be very relaxed just now, in fact, he had already used all his means. Since the other party used this kind of method to escape, there was really no way he could do anything about it. After looking around and finding no more unusual movements, Lin Yi immediately prepared to continue his journey. At this moment, a strange change suddenly occurred. A powerful black gas rose from all directions, and the blood and evil revealed in it made people breathless. The originally bright sky became turbid in the blink of an eye, and one could not see their fingers in front of them. Lin Yi suddenly felt that something was wrong. Without hesitation, he used the super butterfly microstep to leave the place. Although it was almost a one-sided beating of the opponent just now, he still could not be careless. Underestimating any profound ascension late-stage cultivator's desperate counterattack was no different from suicide. Although he was in the dark, it could not block his divine senses. After locking onto the direction, Lin Yi quickly moved. The speed of the super butterfly's subtle steps was unquestionable, and he was able to move 10 miles away in an instant. However, the strange thing was that no matter how hard Lin Yi tried to dodge, he could not escape from the black gas. Lin Yi was shocked. It was impossible for the black gas to envelop the surrounding 100 miles. How terrifying was its power! As soon as this thought appeared, it was rejected by Lin Yi himself. This was because his divine sense told him that this black chi could only cover an area of 5 kilometers at most. The reason why he couldn't get rid of it was purely because when he moved, this black chi was also moving rapidly with him. But why didn't he see the mighty figure of West Mountain? Lin Yi was secretly puzzled. He did not detect the figure of the Shishan Almighty in the black chi. Otherwise, he would have used the 5 elements killing chi and the power of thunder and lightning to deal with this guy. Could it be that the guy just released this black chi to trap people, and he took advantage of the situation to escape? This was not impossible, but since this black chi could move, there must be someone controlling it. It was impossible that the Shishan Almighty just made a mark on him and let the black chi follow him from then on, right? Then I can't see the light. This is too fucked up. When Lin Yi thought of this, he could not help but feel speechless. Although he could use his divine sense to explore the surroundings, and this black chi could not really hinder his movements, anyone would be annoyed after staying in this dark environment for a long time. How could he see people like this? In particular, this black chi was full of blood and evil. It did not affect him for a while, but who knew if there would be any terrible side effects after a long time? Don't worry, you don't need to see the light in the future, because you will soon go to see the King of Hell, Jia 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 Jia. A bone-chilling voice suddenly sounded from all directions. It was the mighty figure of West Mountain who had disappeared without a trace. Lin Yi was suddenly shocked. It turned out that this guy did not escape, but had been hiding around him, but why did his divine sense not find him? Could it be that this black chi could not block the divine sense, but it could have a confusing effect, making his divine sense blind to the Shishan Almighty who was close at hand? The King of Hell. I am not very familiar with him, so please help me say hello first. Lin Yi was vigilant of everything around him, and he sneered, I saw that in order to save your life, you even gave up your arm, and I thought you were a smart person who knew when to advance and when to retreat. I didn't expect you to dare to stay behind and play tricks. Are you evil cultivators so stupid? Humph, you reckless dog, do you really think I will run away? The Shishan Almighty's voice was suddenly angry, and it seemed that he was provoked by Lin Yi's words. He gritted his teeth and said, I admit that I have indeed underestimated you. A mere late nascent soul stage can force me to this point, forcing me to cut off my arm. This is just right. I will let you have a good look today, and let you see our Shishan faction signature skill. Shishan evil faction signature skill. Is it to cut off your own arm? That's very powerful, but I am very curious about how many arms you have. If you cultivate a few more times, won't you be dismembered by 5 horses? Lin Yi was secretly on guard, but his words were mercilessly provoking the Almighty's nerves. As long as he made the Almighty impulsive and angry, he would have a chance to find a flaw and kill him. Jia, it seems that you really have not seen the world. You don't even know our most powerful blood sacrifice, then just wait for your death. As the Shishan Almighty's voice fell, the smell of blood and the surrounding black gas became more and more intense, and even faintly showed signs of turning red, giving people the feeling that they were trapped in blood. Not only was it extremely disgusting, but it was also difficult to move. The warning of the jade pendant suddenly sounded, and Lin Yi did not have time to guess what was going on. He did not hesitate to escape, but this time his speed was greatly affected, and he could only reach half of his previous speed, and the black gas that had turned into blood was like maggots in his bones, and he could not get rid of it for a while. You still want to escape at this time? I will pay the price of an arm for the blood sacrifice. Do you think you can still escape? No matter how stupid and ignorant you are, there should be a limit. Jia. The Shishan Almighty sneered. Lin Yi was very anxious. The blood sacrifice that the other party mentioned was an extremely evil and powerful move. Maybe it was the trump card of these evil cultivators. Even a rabbit would bite when it was cornered, not to mention that the other party was an evil cultivator in the late profound ascension stage. This was really not easy to deal with. Chapter 48:16. But the problem was that he couldn't find the other party's real body. If he continued to be entangled, it would be his turn to be beaten up unilaterally. He didn't even know how to fight back. Just as Lin Yi was thinking about how to deal with it, an amazing suction suddenly came from behind him. At first, it felt similar to the previous Ripper Claw, but then he realized that something was wrong. This time, not only was the force 10 times stronger than before, but because of the bloody black gas around him, he felt as if he had sunk into a quagmire. Even the slightest movement was extremely strenuous, not to mention resisting the sudden suction force behind him. In the darkness, a ferocious bloody finger with a dim light was pressed against Lin Yi's back. It was about to pierce his heart from behind in the next moment, but Lin Yi was unaware of it. Fortunately, there was a warning from the jade pendant. At the critical moment, Lin Yi did not hesitate to use extreme butterfly microsteps. At the same time, he spared no effort to madly eject genuine chi behind him. His whole body finally broke free from the double shackles of the blood and the suction, and rushed forward like a cannonball. However, before Lin Yi could breathe a sigh of relief, the warning from the jade pendant suddenly sounded again. This time, the suction from behind suddenly changed direction and directly sucked forward. Because of the speed that he had just burst out with all his strength, Lin Yi couldn't even stop this time. His body rushed forward uncontrollably. Finally, Lin Yi found the ferocious bloody finger waiting in front of him. His scalp suddenly went numb because he couldn't control himself at all. If this went on, he would be pierced by the bloody finger. At first glance, this bloody finger was 100 times more dangerous than the Ripper Claw just now. Fuck it. At the critical moment, Lin Yi's blood was finally aroused. He couldn't care so much anymore. Since he couldn't stop, he would rush forward and see who was fiercer than who. At this moment, Lin Yi sent 2 5-elements murderous aura forward, and at the same time, he added the power of thunder and lightning. If he did this, he would definitely be hurt by the bloody finger, but the mighty figure of Shishan would definitely not be much better. It was completely a posture of fighting with his life. You want to exchange a life for a life with this old man? You're looking down on me too much. The mighty figure of West Mountain sneered. Before he finished speaking, the bloody finger in front of him silently disappeared into the blood. Lin Yi was horrified. Although the path ahead of him had become smooth, everything he had done just now had been for naught. This result was much more depressing than having both sides suffer losses, because he was simply being toyed with by the opponent. Only Lin Yi could continuously replenish his true qi at any time. If it was someone else, just this one move would cause a great loss in strength. This Shishan Almighty was really sinister and cunning. He could easily consume the opponent's true qi with just a few dangerous moves. It was practically effortless. This blood sacrifice is really strange. Lin Yi complained in his heart. Because of the lingering black gas and blood around him, this place had completely become the opponent's home ground. He couldn't even touch a shadow. The opponent could fight whenever he wanted to and leave whenever he wanted to. If he relaxed even a little, the consequences would be unimaginable. If this continued, even an immortal would be dragged down. It seems that this is not a trash evil cultivator. He's quite capable. He even knows such an arrogant trick like blood sacrifice. Although the level of blood sacrifice is relatively low, it is invincible in the profound ascending stage. You're really unlucky. Hurry up and find a way to escape. You can't beat him. The ghostly thing said calmly. Damn, Senior, you've tricked me to death. Lin Yi suddenly complained. Before, it was the ghostly thing who instigated him to lure out the mighty figure of West Mountain and kill him. The result was great. Instead, it was the other party who kept chasing him and he couldn't do anything about it. This time, he was really tricked by the ghostly thing. How would I know that a mere evil cultivator of the profound ascending stage would also know blood sacrifice? This is your own bad luck. You can't blame it on me. The ghostly thing smiled embarrassedly. In fact, this matter really couldn't be blamed on him. Even with his vision and knowledge, blood sacrifice was a powerful move. The existence of the blood sacrifice domain made these evil cultivators invincible. In addition, their attack power would also increase along with the first mates, so when facing experts of the same level, it was as easy as cutting melons and vegetables. They could even easily kill enemies of a higher level. The only bad thing was that the price of using this technique was very high. Just like this time, the almighty expert of the West Mountain directly used up one of his arms. Okay, it's my own bad luck, okay. Lin Yi was speechless for a while and smiled bitterly. This time, he had completely given up the idea of continuing to deal with the mighty figure of West Mountain. After all, even the ghostly thing said that it couldn't beat the other party. Then there was definitely no way to fight. The restriction effect of the blood sacrifice domain was obvious, especially for those masters of speed. Once trapped in it, they would be restrained to death. Fortunately, the difference between Lin Yi and the ordinary masters of speed was that his speed was faster, and his true qi was unlimited. With the terrifying speed of the extreme butterfly microstep, even after it was reduced by 50%, it was still very impressive. In addition, from time to time, Lin Yi would release a burst of true qi regardless of the cost. Not only did the whole person maintain the extremely fast inertia, but the more important thing was that the trajectory of the movement was erratic. One moment it was left, the next moment it was right. Every change was very abrupt and without warning. It made the mighty figure of West Mountain, who had the absolute initiative, unable to find a suitable opportunity to kill him. This dog runs fast. The mighty figure of West Mountain suddenly couldn't calm down. He paid the price of an arm to use the blood sacrifice. If he still couldn't kill Lin Yi, then it would be a big loss. In fact, in this blood sacrifice domain, if he was willing to fight with Lin Yi until both of them were injured, there would be opportunities like just now. But he was not willing. He had already paid an arm. If he fought with someone else until both of them were injured, it was estimated that he would be crippled even if he didn't die. Then even if he killed Lin Yi, what was the point? He killed Lin Yi just to pave the way with Lin Yi's head, so that he could get on the line of the West Mountain Old Master and then soar to the sky. But if he was crippled because of this, his strength would greatly decline. Then not to mention soar to the sky, just the evil cultivators of the same sect here would be able to skin him alive. The mighty figure of West Mountain who used the blood sacrifice to escape was powerful, but in terms of the ability to escape, even the West Mountain Old Master who was at the opening stage couldn't do anything to Lin Yi, let alone him who was at the late stage of profound ascension. Chapter 48:17. I really underestimated you. A mere late nascent soul stage cultivator can actually escape so easily. No wonder you can escape from the Old Master. Shishan was pissed off. He almost got him a couple of times, but Lin Yi was always able to dodge at the last moment. It was a stroke of genius, and he'd failed several times. Then why are you still chasing? Are you sure you can do something that even the Old Master couldn't do? I want to see how long you can last with your little chi. Lin Yi sneered. You want to compete with me? You're just a nascent soul stage cultivator, where do you get your confidence from? The Almighty Being suddenly laughed. Although he also felt that Lin Yi's chi was not normal, he did not believe that he, a late profound ascension stage cultivator, would lose to a late nascent soul stage cultivator. He chased and sneered, You dog, I've heard about your story. You were able to escape from the Old Master because you escaped into the South Island, but there are no spirit beasts here. Really? Who told you that I'm looking for the spirit beasts? Do you dare to run around in the East Continent as a heretic? Lin Yi said as he used chi again, narrowly dodging the other party's surprise attack. He'd lost count of how many times he'd chased after him. This Shishan master wasn't as oppressive as the Shishan elder, but he had to admit that this guy wouldn't stop chasing after him, and it was very troublesome. If it weren't for the jade, he'd have died a dozen times already. But fortunately, the other party was a heretic. From the previous actions, it could be seen that this guy did not dare to make a move within the school's sphere of influence, so as long as he escaped to any of the main schools, he would definitely be able to escape. It was a pity that Lin Yi only looked at the route to the Morning Star Academy, and did not pay attention to any other schools along the way. At this time, he could not look at the route, so he could only escape in the direction of the Morning Star Academy according to his memory, otherwise he would have already escaped. You dog. Don't even think about escaping. After hearing Lin Yi's words, the Almighty was so angry that he yelled, and the hideous bloody finger appeared again and again. After all, as Lin Yi said, if this kid escaped to the main school, he would really be at his wit's end. As a result, Lin Yi was surrounded by danger. It was only because of the Jade's warning and his quick thinking of using the Raging Fire Thousand Bursting Fists to create chaos that he was able to barely escape from death a few times. Finally, after crossing the endless mountains and forests, they encountered more and more cultivators. However, no one dared to make a move when they saw a large mass of bloody black gas coming at them from afar. They all ran far away and watched with folded arms. After all, no one wanted to be a busybody and get into trouble. Fortunately, Chengxing City was not far ahead. Lin Yi was happy to see this. As long as he escaped, the Almighty Being would not dare to chase him. You think you can escape like this? Go and die. Seeing this, the Almighty Being could not care about anything else. This time, in order to block Lin Yi's path, he did not hesitate to reveal his true form. There was no other way. If he did not stop this kid now, he would not have another chance. Lin Yi could not help but be shocked. If they were in the wilderness, he might really fight to the death with the Almighty Being because this was the only chance he had to lock onto the Almighty Being. However, it was different now. The chance of winning was probably less than 30%, and now that he was one step away from entering Chengxing City, even a fool would know what to choose. Boom! There was a sudden loud sound in the bloody black gas, and even the ground around Qinxing City shook. Then, a figure rushed out of the bloody black gas, looking slightly pathetic, and rushed into Qinxing City without stopping. Fortunately, I prepared a vital energy bomb in advance. Otherwise, it would be hard to tell if I'm dead or alive. Lin Yi looked back with lingering fear. At this moment, because he had attracted a lot of people to watch, the bloody black gas had disappeared into thin air. Even the Almighty Being was nowhere to be seen. It seemed that he had escaped when he saw that the situation was not good. At the same time, a one-armed man appeared in the crowd outside the city. It was the Almighty Being. This bastard. How can he be so cunning? The Almighty Being watched from afar as Lin Yi entered Qinxing City. He was so angry that he gritted his teeth. In theory, the blood sacrifice domain could turn the enemy's vital energy attack into his own. That was why he could last for so long. In fact, the more Lin Yi attacked, the longer he could maintain the blood sacrifice domain. However, it was different this time. The power of the vital energy bomb directly exceeded the upper limit of the blood sacrifice domain. Not only did it shatter the blood sacrifice domain, it even caused the Almighty Being to suffer a heavy backlash. No, I can't let him escape so easily. I'm going to risk it all. The Almighty Being gritted his teeth and walked towards Qinxing City. Under normal circumstances, he would not dare to enter a school's main city. However, it was not completely impossible. As long as everyone was not carefully checked during martial law, it would not be a problem for him to sneak in as long as he kept a low profile. Of course, as sneaking around, the Almighty Being would not dare to make a move in the city. Not to mention openly killing someone. If he revealed even the slightest bit of an evil cultivator's aura, he would definitely die a horrible death. The orthodox cultivators might not dare to meddle in other people's business outside, but it was different in Qinxing City. After all, there were many people. The Almighty Being followed from afar. Seeing that Lin Yi had checked into a large inn, he quickly turned around and found a corner to squat down. He watched the direction of the inn while sighing gloomily. Now that he had lost an arm and suffered the backlash of the blood sacrifice domain, he wanted to find a place to recuperate. Unfortunately, with his identity as an evil cultivator, he did not dare to follow Lin Yi into such a large inn in the main city. The checks in such a place were much stricter than outside. As an evil cultivator, he could not hide at all. Lin Yi was different. He was a legitimate disciple of the 3 pavilions of the North Island. Moreover, he had an identity token, so there was no problem at all for him to check in. Of course, the price of such a place was definitely not cheap. However, was Lin Yi someone who lacked spiritual jades? That trash evil cultivator is still following him. I didn't know that this guy was not only strong, but also quite persistent, the ghostly thing reminded him jokingly. I know. From the looks of it, he doesn't dare to make a move in the city. Whatever, I'll deal with him when I have the chance. Lin Yi lay comfortably on the bed with his arms and legs spread out. The escape had really tired him out. Even if his true chi was endless, the mental pressure alone was not easy to bear. Chapter 48:18. After resting for a whole day in the inn, Lin Yi finally recovered his energy. He was eager to see Wang Xinyan and Huang Xiaotao, but he didn't head to the Morning Star Academy just like that. After wandering around for so long, Lin Yi had a lot of experience, and he knew that he had to ask some questions first. Only by finding out the rules and the way would he be able to get twice the result with half the effort. Otherwise, with the East Continent Academy's attitude, he'd get into trouble if he rashly barged in, especially if he accidentally pissed off someone powerful. He wouldn't even know how he died. Coming out of the inn, Lin Yi glanced at the West Mountain powerhouse in the faraway street corner with a faint smile. He was a profound Ascension late-stage evil practitioner, but now he'd almost become a beggar on the street, and there were even people giving him alms. Just thinking about it was pitiful. After asking around for a bit, Lin Yi headed straight for the largest market in Morningstar City. There were many people here, and it was the best place to ask about all sorts of news. Following the flow of people, they wandered in the marketplace. In terms of scale, this marketplace was not much worse than the North Islands. But considering that this was just a small city in Dongzhou State, and the marketplace in the North Island represented the highest standard in the North Island, the gap between them was self-evident. After a while, Lin Yi followed the crowd to a notice board. There were all kinds of announcements, and a large group of people gathered there to watch, whispering to each other. Lin Yi glanced at it. There were all kinds of announcements, such as wanted posters, new rules of the main city, current news, and so on. The one that attracted the most attention was an announcement about an auction. Morningstar Auction Ceremony. Lin Yi looked at the contents of the announcement while listening to the discussions around him. He couldn't help but feel a little moved. Since he was here, he might as well go and join in the fun. From the looks of it, this auction was the highest standard auction in Morningstar City. He had never seen an auction in the Eastern continent for 2 months, so he was sure that there would be all kinds of super high-grade rare treasures. After all, this was the Eastern continent, and the standard couldn't be lower than the auctions on the other Heaven Rank Islands. Although he had this thought, it shouldn't be that easy to participate in the Morningstar auction. Although the time and location were stated on the notice, there was no other concrete information. It also didn't say what qualifications one had to have to enter. It couldn't be that just anyone could sneak in. It seemed that he had to find someone to investigate the specific situation. After a few glances, Lin Yi retreated and continued to stroll around the market. From what he knew, markets in many places didn't just trade goods. In fact, there were also local tyrants who specialized in trading information. As long as one could afford the price, it was easy to find all kinds of secret information from these people. However, many of these local tyrants had underground businesses that couldn't see the light of day. If one didn't pay attention to the special signs on the streets, it would be very difficult to find them just by strolling around. Fortunately, Lin Yi was experienced and knowledgeable. As long as he paid attention, it shouldn't be difficult to find them. After going with the flow for a while, Lin Yi suddenly stopped in his tracks. It wasn't because he found some street signs, but because the signboard of the Merchant Association in front of him made him feel very familiar. Morningstar City's Hong Merchant Association. Although he didn't plan to buy anything, and he didn't know anyone in this place, he was only an honorary vice president. Within the Hong Merchant Association, only Hong Zhong and Honest Chai were familiar with him. He hadn't even seen the others. However, Lin Yi still walked in subconsciously. "What do you need, sir?" A waiter immediately came up to greet him warmly. His etiquette was very on point. It could be seen that he was well trained. Just in terms of the quality of his employees, he was better than the other branches on Heaven Island. "Oh, nothing, I'm just looking around." Lin Yi waved his hand. He didn't plan to reveal his identity for the time being. Although his status as the honorary vice president was considered high and mighty, not every branch would be willing to give in to him. If he rashly went to the branch manager here to inquire about information, it might instead cause unexpected problems. Who knew if it would be another Wei Xiaodong? "That's good. Sir, if you need anything, feel free to call me." The waiter smiled and left tactfully. Looking along the rows of goods, Lin Yi's eyes couldn't help but light up. He actually saw some 6th and even 7th grade elixirs, and there were quite a few of them. This greatly surprised Lin Yi. These were rare goods that were rarely seen on the market. Although there were no heaven-defying 7th grade elixirs like the Thunder Xian pill or the Beauty pill among them, they were still 6th and 7th grade elixirs. Lin Yi had never seen such high-grade elixirs in the Northern Island branch. Even if there were, they would not be publicly displayed on the first floor, and there would not be so many of them. If these elixirs were to be auctioned in the Middle Island, North Island, or even the extreme North Island, it would definitely be an unimaginable astronomical figure. The prices here weren't low either, but they couldn't be compared to the prices on the other Sky-class islands. Lin Yi realized a huge loophole. If someone were to specifically buy the 6th and 7th level pills here and bring them to the other Sky-class islands to be auctioned, wouldn't they be able to make a huge profit off the price difference? However, after seeing the line of text at the bottom of these elixirs display cabinets, Lin Yi suddenly understood that such an obvious loophole could not exist, because it was clearly written, the above elixirs are only sold in the Yellow Sea area of the East Continent. These elixirs are actually sold in different regions. Although he could figure out the reason, Lin Yi still felt a little surprised, because this method was exactly the same as those in the secular world. After all, some things in the secular world were also sold in different regions, and shopping malls were not allowed to trade goods at will. He did not expect that the same rule would be set here. Sure enough, all businessmen in the world were smart people. The waiter had been paying attention to Lin Yi's side. Seeing this, he immediately came up and explained enthusiastically, "Sir, you may not know this, but most of the chambers of commerce in the East Continent cooperate with the alchemists of the Academy. Therefore, in order to ensure the transcendent status of the East Continent, these elixirs can only be circulated in the East Continent, and are not allowed to be sold outside." Chapter 48:19. What if someone buys it and secretly brings it to other Heaven Stage Islands? You can't check them one by one, can you? Lin Yi asked with great interest. If they went out of the East Continent, they would have to be searched one by one to prevent them from carrying any elixirs. Unfortunately, this was impossible. It's useless. Even if someone buys it and secretly brings it out, they can't sell it publicly because each of these restricted elixirs has a special mark number. The chambers of commerce on other Heaven Stage Islands are not allowed to buy it privately, let alone sell it privately. Otherwise, they will be heavily punished by the merchant union, the waiter explained with a smile. I see. Lin Yi nodded. However, there was still a possibility of being smuggled. After all, as long as they didn't sell it publicly, they could trade it secretly without anyone knowing. Of course, this was not a small risk, because it was equivalent to offending the East Continent and the merchant union at the same time. Once it was found out, the consequences would be unimaginable. However, as long as the benefits were high enough, there would always be people who would take the risk. It was almost impossible to completely eliminate this kind of thing. However, there was a more difficult factor, and that was the treasure ships and battleships that came and went. Not everyone could go to other islands if they wanted to. While Lin Yi and Lin Yi were talking, another waiter was also paying attention to this side. After listening for a while, he hurriedly ran to report, "Shopkeeper, there is a man who doesn't seem to be from the East Continent asking about the restricted elixirs." He asked very carefully. Maybe he wants to buy elixirs and secretly smuggle them back. Do you want to keep an eye on him? Oh, I'll go and see for myself. The shopkeeper immediately stood up. This kind of thing could not be careless. If someone really smuggled out and was found, not only would the smuggler be killed, but the Chamber of Commerce that bought the elixirs would also be punished. After all, no one knew whether the two parties colluded or not. They would definitely be punished 50 times as a warning to others. The shopkeeper was led by the waiter to stand in front of Lin Yi. After a careful look, he was stunned. He looked at Lin Yi again and again in disbelief. Finally, he confirmed the identity of the shopkeeper and said, "Vice President Lin." Lin Yi heard the voice and turned to look at the person. He couldn't help but be stunned. "Shopkeeper Chai. Why are you here?" The person who had arrived was none other than Honest Chai, whom Lin Yi had personally groomed in the South Continent. However, this fellow was not obediently staying at the Y-Arc branch in South Continent as a shopkeeper. What was he doing here? Could it be that he had been transferred to East Continent? Listening to the conversation between the two waiters couldn't help but look at each other in dismay. As it turned out, this fellow was actually an acquaintance of the shopkeeper. However, which faction was the title of vice president? He couldn't possibly be from the Hong Chamber of Commerce, right? The names of the vice presidents were all recorded during training, but none of them had the surname Lin, right? Vice President Lin, it really is you. I didn't dare to recognize you at first glance and thought I was seeing things. I didn't expect to meet you here. Honest Chai was pleasantly surprised and suggested, it's not convenient to reminisce here, why don't we go to a private room and have some tea? All right. Lin Yi nodded, and the two of them sat down in the private room. Honest Chai quickly ordered someone to brew a pot of high-grade spiritual tea, and when there was no one around, Lin Yi asked, "You are the shopkeeper here?" In other words, you were transferred to the East Continent. That's right, I was just transferred here in the past half a year. I didn't expect to meet you here. Honest Chai was a little surprised and laughed, but then he slapped his head and said, "Look at my brain, your junior sister, Miss Huang, is in the Morning Star Academy, it's natural for you to come here." Ha! From the Y-Arc branch of the South Continent to the Morning Star Academy branch of the East Continent, Shopkeeper Chai, this is a big promotion for you. Lin Yi looked at him meaningfully. Although they were both shopkeepers, one was in the South Continent, while the other was in the East Continent. The difference in power between the two was like heaven and earth. Everyone knew that the East Continent branch was the most popular and lucrative position, but in the chaotic South Continent Sea region, it was undeniably a tough job. The profits from both sides were on completely different levels. In the past, Wei Xiaodong had been transferred from a vice shopkeeper here to the official shopkeeper of the Y-Arc branch of the South Continent. Even so, he had been promoted on the surface but demoted on the inside, causing him to feel depressed. One could imagine the difference between the two. Vice President, you must be joking. This is all thanks to you. If it wasn't for you, we wouldn't have formed an alliance with the Equal Heaven Escort Agency. If it wasn't for you, how could we have become the new hegemon of the South Continent? Honest Chai explained as he poured a cup of tea for Lin Yi. Oh. You mean that the Equal Heaven Escort Agency has contributed a lot? Lin Yi blinked his eyes. That's right, we are all in the same boat. With the rise of the Equal Heaven Escort Agency, the business of our Y-Arc branch also rose with the tide, gradually expanding to the entire South Continent Sea region. If it wasn't for this, how could I have any achievements that would attract the attention of the higher-ups in the headquarters? Without any outstanding achievements, it would be impossible for me to be transferred to the East Continent. Honest Chai nodded. Transferred to the East Continent because of outstanding achievements? This reason sounded reasonable, but after careful consideration, Lin Yi realized that it didn't hold up. One must know that in a place like the Hong Chamber of Commerce, one's achievements alone could not guarantee a promotion. Especially with Honest Chai's meager qualifications. He had only been a branch manager for less than 2 years and was suddenly transferred to the East Continent. How could one be promoted so quickly? The lucrative positions in the East Continent branches were definitely in the hands of the higher-ups in the headquarters. Without the approval of these higher-ups, no matter how outstanding Honest Chai's achievements in the South Continent were, it was all for naught. Unless Hong Zhong gave him full support, then he would only have a sliver of a chance. However, Hong Zhong had been staying in the North Island all this time and had basically been pushed out of the core circle of the headquarters. Even if he wanted to help Honest Chai, it wouldn't be that easy. The last time Honest Chai was able to take the position of the Y-Arc branch manager was purely due to special circumstances. Thinking about it this way, the problem arose. How did Honest Chai get transferred to the East Continent? There must be a reason behind it, and it definitely wasn't as simple as his outstanding achievements. Unless he found another powerful backer. Honest Chai was someone that Lin Yi and Hong Zhong had groomed. To seek refuge with another backer without their approval was no different from betrayal. Chapter 48-20. It's not as simple as just outstanding results, right? Shopkeeper Chai, I really want to know how you were transferred here. Why don't you explain it to me? Lin Yi's face darkened. Honest Chai saw that Lin Yi's expression was not right and immediately reacted. Even though he looked weak and honest, he was still a businessman. His shrewdness was unquestionable, and this could be seen from how he dared to secretly record Wei Xiaodong's shady accounts. Vice President, don't think too much about it. Outstanding results is just a cover. This matter is indeed complicated, let me slowly explain it to you. Honest Chai hurriedly admitted. Speak, I'm listening. Lin Yi said without batting an eyelid. Actually, it wasn't because of my outstanding results in the South Continent. On the contrary, it was because they saw that I had made the Y branch's business bigger and stronger. Thus, the higher-ups from the headquarters wanted to take over the Y branch, using the excuse that my promotion was not in line with the rules to suppress me. Then, they sent their own trusted aides to take over the Y branch, Honest Chai said with a bitter smile. Lin Yi nodded. Even though he had never been to the headquarters of the Hong family enterprise, but from Hong Zhong's previous experience, he could tell that the people from the headquarters were indeed like that. Because they had hitched a ride on the Equal Heaven escort agency, everyone was originally disdainful of the Y branch. But in the end, they discovered that it had suddenly become a juicy cake. Especially Honest Chai, the current shopkeeper, who did not have much experience and was promoted as a special case. It would be strange if no one thought of taking over. What happened after that? Lin Yi asked. You also know that other than you and Vice President Hong, I don't know any of the higher-ups from the headquarters. Originally, this matter was already set in stone and no one would speak up for me. In the end, after Vice President Hong heard the news, he rushed back to the headquarters on Middle Island overnight to speak up for me. Honest Chai said emotionally. With old Hong's character, it's not strange for him to do so. Lin Yi smiled faintly. Hong Zhong was an experienced businessman, but Lin Yi realized that he was still a chivalrous man deep down in his bones. He was willing to sacrifice himself for his friends, and that wasn't something Hong Zhong wouldn't do. It was said that all businessmen were unscrupulous. Hong Zhong's character was actually not suitable for his identity. In many cases, only unscrupulous people could climb up the ladder faster, while people like him would be ostracized. However, Hong Zhong was very suitable to be an ally, a reliable ally who could trust him with his back. Yes, but the situation during the meeting was full of twists and turns. Even though Vice President Hong tried his best, he was still unable to secure my position as the Y-Arc branch's manager. There was no choice, they were adamant that a local promotion was against the rules. Even though it was due to the special circumstances back then, the special circumstances have long passed. Naturally, we have to set things right. Honest Chai smiled bitterly. Getting rid of the donkey once it's out of the millstone. Lin Yi could imagine the situation back then. Hong Zhong must have been extremely helpless and dejected. This was something that could not be helped. Even though he was the vice president, he did not have the authority to speak. Helping Honest Chai at the last minute would only result in him returning in defeat. This was already a foregone conclusion. If not for Vice President Hong's insistence, this matter would have ended there. No one would have paid any attention to me as the previous Y-Arc branch's manager. I would not even be able to remain as the original vice president. However, Vice President Hong strongly argued that I was a meritorious person. Even if I were to be transferred out of the Y-Arc branch, I must not be dealt with carelessly. Otherwise, it would disappoint everyone. Honest Chai grinned at this point and rejoiced. Come to think of it, I was really lucky. The Morningstar branch's manager was about to be transferred, and the position became vacant. So you took advantage of the situation and transferred over here. It can't be that easy, right? Lin Yi asked doubtfully. Of course it's not that easy. Every carrot has its own pit. This Morningstar branch's manager position has already been eyed by another high-ranking member of the headquarters. That person is Wei Xiaodong's backer, Vice President Ren. Honest Chai said. After Wei Xiaodong's matter, he still has the face to continue eyeing this place. Lin Yi curled his lips in disdain. Vice President Hong also raised this objection on the spot. After all, because of Wei Xiaodong, this Morning Star branch has already fallen out with the Morning Star Academy. You should know the situation here in Morning Star City. From top to bottom, the Morning Star Academy has the final say. How can one live a good life if they fall out with the Morning Star Academy? The reason why the previous manager applied for a transfer was because he could no longer continue working here. Otherwise, who would give up such a lucrative position so easily? Honest Chai shook his head. If that's the case, even though this is the East Continent, it's no longer a lucrative position. Once it's sealed off by the Morning Star Academy, it can't even be compared to the Y branch. No wonder it landed on you. Lin Yi laughed. Indeed, but that Vice President Ren did not intend to give up this position. It's just that Vice President Hong said that I was personally promoted by you. Furthermore, you have a good relationship with the higher-ranking members of the Morning Star Academy. Especially since your junior sister is the personal disciple of the godly nun of the Eastern Sea, it would be more convenient for me to start my business here. With this, the other higher-ranking members of the headquarters had no objections. After all, it doesn't affect their own interests. Furthermore, that Vice President Ren had nothing to say due to Wei Xiaodong's previous stain. Thus, this matter was decided. I see. Lin Yi looked at Honest Chai apologetically. It seemed like he had wronged him. This manager of the Morning Star branch also had many twists and turns. These were all things that Vice President Hong told me in his letter. Actually, even after I mentioned your name, that Vice President Ren still didn't want to let go. However, the higher-ranking member who suggested for me to be transferred started arguing with him. He couldn't even take care of himself, so he had no choice but to accept his fate. Honest Chai laughed. Oh. That fella is afraid that if he doesn't settle you down, his position as the Y branch's manager won't be stable. That's fine too. Let them fight amongst themselves, and you'll be able to take advantage of it. Lin Yi couldn't help but laugh. It's all thanks to you that I'm able to take advantage of this situation. If it were anyone else, it would be a chore. When I first arrived, this branch was already on the verge of closing down. Thankfully, I found Miss Huang to help me plead for mercy. Finally, I managed to get the godly nun of the Eastern Sea to speak up and restore our relationship with the Morning Star Academy. Because of this, I was able to gain a foothold here. Otherwise, it would be hard to say what would happen to me. Honest Chai rejoiced. Chapter 48-21. Are you talking about the purchasing Deacon Chin Deli? After the incident with Wei Xiaodong, his days were not good. However, he had a backer in the Morning Star Academy, so he wasn't arrested, and pushed all the blame onto our Hong Merchant Association. But this time, the Vice Dean of Eastern Ocean personally came forward, so even he wouldn't dare to obstruct us. After all, he already has a criminal record. Honest Chai explained. And, that's good. You've worked hard during this period. Lin Yi patted Honest Chai's shoulder. After understanding the situation, he felt much more relaxed. After all, if Honest Chai really betrayed them, even if he could clean up the house, he wouldn't feel good about it. Because that would only mean that he had misjudged him. Not at all. I only got to where I am today because of you and Vice President Hong's care. It's not hard work, it's what I should do. Seeing that Lin Yi finally believed in him, Honest Chai heaved a sigh of relief. Do a good job. You should know what kind of people old Hong and I are. We won't mistreat our own people. Lin Yi encouraged. Although Honest Chai wouldn't be of much use, he had a unique side to him in the Merchant Association. As long as he could guarantee his loyalty, there was no harm in nurturing him. Thank you very much for your kindness. I will definitely sacrifice my life for you until the day I die. Honest Chai immediately expressed his stance. He was honest and cowardly, but he wasn't a fool. At this moment, he had to show his loyalty. Otherwise, if he were to be reserved, he might ruin his future. Lin Yi chuckled and remembered the notice he saw on the street. Oh right, do you know about the Morningstar auction? I do. It's the highest level auction in Morningstar City. It's held irregularly. The last time it was held was 5 years ago. Honest Chai nodded and asked, could it be that you're interested? That's right. I'd like to experience it, but I don't know the rules. Lin Yi nodded. I'm sure everyone knows the rules. As long as you are a disciple of the Morningstar Academy, you can participate. All the large merchant associations here also have their own quotas. For example, our Hong Merchant Association can recommend our own people or acquaintances to participate. If you want to participate, why don't you use your own quota? Honest Chai suggested. Alright, I'll leave this matter to you. Lin Yi smiled. He wanted to participate in this auction purely on a whim, but since the disciples of the Morningstar Academy could participate, he might even have the chance to meet Wang Xinyan and Huang Xiaotao. As the two of them were talking, someone suddenly called out from outside the door, "Shopkeeper, the bill is ready. Do you want to take a look now?" Honest Chai looked at Lin Yi inquisitively, to which Lin Yi smiled nonchalantly. It's fine, if you have something to do, you can go and do it first, don't mind me. Honest Chai nodded and said to the door, Old Chai, come in. It's not an outsider inside. As soon as he said that, a middle-aged man with a long beard entered. Lin Yi looked at him and felt that he looked familiar. After thinking for a while, he finally remembered that this was someone from the Y-Arc branch. Back then, when he and Hong Zhong had helped Chai Laoshi to become the branch manager of the Y-Arc branch, in order to better control the situation, they had allowed Chai Laoshi to pick someone to be the branch's assistant manager. Chai Laoshi had recommended this person. Cui Mingshan looked at Lin Yi after entering and was stunned for a while. He hurriedly cupped his hands and greeted, Cui Mingshan greets Vice President Lin. Why are you here too? Lin Yi asked with a smile. Although he had not interacted much, Cui Mingshan could be considered one of his and Hong Zhong's men in the Hong family commerce. Replying to Vice President Lin, this subordinate took the initiative to apply for a transfer after hearing about shopkeeper Chai's matter. Otherwise, a new emperor will bring his own subordinates. After shopkeeper Chai leaves, this subordinate will definitely have a hard time. Cui Mingshan smiled bitterly as he looked at Honest Chai. This was a living example. Back in the Y-Arc branch, before Wei Xiaodong came, he was the glorious vice shopkeeper. In the end, when Wei Xiaodong came, he was immediately kicked to the side and became a complete idler. If not for his good fortune of meeting a great benefactor like Lin Yi, he might have been sitting on the bench for the rest of his life. Actually, old Chai's luck is not bad. Although the transfer of a vice shopkeeper does not need to go through all the higher-ups in the headquarters, other than having the support of the higher-ups, there must be a corresponding vacancy. At that time, the vice shopkeeper of the Morningstar branch applied to be transferred back to the headquarters in Middle Island because his performance was too bad. He would rather go back and do nothing than to frown here. Thus, the position was vacated for old Chai. Honest Chai added with a smile. Not bad. With the two of you here, you can take care of each other and control the situation better. Working hard in the branch may be difficult for others, but it is a rare opportunity for the two of you. Work hard in the future, and if you have any difficulties, you can look for me and Elder Hong anytime. We are all on the same side, and we will not sit idly by. Lin Yi nodded. Originally, whether it was Honest Chai or Cui Mingshan, it was impossible for them to be transferred to the East Continent. However, after Wei Xiaodong and the series of events that followed, the two of them were forcefully pushed to their current positions. This kind of successful experience could not be replicated by others. As the saying goes, heroes are created by the times. Thank you, Vice President Lin, for your concern. Cui Mingshan was overjoyed. Just like Honest Chai, he did not have any backing. Although he was part of Lin Yi and Hong Zhong's faction, he was at most Honest Chai's follower. Today, he finally received Lin Yi's acknowledgement. This was something he had always dreamed of. Alright, old Chai, let's reminisce about the past later. You said that the list is ready. Honest Chai asked. That's right, this is the auction item for today's auction. Please take a look. Cui Mingshan immediately handed over a list. Although this was a core secret of the Merchant Association, and it could be easily used by their competitors if it was leaked, Lin Yi was not an outsider in their eyes. Thus, there was no need to hide it. Lin Yi leisurely sat at the side and drank his tea. Honest Chai took the list and scanned it. Immediately, he furrowed his brows and stared at it for a long time. Chapter 48-22. Shopkeeper, I know what you're saying. I've really done my best. I've tried everything that I can think of. Cui Mingshan smiled helplessly and bitterly. This. Honest Chai scratched his head. Although it was a great achievement to make use of Huang Xiaodao's relationship with the Morning Star Academy, if they were to make a fool of themselves during the auction, and their competitors took advantage of it, they might not be able to keep their position as partners. There's nothing we can do. The Morning Star Academy branch was already in a mess before we came here. The suppliers that we've been in contact with have all switched to other companies. Although it has recovered a little in the past half a year, it won't be able to return to its previous scale in a short period of time. It's easier said than done to get high-quality goods. Cui Mingshan sighed helplessly. Seeing the two dejected expressions, Lin Yi, who was drinking tea at the side, was slightly taken aback. He immediately said, "Let me see the list." Oh. Although Honest Chai felt a little embarrassed, he still passed the list to Lin Yi. Lin Yi took a quick look. The goods listed weren't of low quality. At least in the South Continent and the other Heaven Islands, they were already rare goods. However, in Lin Yi's eyes, more than half of them weren't that precious. If Lin Yi was like this, then there was no need to mention the wealthy and distinguished guests of the East Continent. It would be difficult to attract much attention with just these goods, let alone stand out in an auction like the Morning Star auction. The dignified Hong Merchant Association would be laughed at if they couldn't bring out any decent goods. Are the goods being auctioned this time very important? Lin Yi couldn't help but ask. From what the two said, this auction seemed to have a great impact on the Hong Merchant Association. Otherwise, they wouldn't be so distressed. It's extremely important. Vice Chairman Lin, you might not know this, but the Morning Star auction is actually aimed at our Hong Merchant Association. Our success or failure will directly affect whether we can gain a foothold here. Honest Chai laughed bitterly. Oh. Isn't this the highest standard auction in Morning Star City? Why are they targeting our Hong Chamber of Commerce? Lin Yi couldn't help but ask curiously. The reason is actually very simple. Ever since we fell out with the Morning Star Academy, our Morning Star Academy has been on the decline. Since then, the rights to cooperate with us have fallen into the hands of a few of our competitors. However, because the Vice Dean of the East Sea Academy personally spoke up, we managed to snatch back the rights to cooperate with them. That's why we have a grudge against them. Honest Chai explained. Even if there's no such thing, we're competitors to begin with. Does it really matter whether we have a grudge or not? Lin Yi said noncommittally. That's not the same. In the past, even though these merchant associations were competitors, they had never tasted the sweetness of victory. At most, they would be envious. But this time, we snatched the cooperation rights from their hands. How could they let it go so easily? Honest Chai smiled bitterly. Alright, but what does this have to do with the Morningstar auction? Lin Yi asked doubtfully. Any merchant association that can establish a foothold here will more or less have some connection with the higher-ups of the Morningstar Academy. This time, they came forward to pressure the higher-ups of the Academy and requested for the Morningstar auction to be held. It's actually a battle. The merchant association that performs the best in the auction will obtain the rights to cooperate with the Academy and become the sole supplier of the Academy. Honest Chai said bitterly. Oh. Even the divine nun of the East Sea tacitly agreed. Lin Yi couldn't help but frown. Regardless of the final outcome, this naturally took away the cooperation rights from the Hong Chamber of Commerce. It was also equivalent to slapping the divine nun of the East Sea in the face. After all, she was the one who helped the Hong Chamber of Commerce recover. Even if she didn't agree, even though the Vice Dean of the East Sea Academy has a high status, she doesn't have the final say in the Morningstar Academy. With so many higher-ups of the Academy coming forward, let alone the Vice Dean, even the Dean Ling Yuanqing wouldn't be able to suppress them with just a sentence. Honest Chai shook his head. Not only that, according to what I know, the chief alchemist of the Morningstar Academy has already formed an alliance with the rich and powerful families. He played a big role in this matter, and it was because of his appearance that the Academy decided to hold the Morningstar auction. Cui Mingshan added. The position of the chief alchemist was extremely high in any Yellow Step Academy in the East Continent. For example, in the Soaring Cloud Academy, Ren Tianzuo's position was second only to the dean. In the Morningstar Academy, even if it wasn't as exaggerated, it was still not a small matter, especially when it came to cooperation. No academy would disrespect their chief alchemist for an external merchant association. After all, there were many powerful merchant associations, but if the chief alchemist ran away, it would be very difficult to find a suitable replacement. It would even affect the strength of a large number of academy disciples, so they couldn't afford to be careless. Lin Yi nodded thoughtfully. Suddenly, he thought of the 6th and 7th grade pills in the display cabinet downstairs. He couldn't help but ask, since the Academy's alchemist is already an ally of the other merchant associations, how did the 6th and 7th grade pills downstairs come about? Could it be from the other branches? Vice President Lin, you must be joking. The two of us have just arrived and haven't even seen the shopkeepers of the other branches of the Hong Clan Merchant Association. Who would be so kind as to supply us? This kind of high-grade pill is directly related to one's performance. Everyone would hide it, unless they have a good relationship. Only then would they be able to save the day. Moreover, they would have to return it immediately. Otherwise, it would be useless even if they were beaten to death. Honest Chai smiled bitterly. From a certain perspective, the competition between the branches of the Hong Clan Merchant Association was even more intense than the other merchant associations. After all, the competition with the other merchant associations only affected the merchant association's profits. However, the competition between the shopkeepers of the same branch would directly affect each other's futures. Then how did it come about? Lin Yi asked curiously. As far as he knew, Level 6 and Level 7 elixirs were not available through normal channels. They were either supplied internally by the Hong Chamber of Commerce or cooperated with the school's alchemists. There shouldn't be a third way. To tell you the truth, these pills were all bought one by me and Old Chai from other cities. It was basically a losing business, but in order to keep up appearances, we had no choice. Honest Chai said bitterly. Chapter 48-23. When he first walked into the Hong Merchant Guild, he felt that the business here was flourishing with each passing day. However, it was actually filled with danger. If not for him coincidentally bumping into them, Honest Chai and Cui Mingshan might have fallen into misfortune, or even be finished. Doesn't that mean that the aristocratic guild will definitely win? Lin Yi asked. Since the head alchemist of the Morning Star Academy was the aristocratic guild's ally, the other guilds, including the Hong Merchant Guild, would not be able to compete with them in terms of high-grade pills. When the time comes, the Hong Merchant Guild would definitely be in the limelight. That might not be the case. It's true that the aristocratic guild has the support of the Academy's head alchemist, and it would be easy for them to obtain high-grade pills. However, if they were to auction off the pills refined by the Academy's alchemist, it would not be considered as having any ability. If the Morning Star Academy decided that the aristocratic guild would be the aristocratic guild because of this, wouldn't they be slapping their own faces? Honest Chai shook his head. Using the Academy's own pills to give to the aristocratic guild, and then letting the aristocratic guild auction it off to the Morning Star Academy. If this were to spread, people would definitely laugh their heads off. The higher-ups of the Academy would not do such a stupid thing. Lin Yi nodded his head and laughed. That's right. However, the aristocratic guild is still very popular this time. Other than the Academy's alchemist, they have their own channels. Rumor has it that they have prepared a set of 10 golden condensing nascent pills. Honest Chai sighed, unable to conceal the envy on his face. One could not blame him for being envious. The golden condensing nascent pill was the main pill in the Eastern Continent's golden level C. Because most of the students here were golden core and nascent soul experts, everyone could use it. Thus, the price would naturally soar. Especially if a set of 10 was put up for auction, it would definitely fetch a sky-high price. Only 10 golden condensing nascent pills? Lin Yi smiled faintly after hearing that, and said something shocking, then we'll auction 5 Thunder Profound pills. Ha! What did you say? Honest Chai and Cui Mingshan were dumbfounded. They looked at each other in disbelief, thinking that they were hallucinating. Lin Yi smiled and didn't say anything. He took out the Lightning Xian pills he refined in Soaring Cloud Academy and lined them up in front of the two. Every time he took out a pill, Honest Chai and Cui Mingshan sucked in a breath of cold air. By the time all 5 pills were laid out on the table, the two of them were completely dumbfounded. What? Is that not enough? Lin Yi glanced at the two of them. No. Honest Chai and Cui Mingshan waved their hands. As the shopkeeper and vice shopkeeper of the branch, they were people who had seen the world. Lin Yi taking out 5 Lightning Xian pills in one go was already heaven-defying enough. The 10 golden soul pills that the rich families would give out were on a completely different level compared to this. The value of these pills couldn't even be mentioned in the same breath. In the Yellow Steppe Sea region of the Eastern Continent, the golden nascent condensation pill could only be regarded as the pursuit of ordinary disciples, while the real elite disciples were all trying to break through to the profound ascension realm. Only the profound thunder pill was the pill that they dreamed of, and it was something that they wanted to obtain at all costs. Still not enough. That's fine. Hurry up and get some ingredients. I will use this opportunity to refine some rare pills. Beauty pill and other ingredients can be brought over. Hurry up. Lin Yi ordered. Ah. Beauty pill. You can even refine pills of this grade. Honest Chai and Cui Mingshan were completely shocked. They didn't even know that Lin Yi was an alchemist. Moreover, he was a rare 7th grade alchemist. This was enough for him to become the chief alchemist of the school. It's all right. I've only refined the profound lightning pill before. I haven't tried the beauty pill before. I can give it a try. Lin Yi smiled. Vice President is truly an expert. Honest Chai and Cui Mingshan looked at each other with 3 words written on their faces. I'm convinced. Originally, they were at their wits' end. But with the sudden appearance of a great god like Lin Yi, all their problems were easily solved. The two of them couldn't wait to send out orders to prepare all kinds of ingredients. The auction would begin in a few days, and time was of the essence. Lin Yi thus stayed at the Hong Clan Merchant Guild to refine pills. The almighty Shishan, who had been tailing Lin Yi, was speechless. He had been following Lin Yi from afar until he saw Lin Yi walk into the Hong Clan Merchant Guild. Then, he could only wait outside the door. After all, the Hong Clan Merchant Guild might not have as detailed an inspection as an inn, but large-scale merchant guilds like this would have surveillance arrays installed. Who knows, his identity as a heretic cultivator might be exposed. In the end, the almighty Shishan waited for an entire day. Even when the sky turned dark, he didn't see Lin Yi coming out. He couldn't help but feel bewildered. What's going on? Could he have escaped from the back door? But as soon as this thought popped up, he rejected it himself. That couldn't be. His divine sense had been enveloping the surroundings from morning to night, but he didn't find Lin Yi at all. Therefore, there was only one possibility. Lin Yi was still in the Hong Clan Merchant Guild. But now that the Merchant Guild was closed and Lin Yi didn't come out, the almighty Shishan couldn't wait any longer. He couldn't help but go up and ask, "Are there any customers inside?" The waiter in charge of closing glanced at him, shook his head, and said, "I'm sorry, all the customers have left. If you need anything, please come early tomorrow." Is that so? The almighty Shishan looked inside and saw that there was indeed no one inside. He could only shake his head and leave. As he walked, he muttered, "How can that be? That's impossible. TSK. But that kid does have some strange tricks up his sleeves. He might really be able to hide from my divine sense and escape. Could he have returned to the inn?" Thinking of this, the almighty Shishan hurriedly ran back to the inn and waited there. Lin Yi made him suffer so much this time, he wouldn't let this dog off so easily. In the end, the almighty Shishan stayed there for 3 days. With his pitiful appearance as a beggar, the amount of spirit jades he collected was enough to make him rich. But he didn't even see half a shadow of Lin Yi. This time, the almighty Shishan was completely discouraged. Even a beggar who lived in the wilderness for so many days would lose his temper, let alone a mysterious ascended late-stage evil practitioner like him. If his fellow sect members saw him like this, he wouldn't be able to raise his head in his next life. There was no other way, the almighty Shishan couldn't endure it anymore. He decided to leave first and come back to settle the score with this dog after he recovered from his injuries. 5 days passed in a flash. Lin Yi stretched his back and walked out of the room that Honest Chai had specially prepared for him. In these few days, other than his normal cultivation, he had been busy refining elixirs. He only came out this morning because today was the official day of the Morningstar auction. Chapter 48-24. Lin Yi calmly arrived at the first floor, where a large group of busybodies had already gathered. Standing in the center was Honest Chai and a few middle-aged men dressed as businessmen. "Shopkeeper Chai, today is the day of the auction. I heard that your Hong Merchant Association has prepared quite a few good items. Can you take them out and let us old friends have a look?" One of the middle-aged men said with a smile that wasn't a smile. "Shopkeeper Hao, before the auction ends, we are not allowed to divulge the information of the auction items. This is a clear rule of the Morningstar auction. However, the auction items of your prestigious Metropolis Association seem to have caused quite a commotion recently." Honest Chai replied in a tone that was neither servile nor overbearing. Our prestigious Metropolis Association is not like your Hong Merchant Association who hides things. As the saying goes, don't tell others if you have nothing to say. Since it is something that is destined to be auctioned, what's wrong with letting everyone know a few days in advance? At least we can be mentally prepared. Furthermore, this is approved by the Morningstar Academy. Even if you want to complain, there's no use. Shopkeeper Hao said with a confident smile. "That's right, Shopkeeper Chai, have you forgotten? In order to warm up the auction, every merchant association can divulge 1 or 2 items in advance. Of course, it has to be something good. However, I don't think we've heard of the Hong Merchant Association divulging anything. Another middle-aged man dressed as a shopkeeper said maliciously. Shopkeeper Jean, they are different from us. If they have something good, they will hide it well. Who asked them to be the sole supplier of the Morning Star Academy? Of course, they have to do things with style. Shopkeeper Hao said. Shopkeeper Hao's words are wrong. I don't think they have anything good to take out. From what I see, the sole supplier for the Morning Star Academy will fall into the hands of your aristocratic guild. After all, a set of 10 golden condensing nascent pills is a huge sum of money. In the future, please take good care of my gold chamber of commerce. Shopkeeper Jean said, echoing each other. Of course, of course. However, we still have to ask Shopkeeper Chai. They are the final item of the auction. What if they are hiding something big? Shopkeeper Chai, why don't you divulge it? Shopkeeper Hao glanced at Honest Chai. Shopkeeper Hao, Shopkeeper Jean, did you come here just for this? Honest Chai looked at the two of them with a smile that didn't seem like a smile. Before Lin Yi came, his heart was filled with trepidation. But now, a set of 10 golden condensing nascent pills. That was nothing. Sort of. Manager Hao and Manager Jean looked at each other and smiled. Actually, they had already investigated the background of the Hong Chamber of Commerce. This time, the Hong Chamber of Commerce was basically forced to the edge of a cliff. There was absolutely no chance for them to make a comeback, unless the sun rose from the west. Then I'm really sorry. Not revealing one's wealth has always been the motto of our Hong Merchant Guild. Regardless of whether it's an explicit rule of the auction, as long as it's an item that our Hong Merchant Guild is providing, we will not leak any information before the auction to prevent any loss of fairness. If the two of you are really curious, why don't you wait a little longer? In any case, the auction is about to begin. Honest Chai said indifferently. What a great loss of fairness. How admirable. Shopkeeper Chai, you're clearly trying to keep everyone's curiosity in suspense. Manager Hao said indifferently. Suspense doesn't matter. Since they're the grand finale, they have to put on a show. I'm just afraid that in the end, they won't be able to bring out anything decent. That would be a real joke. At that time, I don't think the Hong Merchant Guild will need to embarrass themselves anymore. They should just close down as soon as possible. That way, they can at least preserve some of their reputation. What do you say, Shopkeeper Chai? Shopkeeper Jean mocked without the slightest scruple. Shopkeeper Jean must be joking. Up until now, the Hong Merchant Guild has never closed down a single branch. Naturally, they won't set a precedent with me. However, the situation of your Golden Chamber of Commerce doesn't seem too optimistic. Recently, 5 branches have already closed down. I wonder how much longer Shopkeeper Jin's side can last. Honest Chai glanced at him and said. You. Shopkeeper Jean was instantly choked speechless. The Golden Chamber of Commerce wasn't a grand merchant guild. It couldn't be compared to a top-notch merchant guild like the Hong Merchant Guild. Recently, due to poor management, the Golden Chamber of Commerce had closed down 5 branches. This was already a serious blow. If this continued, the entire merchant guild might collapse. Helpless, the Golden Chamber of Commerce finally decided to fully support the Metropolis Guild. They wanted to use this opportunity to tide over this crisis. It was also because of this reason that Shopkeeper Jean was desperately trying to flatter Shopkeeper Hao. Shopkeeper Hao might very well become his direct superior in the future. Shopkeeper Chai, it seems like you've just arrived and aren't well informed. With our Metropolis Guild backing you up, it won't be easy for the Golden Chamber of Commerce to collapse. If you have the time, you should worry more about yourself. Shopkeeper Hao glanced at Honest Chai with disdain and immediately left with Shopkeeper Jean. Take care. I won't be sending you off. Honest Chai calmly waved his hand as if he wasn't going to budge, causing the surrounding crowd to look at him in a new light. Lin Yi slightly nodded his head at this scene. Although Honest Chai didn't have much of an aura to speak of and always gave others a feeling of weakness and being easily bullied, from his neither servile nor overbearing demeanor, it seemed like this fellow was still capable of standing on the stage. Of course, this was all thanks to Lin Yi. If it weren't for the 7th grade Dan he had refined in the past few days, Honest Chai's heart would have been extremely weak. Facing shopkeeper Hao and the others, he naturally wouldn't be so confident. You've come out of seclusion. Seeing Lin Yi come out, Honest Chai quickly and respectfully welcomed him. The surrounding crowd couldn't help but raise their eyebrows. What was this young man's background? Just a moment ago, shopkeeper Chai was neither servile nor overbearing. How did he turn into a lackey the moment he saw him? The auction is about to begin, right? Lin Yi asked. That's right, old Choi has already sent the auction items over. Why don't we head over now? Honest Chai asked. All right. Lin Yi nodded and the two of them immediately set off for the auction. Although the Morning Star auction was hosted by Morning Star Academy, it wasn't held within the academy itself. Instead, it was held in a large building in Morning Star City named the First Pavilion. Arriving at the entrance of the First Pavilion, Lin Yi raised his head and couldn't help but exclaim, "This pavilion is really big." Chapter 48-25. Not only did the exterior look similar, but even the layout and structure of the interior were the same. However, compared to the iconic bullfighting ring in the secular world, this place was not only larger, but the various facilities were also more luxurious. Of course, the biggest difference was that this place was not open air. Surrounding it were a circle of exquisite and luxurious boxes, and below it was a huge and spacious area. There were hundreds of seats scattered around the area, and in the center of the area was an extremely conspicuous high platform. It was obviously the host's platform for the auction. Lin Yi looked at the magnificent scene in front of him and could not help but be speechless. He had been to many high-class auctions before. Whether it was the one in the extreme North Island or the one in the Middle Island, they were all first-rate auctions. However, disregarding everything else, just the layout alone was slightly inferior to the one in front of him. As expected of the Eastern continent. The moment Lin Yi and Honest Chai entered the door, they saw shopkeeper Hao and shopkeeper Jean. When they saw Honest Chai, a playful smile appeared on their faces. Shopkeeper Chai, I didn't expect to see you again so soon. Speaking of which, where are your seats? Shopkeeper Hao asked with a face full of ridicule. As for Lin Yi, he did not even look at him, thinking that he was just a small follower. Number 1. Honest Chai pointed to the area in front of him. Number 1 was the table closest to the host's platform, and was considered a very good seat. Oh, it sounds like it's very impressive. But why did I hear that every single person with a bit of status has their own box? What's the meaning of this? Your Hong Merchant Guild is so famous, yet you can't even get a box and can only squeeze with the ordinary disciples? TSK. Shopkeeper Jean did not miss the opportunity to make sarcastic remarks. Honest Chai's expression changed slightly. This was indeed a thorn in his heart. It was obvious that the other competitors were ganging up against the Hong Merchant Union, and the Morning Star Academy was supposed to be the neutral judge. However, from the distribution of seats, the Academy's stance could be seen. Although table number 1 sounded impressive, it was basically putting the Hong Chamber of Commerce on fire. It would only be a joke. Otherwise, with the status of the Hong Chamber of Commerce, they would at least be able to get a VIP room, and they would at least be in the top 10. Listening to shopkeeper Jin's words, your Golden Chamber of Commerce should have been allocated a private room, right? I wonder what number it is. Honest Chai retorted with a slap to his face. Shopkeeper Jean was once again rendered speechless. His old face turned red as he shrunk his neck back. What a joke. His golden chamber of commerce was already on the verge of bankruptcy. It was already good enough that he could participate in this auction. How could he possibly be allowed to sit in the VIP box? Number 12. Shopkeeper House suddenly replied, "That is the box of my aristocratic metropolis." Although the Golden Chamber of Commerce doesn't have one, it has already become a subsidiary of my aristocratic metropolis. Naturally, it can enter the box with me. I wonder if Shopkeeper Chai is interested. Honest Chai, I think you should quickly agree. Your Hong Chamber of Commerce may have a great background, but it is a pity that it cannot save your Morningstar Academy branch. If you rely on Shopkeeper How, you can at least keep a roof over your head. Furthermore, you won't have to squeeze below with the normal disciples and become a joke. We are all businessmen who care about appearances, and we want our face, don't you think so? Shopkeeper Jean cooperated. Yes, you are right. I do want my face, but it is a pity that you don't. Therefore, it is better for me to stay away from you, lest I become a joke. Honest Chai glanced at him. Being looked at like a dog in front of his face, Shopkeeper Jean was instantly enraged. If not for the fact that the surroundings were filled with disciples of the Morningstar Academy guards, he would have fought with Honest Chai to the death. Although he was indeed Shopkeeper How's dog, how could he expose someone's scars like this? You won't shed tears until you see the coffin. Once the auction is over, it will be useless even if you beg me again. At that time, your Morningstar Academy branch won't even have the qualifications to be a subsidiary of my aristocratic metropolis. Just wait for it to close down. Shopkeeper How's expression turned cold, and he immediately left with Shopkeeper Jean. Lin Yi and Honest Chai looked at each other. They couldn't be bothered to look at this clown anymore, and directly walked towards table number 1. At this moment, the auction was about to begin, and people from all walks of life were entering the venue. In a short moment, the entire venue was filled with people, and it was extremely lively. Lin Yi swept his gaze around, and realized that this was indeed the headquarters of the Morningstar Academy. More than half of the people in the venue were disciples of the Morningstar Academy, and the rest were people from all walks of life. However, one thing was for sure, these people definitely had an impressive background and connections, or else they wouldn't have the qualifications to enter the venue. With so many disciples of the Morningstar Academy, Wang Xinyan and Huang Xiaotao might be among them. Lin Yi immediately wanted to use his divine sense to investigate, but he realized that it was impossible to do so. It was as if there was some kind of special array that completely blocked his divine sense. Since he couldn't use his divine sense to investigate, Lin Yi could only use his eyes to confirm one by one. However, the problem was that the people in the VIP booths couldn't be seen unless they opened the curtains and the angle was just right, or else they wouldn't be able to see the situation inside the booths. After sweeping his gaze across everyone in the venue, Lin Yi could only return to his seat in disappointment. There was no sign of Wang Xinyan or Huang Xiaotao among them, but it wasn't strange after thinking about it. They were the only 2 personal disciples of the Divine Nun of the Eastern Sea, and with the Divine Nun of the Eastern Sea status, it was normal for them to be given a VIP booth. Amidst the hustle and bustle, the Morningstar auction ceremony finally began. A white-haired old man with a ruddy complexion walked up to the center of the stage under everyone's gazes. Following that was a deluge of extravagant opening remarks. It turned out that this old man was the official host specially invited by the Morningstar Academy. The white-haired elder was only in charge of the opening speech, and the next person who walked up to the stage made Lin Yi's eyes light up. This was a familiar face, the dean of the Morningstar Academy, Ling Yuanqing. Chapter 48-26. Everyone was originally drowsy from listening, but after hearing Ling Yuanqing's last sentence, they immediately woke up. The one who spoke on stage was the highly respected Ling Yuanqing. If it was anyone else, they would have already started cursing. The white-bearded old man immediately took over the stage, and mobilized everyone's emotions, saying, "Everyone, today is the first day of the auction, and it's a special auction for the Chamber of Commerce." In other words, all of the auction items will be provided by each Chamber of Commerce. I hope that everyone will keep their eyes open, because the items you'll see today are all good items that you can't buy from your own Chamber of Commerce. If you miss this opportunity, you won't have another chance. Hearing him say this, everyone revealed an expectant expression. If these items could be bought normally, they wouldn't have to go through so much trouble to attend the auction. The first item of the auction is from the aristocratic Chamber of Commerce. A set of 10 golden nascent gathering pills, all of which are of high quality. The starting price is 1 million spirit jades. The white-bearded old man immediately announced. There was an uproar below the stage. As expected of the rare Morning Star auction ceremony. The items that were auctioned off at the beginning of the auction were just some ordinary goods, but no one had expected that it would be such a heavyweight item this time. 10 high-grade golden nascent condensation pills were good stuff that one might not even be able to buy with spirit jades on normal days. Seeing everyone's shocked expressions, shopkeeper Hao, who was in box 12, couldn't help but reveal a proud expression. For the sake of this auction, the rich and powerful associations had put in a lot of effort. With great difficulty, they had managed to gather this group of high-quality golden pills. They were determined to obtain the qualifications to cooperate with the Morning Star Academy. Although the few chambers of commerce had joined forces to deal with the Hong Chamber of Commerce, after defeating the Hong Chamber of Commerce, they would still be competitors with each other. After spending so much effort, if they couldn't obtain the qualifications to cooperate with the Hong Chamber of Commerce in the end, then it would really be like drawing water with a bamboo basket. 1,100,000. Immediately, a man dressed in merchant attire called out impatiently. Although the gathering nascent soul golden pill was a relatively common pill, it did not have a fixed price. Along with the market, it fluctuated greatly. Especially for a high-quality gathering nascent soul golden pill, it could not be bought at 100,000 per pill. Even 200,000 depended on luck. 1.5 million. A voice from room 10 rang out. Everyone raised their eyebrows. Logically speaking, people at the level of the VIP box should not have much need for the gathering nascent soul golden pill, but ordinary disciples like them needed it more. Unfortunately, they did not have such strong financial resources. If each pill was sold separately, there would still be a chance, but now that they were auctioned in groups of 10, they could only look on and sigh. Actually, if it was just for the spiritual jades, according to past experience, it would be more worthwhile to auction them individually. However, the wealthy clans had made up their minds to use this opportunity to make a name for themselves. Naturally, they would not bother with such a small amount. 2 million. This time, the voice came from private room number 4. The audience went into an uproar once again. It wasn't because the number was too high, but because the identity of the owner of the voice was extraordinary. Although they didn't know the true identity of this person, the fact that he was able to be in the 4th box spoke for itself. As soon as private room number 4 opened his mouth, no one dared to bid anymore. Even the person in room number 10 who had previously opened his mouth also stopped bidding. It seemed that he did not want to offend the other party because of this group of gathering nascent soul golden pills. In the end, this group of gathering nascent soul golden pills was sold for 2 million spiritual jades and fell into the hands of private room number 4. Regarding this result, shopkeeper Hao felt helpless. He held his forehead and did not know what to say. Although he had prepared some other auction items, the one he valued the most was still this group of gathering nascent soul golden pills. In his expectations, even if it could not reach 3 million, it would at least reach 2.5 million. In the end, because of the interference of private room number 4, he lost 500,000 spiritual jades. This simply made him want to cry but have no tears. It's okay, it's okay. 2 million is also a rare good start. Including the other auction items, the total transaction value can reach at least 5 million. It is enough to overwhelm the other chambers of commerce. Shopkeeper Hao could only comfort himself like this. Indeed, as he expected, the next 5 auction items were all from his noble metropolis. Although it did not cause a sensation like the 10 superior gathering nascent soul golden pills, each of them was not an ordinary item. Adding them together, the final transaction value reached a huge amount of 3 million spiritual jades. Finally, he had reached the expected goal, which made him breathe a sigh of relief. Everyone, the next auction item is from the Wan Tong Conference, a 7th grade Great Recover pill. The starting price is 2 million spiritual jades. The white-bearded old man announced. The audience suddenly exclaimed. Even Lin Yi, who had been indifferent before, was slightly surprised. As an alchemist, of course, Lin Yi knew about the 7th grade Great Recover pill. This was relatively rare among all the 7th grade Great Recover pills. It could restore the injuries and true qi of a profound ascending stage master in a short period of time. Ling Rufin had taken one in the process of fighting with him for half a month. Otherwise, he would not have survived at all. Lin Yi was still slightly surprised. At this moment, shopkeeper Hao in the 12th box simply stared his eyes out. He thought that his 10 superior gathering nascent soul golden pills were already rare, but he did not expect that the Wan Tong Conference would quietly take out a 7th grade Great Recover pill. Shopkeeper Hao could not help but have an extremely bad premonition. Although there was only one, this 7th grade Great Recover pill was simply a second life for a profound ascending stage master. Its attraction was far stronger than his gathering nascent soul golden pills. Looking at the audience, these profound ascending stage masters in the VIP box were the real main force of the auction. 2 million. The first bid from the 6th box made shopkeeper Hao's heart cold. This was already comparable to the transaction price of 10 gathering nascent soul golden pills. 3 million. It was the 4th box again. 5 million. However, this time, the 6th box did not intend to retreat. Instead, it showed that he was determined to get it. 3 million. The 4th box called out again. All the spectators were shocked. Even if it was a 7th grade recover pill, 3 million spiritual jades was already a sky-high price. Who was sitting in the 4th box? Why was he so rich in spiritual jades? 1 million. The 6th box hesitated for a moment. 5 million. The number 4 booth immediately raised the price by a large margin. This time, not only was everyone shocked speechless, but the number 6 booth also lost its temper. In the end, this grade 7 great revitalizing pill fell into the hands of the number 4 booth, just like the 10 gathering nascent golden pills from before. Chapter 48-27. At this moment, shopkeeper Hao's tears flowed down his face. They were both in booth number 4, but his 10 golden condensing nascent pills were only worth 2 million spirit jades, while the other party's great returning pill was worth 3.5 million spirit jades. What was there to fight over? As expected, after a few auctions in the all-knowing gathering, the total transaction value was as high as 7,600,000 spirit jades, far surpassing the wealthy associations. Shopkeeper Hao's face instantly turned green with regret. Whether it was instigating the Morning Star auction ceremony or preparing all sorts of auction items, his wealthy guild was definitely the one who put in the most effort. In the end, the mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. In the end, the all-knowing Grand Assembly had taken the lead. The auction continued, and the next to appear was the Eastern Continent's Eastern Chamber of Commerce. However, they were not as scheming as the previous two. Although the treasures they brought out were rare treasures, they were not large in quantity and did not have enough gimmicks. In the end, the total transaction value was only 5 million spirit jades. It seemed like they did not intend to compete for the partnership with the Morning Star Academy. From the beginning until now, although the crowd was in an uproar, Lin Yi did not have any intention of bidding. With his capital, he obviously did not lack spirit jades. It was just that these auctioned items were too orthodox, and it was difficult for him to be interested in them. After all, he could refine the 7th grade Great Recovering Pill himself, so there was no need for him to bid. This was a common problem with the Chamber of Commerce's auctions. If one wanted to see all kinds of strange treasures, they would have to wait until the individual auctions. Alright, the next auction item is from the Central Chamber of Commerce. I believe everyone has heard of it. They are all high-tech products from the secular world. Before we start the auction, we will first demonstrate their functions. The white-bearded old man announced. As soon as he finished speaking, the staff of the Central Chamber of Commerce brought a series of technological products onto the stage and demonstrated them one by one. After all, if the functions of these things were not clearly explained, no one would know what they were used for. Of course, they would not be able to auction them. Tablets, digital cameras, walkie-talkies. Lin Yi looked at the row of technological products on the stage and shook his head speechlessly. He even saw micro-tapping devices among them. If he didn't know that this was Heaven's Stage Island, he might have thought that this was some kind of digital store in the secular world. After the demonstration, the auction continued. Although there weren't any elixirs or heavenly treasures this time, the audience's response was equally enthusiastic. However, although these technological products were novel, it was impossible for them to be like the 7th grade Great Revitalizing Pill, which was sold at a sky-high price of several million spirit jades. After all, no one was a fool. They could accept spending several tens of thousands of spirit jades for entertainment, but they couldn't afford to spend millions of spirit jades. Unless water got into his head. In the end, the Central Chamber of Commerce's series of technological products only sold for less than 2 million spirit jades. This was also because of the large quantity. Otherwise, even 1 million would not be realistic. Of course, it was impossible for the Central Chamber of Commerce to compete with the Morning Star Academy. After all, what the Academy needed the most were various kinds of spirit jades, and this was precisely the Central Chamber of Commerce's weak point. It was not something that could be made up for in a short period of time. After watching this round of excitement, Lin Yi sighed in disappointment. He had thought that the Central Chamber of Commerce would be able to communicate with the secular world like the Central Island auction. If that was the case, he would definitely bid for it. It was a pity that he didn't mention this matter from start to finish. It seemed like what Si Haishao had said was true. The Central Chamber of Commerce had already stopped this business. Every Chamber of Commerce took the stage. Other than a few exceptions like the Eastern Chamber of Commerce and the Central Chamber of Commerce, almost all the chambers of commerce that participated in this auction were aiming for the Morning Star Academy's partnership. They all gave their all, and good things that could not be bought normally could be found everywhere. However, there was a huge disparity in the strength of the chambers of commerce. The small chambers of commerce could not be compared to the large chambers of commerce. It was fine for them to take out 1 or 2 precious items, but it was impossible for them to take out 8 or 10 of them at once. If it was just a normal treasure, it would obviously not be able to make it to this level of auction. As a result, there were very few chambers of commerce that could reach a total of 3 million spirit jades. As for the record of 7.6 million spirit jades, even the rich and powerful chambers of commerce could only look at it in the dust. If there were no accidents, the all-purpose Chamber of Commerce was destined to be the biggest winner of this auction. From then on, it would become the only supplier for the Morning Star Academy. It could be foreseen that in the future, the title of the #1 Chamber of Commerce in Morning Star City would change owners and fall on the head of the all-purpose Chamber of Commerce. One had to know that in Morning Star City, whether or not one could obtain the full support of the Morning Star Academy was a decisive factor for any Chamber of Commerce. After all the chambers of commerce had their turn, the last to appear was the Hong Chamber of Commerce. After all, it was the only chamber of commerce that cooperated with the Academy. According to common sense, it should be the last to appear. However, those with a discerning eye knew that the Hong Chamber of Commerce was not as good as it was in the past. It was a true sacrificial lamb in this auction. Although it sounded impressive to be the last to appear, it was actually done on purpose to embarrass him. Everyone knew that the last item had to be of a higher level than all the previous items. If it could not satisfy everyone's expectations, then the Hong Chamber of Commerce's reputation would be destroyed, and they would never be able to raise their heads in Morningstar City again. We worked so hard for nothing, and now we're letting that one guy take advantage of us. Luckily, us rich and powerful chambers of commerce have always been at odds with the Hong Chamber of Commerce. Destroying one of their branches can be considered an explanation to the higher-ups. Shopkeeper Hao comforted himself as he hid in box 12. That's right, that's right. With that little bit of ability of honest chai, he can't even take out a few golden nascent pills, let alone the finale. Just wait for him to make a fool of himself. Shopkeeper Jean laughed coldly. Everyone, there are still 4 more items to be auctioned. They are all from the Hong Chamber of Commerce. Please wait and see. The white-bearded old man introduced. As soon as these words were spoken, the insiders like Shopkeeper Hao, who were waiting to see a joke, revealed an, as expected, expression. The Hong Chamber of Commerce was truly at a dead end. Such an important auction actually only had 4 items to auction. One had to know that every Chamber of Commerce could only take out 10 items to auction. Even the Golden Chamber of Commerce had managed to gather 7 items. How could such a trashy Chamber of Commerce be a supplier to the Academy? They were simply a disgrace to the Morningstar Academy. Furthermore, the more items they took out, the higher the total transaction value. This Hong Chamber of Commerce was not even trying to make up for the numbers, and had given up. Chapter 48-28. This was the only time these people could be proud of themselves. They better not be shocked to the point that their jaws dropped. The Hong Merchant Association's first auction item is a set of 10 golden nascent gathering pills of supreme quality. The starting price is 1,500,000 spiritual jades. The white-bearded old man said excitedly. To be honest, even he was shocked when he saw the list for the first time. This was a rare supreme quality pill. Everyone in the audience instantly exploded. Although they were all gathering infant golden pills, high-quality ones were still commonly seen. However, top-quality ones were simply something that could only be discovered by luck. The rarity of these pills could even be compared to 7th-grade pills. Normally, it was extremely difficult to even hear of one, let alone see one. Shopkeeper Hao and Shopkeeper Jean were so shocked that their jaws were dislocated. Their expressions were extremely colorful. They felt that they were already very impressive when they took out a set of superior golden nascent gathering pills, but in the end, they took out a set of supreme-grade golden nascent gathering pills. Wasn't this a slap in the face in front of everyone? Without a doubt, the wealthy families would be completely trampled by the Hong Merchant Association. If they were different from each other, no one would expect the wealthy families to have them even if the Hong Merchant Association took out the best. But now, they both had 10 golden nascent gathering pills. One was only of superior quality, while the other was of supreme quality. The difference between the two was obvious. 3 million. Booth number 4 once again gained the upper hand. Before this, he had only bid 3 times, but each time, it was the main item of each Chamber of Commerce. Without a doubt, they were all rare and expensive items. And this time, he once again emphasized to everyone the impression he had before, that to him, spirit jades were really just a number. 4 million. This time, the person who spoke was from room number 2. This was the first time he had made a bid, and everyone could not help but guess who was behind this. There were probably only a handful of people in Morningstar City who were qualified to be in room number 2. Although the golden nascent gathering pills were meaningless to these big shots, they were still useful to the younger generation of their sections. Especially the rare supreme quality golden nascent gathering pills. Even late nascent soul realm experts would benefit greatly if they used them. They could not be missed. 5 million. Booth number 4 refused to budge. As for the others, they could only look on and sigh again. At this price, even those large chambers of commerce would not dare to make a move, let alone these ordinary cultivators with limited wealth. This was destined to be a bidding game for the privileged. 5 million. Room number 2 spoke again, but this time, it was a middle-aged man's voice. Although he didn't do it on purpose, it gave off an oppressive feeling of power without being angry, causing people to instinctively not dare to resist. Lin Yi could not help but feel that this voice was somewhat familiar. Could it be one of the 3 Morningstar powerhouses, Wei? This was very possible. After all, this vice dean had many disciples, and he reckoned that there were also many genius disciples at the Golden Core stage. The supreme grade golden nascent gathering pill just happened to be of great use to him. This time, booth number 4 didn't say anything. No one felt that he didn't have enough spirit jades on hand. Previously, he could use 3.5 million spirit jades to buy a grade 7 great recovery pill. This time, he definitely wouldn't be stingy with a mere 5 million spirit jades when faced with 10 supreme grade golden nascent gathering pills. Thus, there was only one explanation. Just like how booth number 6 didn't dare to provoke him, he didn't dare to compete with booth number 2 either. Thus, he had no choice but to concede. In the end, the group of supreme grade golden nascent gathering pills fell into booth number 2's pocket at the price of 5 million spirit jades. All the shopkeepers were instantly speechless. Just the first auction item had already reached 5 million spirit jades. It had already surpassed the grand auction's total transaction of 3 million spirit jades. What else could they do? In booth number 12, shopkeeper Hao and shopkeeper Jin's faces had already turned as black as the bottom of a pot. When they thought about how they had mocked and ridiculed honest Chai, they felt ashamed. They thought that he didn't know how to appreciate their kindness, but it turned out that he was treating them like idiots. Next up is the second auction item from the Hong Merchant Guild, a 7th grade great rejuvenating pill of high quality. The starting price is 1.8 million spirit jades. The white-bearded old man announced. The crowd was in an uproar again. This Hong Merchant Guild was doing this on purpose. They had just used a group of supreme-grade golden nascent gathering pills to slap the grand auction's face, and now, they immediately started to slap the all-access auction's face. One had to know that the all-access auction's 7th grade great rejuvenating pill didn't even mention the word quality. According to the unwritten rules of the auction, this meant that it was only of normal quality. It couldn't even be compared to a medium-quality pill, let alone the Hong Merchant Guild's high-quality 7th grade great rejuvenating pill. Lin Yi shook his head slightly. He originally wanted to try for the supreme grade, but unfortunately, at the level of a 7th grade great rejuvenating pill, even the divine armament cauldron couldn't guarantee the supreme grade. After refining a few times, there weren't many supreme grade pills. This showed how rare it was. Not only did it require the best ingredients, it also required good luck. Previously, a group of supreme-grade golden nascent condensation pills was already shocking enough. This time, a superior 7th grade great recover pill was released. Not only the people in the venue, but even the VIP boxes were in a commotion. It was also able to heal the injuries and chi of a profound ascending stage master, but the recovery speed between normal quality and high quality was too different. Normal quality needed a day, while high quality only needed an hour. Under normal circumstances, there wasn't much difference, but when it came to a critical moment, the difference between an hour and a day could very well be the difference between life and death. This was a real second life. Finally, after a fierce competition, this 7th grade great rejuvenating pill was sold for a sky-high price of 6.8 million spirit jades. It once again fell into the hands of the second box. With just 2 items, the Hong Merchant Guild's transaction had already reached a heaven-defying 12.3 million spirit jades, far surpassing all the other merchant guilds. Even the all-access auction couldn't catch up. From now on, there was no doubt that Morningstar Academy would be the sole supplier. With the first 2 items, the third item didn't need the host to say anything. It had already caught everyone's attention. After all, the previous items were already Supreme Grade Golden Nascent Gathering Pill and High Quality 7th Grade Great Rejuvenating Pill. Even if the third item was hard to be better, it shouldn't be any worse, right? Chapter 48-29. Lin Yi was startled by the sudden screams. Honest Chai, on the other hand, was as steady as Mount Tai, as if he was prepared for this. He turned around and smiled. From the moment you took out the beauty pill, I knew this would happen. Women are creatures that cannot be explained with logic. As long as the beauty pill is placed in front of them, no matter their age or strength, not a single person would be able to resist. Lin Yi couldn't help but laugh, speechless. He'd thought that only women like Yang Qinxue, whose face was ruined, would be so obsessed with the beauty elixir. He didn't think that all women were like this. No wonder Ning Xuefei couldn't let go of the beauty elixir when she first got it. It was like a woman's life. After the screams subsided, the white-bearded elder continued to announce, 1 high-grade beauty pill, starting price 3 million spiritual jades. It was also a high-grade 7th grade pill, but the starting price was a whole 1,200,000 spiritual jades higher than the great revitalizing pill. It couldn't be helped, this was the classic case of rare things being expensive. In terms of practicality, the 7th grade great revitalizing pill was much more useful than the beauty pill. Unfortunately, it couldn't make women go crazy like the beauty pill. Lin Yi finally understood, no matter where he went, it was still women's money that was the easiest to earn. As soon as the white-bearded old man's voice faded, bids were immediately called out one after another. At this time, spiritual jades were no longer spiritual jades, but just a simple number. Women were absolutely unreasonable at this time. In just a short period of time, the price had already reached an extremely exaggerated 9 million, far surpassing the transaction price of the 7th grade great revitalizing pill just now. Lin Yi was tongue-tied. In his heart, he made up his mind that if he ever lacked spiritual jades in the future, he wouldn't need to do anything. He could just casually concoct a few beauty pills and he would be able to easily earn tens of millions of spiritual jades. Among them, other than VIP Box 1, all of the VIP boxes that were ranked at the top had made their bids. Even VIP Box 3, who had never spoken before, was no exception. However, VIP Box 3's voice was that of a woman, while the other VIP boxes were all male voices. Of course, since they were bidding for this beauty pill, it was definitely for women. Unless they were psychopaths, ordinary men would not use this kind of thing. Lin Yi paid special attention to room number 3. The voice that had just spoken was hollow, and it was obvious that it had used some kind of voice-changing technique. However, combined with the ranking of room 3, Lin Yi subconsciously associated it with the divine nun of the Eastern Sea. After all, as one of the 3 giants of the Morningstar Academy, if the divine nun of the Eastern Sea were to personally participate, it would not be strange for her to be allocated Box 3. However, Lin Yi could only guess. Before seeing the true face of the person inside, he could not come to a conclusion. However, upon closer thought, while the beauty pill could drive all women mad, surely the divine nun of the East Sea's cultivation and temperament could not be immune to it, right? However, Box 3 had only opened its mouth once, and did not make another bid. It was not as crazy as the others, and had only dabbled in it. Therefore, it was not impossible to say that the divine nun of the Eastern Sea was sitting inside. In the end, the high-grade beauty pill was sold at a price of 9.5 million spirit jades, falling into the hands of booth number 4. Such a sky-high price was unprecedented. Not to mention this auction, even if all the previous Morningstar auctions were to be added together, this would definitely be one of the best. When the dust finally settled, all the women present were heartbroken. To them, missing out on the opportunity to obtain the beauty pill was like losing their lover. They could only blame themselves for not having enough spirit jades on hand. Such an exaggerated figure of less than 10 million was not something that could be taken out by any ordinary organization. They needed to hug onto a sufficiently thick thigh. Next up is the Hong Merchant Association's 4th auction item, and also the last item of today's auction. 5 profound thunder pills of high quality. The white-bearded elder announced at the end. The crowd was in an uproar. This commotion was even more shocking than when the beauty pill had appeared. Earlier, it was just the women who had gone mad, but this time, it was simply everyone's hair standing on end. What kind of merchant association was this, to actually be able to take out high-grade profound thunder pills, and 5 of them in one go? One had to know that the profound thunder pill was the rarest 7th-grade pill in any Golden Step Academy in the East Continent. After all the Golden Step Academy disciples had a common goal, and that was to break through to the profound Ascension realm. Only after that could they advance to the profound Sea region, and the profound thunder pill was a must for everyone to break through to the profound Ascension realm. No matter how talented you were, you could not do without it. Everyone knew that any large chamber of commerce's high-grade pills, especially the 7th-grade pills, most of them came from the alchemists of the various academies. Although each of them had some other ways, they were far from being comparable to the alchemists of these academies. This was because the existence of a 7th-grade alchemist could only appear in one place in the East Continent, and that was the various academies. Only those academies could truly afford to provide for these 7th-grade alchemists, and other places simply could not keep them. But this time, the Hong Merchant Association did not rely on the alchemists of the academies, and could obtain such a high-grade supply of pills by themselves. Each pill was more frightening than the last, and they could even take out 5 profound thunder pills in one go. This was simply heaven-defying. Seeing the explosive reaction from the crowd, even the usually mild-tempered Honest Chai became excited. If it wasn't for his image as the shopkeeper of a branch, he would have danced with joy in celebration. Your strategy was indeed correct. We don't need a lot of good things, 4 is enough. Honest Chai looked at Lin Yi with a face full of admiration. According to his original plan, other than the pills that Lin Yi had refined at the last minute, he also wanted to add the items that he had prepared for the auction. However, it was rejected by a single sentence from Lin Yi. Although the items that they had prepared seemed rare, everyone could obtain them. Adding them would only lower their own status. Instead of using those useless items to lower our status, we might as well use these 4. This way, we can build up our reputation and leave a deep impression on others. Lin Yi smiled faintly. If the previous auction was considered intense, then this time, with the temptation of 5 high-grade profound thunder pills, the entire scene was as crazy as a war. Chapter 48:30. 5 million. Booth 4 immediately called out impatiently. He immediately increased the bid by 2 million, showing that he was determined to win. This was not strange at all. Just now, he was willing to pay 9.5 million spirit jades for the beauty pill, so naturally he would not be the slightest bit stingy with the Thunder Xian pill. 6 million. Booth 2 immediately called out. 7 million. Booth 4 did not give in this time. For the sake of a Thunder Xian pill, Booth 2 could only offend him for once. 8 million. This time, it was booth 1 who called out. The originally passionate crowd immediately quieted down, and even booth 2 and booth 4 chose to remain silent. Outsiders might not dare to be sure, but the owner of booth 1 was clear in his heart. This was without a doubt the number 1 person in Morningstar Academy. Since even he called out a bid, everyone had to take a step back. This was the least they could do out of respect. Finally, the first high-grade Thunder Xian pill fell into the hands of booth 1. Although this price could not even be compared to the beauty pill, it could not be considered low. Everyone was actually somewhat apprehensive. This was only the first Thunder Xian pill. What if he also called out a bid for the next 4 Thunder Xian pills? Should they give in or not? They could not offend the number 1 person in Morningstar Academy just for a few Thunder Xian pills, right? But if they gave in, they would miss the opportunity to obtain the Thunder Xian pill. This was a high-grade Thunder Xian pill. Fortunately, booth 1 had the demeanor of an expert. After calling out a bid once, he did not call out another bid, allowing everyone to simultaneously heave a sigh of relief. 8 million. When it came to the second Profound Thunder Core, the 4th booth once again gained the upper hand by a show of strength, raising the price to 8 million, immediately scaring a large number of people. Those who wanted to take advantage of the loopholes immediately lost their hopes. 10 million. Booth 2 did not hesitate to call out. The entire crowd was in an uproar. This had actually broken the previous record for the beauty pill. 11 million. Booth 4 continued to raise the price. 12 million. Booth number 2 coldly snorted. This time, booth number 4 immediately lost the confidence to compete with him. At this price, even he couldn't afford it. After all, he had already spent 20 million spiritual jades. No matter how many spiritual jades he had, he couldn't afford to spend it like this. Lin Yi looked at this scene and silently laughed. From the looks of it, the owner of the second room was most likely Wei Hebei. Out of the 3 heads of the Morningstar Academy, only he had a tyrannical and overbearing style. Furthermore, he had many disciples and wasn't lacking in spirit jades. Throwing out 12 million spirit jades was nothing to him. Immediately after the 3rd Thunder Xian pill, booth 3 was the first to call out a bid, 10 million spirit jades. Everyone's gazes subconsciously turned to VIP Room 2 and VIP Room 4. In the end, they discovered that neither of them had stepped forward to bid, and they were simultaneously maintaining their silence. At the level of 10 million spiritual jades, it would be difficult for the other VIP booths to compete with them. Even if they could gather so many spiritual jades, they would have to think it over carefully. Was it worth it to pay such a huge price to offend the 3rd booth? For the 4th Thunder Profound Core, the first person to bid was still booth number 3, and the price was still 10 million spiritual jades. Room 1 didn't say anything, and Room 2 didn't say anything either. But this time, Room 4 couldn't bear it anymore. This was already the 4th one. If this continued, he wouldn't even be able to get any leftovers. He would definitely regret it to death. 11 million. Booth number 4 immediately called out. 12 million. Booth 3 refused to budge an inch. 15 million. This time, VIP Booth 4 was practically cutting off all means of retreat. They had spent so many spirit jades previously. 15 million spirit jades was already their limit. It would be difficult to spend another 100,000. In the end, the Profound Thunder Core finally fell into the hands of booth number 4. It seemed that even booth number 3 did not have enough spiritual jades to the point of casually using 15 million spiritual jades to bid for a Profound Thunder Core. The first 4 Profound Thunder Cores were all taken, and only the last one was left. It was still booth number 3 who called out, 12 million. It was obvious that booth number 3 was determined to win this Thunder Profound Core. Although everyone could see that 12 million was her limit, at this point, there were very few heavyweight buyers who could beat her. Booth number 4 was already out of ammunition, and booth number 1 and 2 were tacitly silent. As for the other buyers, it was not easy for them to come up with 12 million spiritual jades in such a short time. However, just when everyone thought the dust had settled, someone in the venue suddenly stood up and raised the price, 24 million. Everyone instantly went crazy, and their gazes instantly focused on this person. Even if he was in the first few VIP booths, he would at most increase the price by a few million at a time, but this person actually doubled the price in one go. This time, even Lin Yi was shocked. He looked up and down at this person. He thought that all the top characters were in the VIP booths, but he did not expect that there would be such a hidden nouveau riche in this square. Who is this person? Lin Yi asked curiously. Central Chamber of Commerce's Morning Star branch's shopkeeper, Zhao Donglai. Honest Chai introduced. Central Chamber of Commerce. No wonder. Lin Yi suddenly understood. Speaking of nouveau riche, the Central Chamber of Commerce was definitely a rich and imposing nouveau riche. They could casually make a few low-end technological products from the secular world and earn a lot of spiritual jades. What business could be more profitable than this in the world? 24 million spirit jades, this was simply an astronomical figure among astronomical figures, and everyone could only shut their mouths. The last Thunder Profound Core had undoubtedly fallen into the hands of Zhao Donglai. This was truly a rich and overbearing nouveau riche. Please do as you please. Hee 24 million spiritual jades, this Zhao Donglai is really bold. Honest Chai's eyes lit up. But it's also fortunate that this is the Morning Star auction. If it was any other auction, even if he has a lot of spiritual jades, I don't think he would dare to bid in public. Why? Lin Yi asked. If he dares to be in the limelight at other places, wouldn't that be asking for trouble? But here, everything is managed by the Academy, so there's no need to be afraid of offending anyone. Moreover, the first few VIP booths are all big shots of the Academy. Even if they want to lose face, they wouldn't go looking for trouble with him, unless they're shameless. Honest Chai analyzed. Indeed, this was the logic. Everyone understood the logic of not showing off one's wealth. It was not worth it to make enemies because of this. Zhao Donglai dared to bid because he had the Central Chamber of Commerce behind him, so he was not afraid of anyone. Of course, he would bid if he wanted to. Chapter 48-31. The Hong Chamber of Commerce, which was the finale, had a total turnover of 98 million. When this result was announced, everyone present was stunned. One had to know that a first-rate branch of a top-notch Chamber of Commerce wouldn't even be able to reach this figure in an entire year. Yet, this person had achieved it through a simple auction. This result was simply enviable. Even those big shots breathing had become noticeably heavier when they heard this figure. The crowd did not disperse, because Ling Yuanqing once again appeared on the stage and announced in a clear voice, as the Dean of the Morning Star Academy, I announce that from today onwards, the only supplier of the Academy will be the Hong Merchant Guild. As soon as he finished, Honest Chai jumped up in excitement. This time, he really came back from the dead. In the end, it was all thanks to Lin Yi's timely arrival. However, it was not only him and the Morning Star Academy that benefited. This time, Lin Yi also earned a huge sum of money. Because all the pills were provided by him, after deducting the necessary materials and the auction fees, he had earned at least 80 million spiritual jades. However, Lin Yi only smiled and did not show any excitement. After all, he did not lack spiritual jades. No matter how many spiritual jades there were, it was just a number to him. Everyone gathered around to congratulate him. Nobody knew Lin Yi, but they all knew Honest Chai. The Hong Merchant Association had made such a big splash today. Everyone knew that he would be the #1 merchant association in the future. As the branch manager, Honest Chai's status would naturally rise. They had to curry favor with him now. Just as Honest Chai was happily dealing with the crowd, a person jumped out from booth 13 and landed in front of Honest Chai. He pointed at Honest Chai's nose and shouted, "This is impossible. The Hong Merchant Association is obviously up to something." "Manager Wan, what do you mean by that?" Honest Chai looked at the person in front of him and his expression turned cold. This person was the branch manager of the All Access Gathering, Wan Zhongjie. Seeing the two of them going head-to-head against each other, the entire audience quietened down. Everyone looked like they were watching a good show. If Wan Zhongjie could produce any evidence, then Ling Yuanqing would probably withdraw his order. It seemed like it was still uncertain who would be the sole supplier for Morning Star Academy. "Humph. Shopkeeper Chai, you know what I mean." Wan Zhongjie sneered. He suddenly jumped out purely because he was unwilling to accept it. He had put in so much effort to get a 7th grade great revitalizing pill, and he had finally managed to suppress the aristocratic families. Victory was in sight, but who would have thought that he would be slapped in the face like a clown in front of everyone? How could he tolerate this? "Shopkeeper Wan, if you have anything to say, you better say it face to face. Do you really think that my Hong Merchant Association is easy to bully?" Honest Chai, an honest man, was enraged. "Everyone knows that your Hong Chamber of Commerce is in a mess now. I suspect that these elixirs were purchased at a high price from somewhere else at the last minute in your last struggle. I dare to confirm that these medicinal pills of yours absolutely did not come from a single supplier. It must have been pieced together." Wan Zhongjie insisted firmly. "So what?" Everyone at the side was confused. Even if the elixir didn't come from the same supplier, did it matter? So what? "Humph, this kind of merchant association only knows how to buy elixirs at a high price at the last minute to put on a show. In fact, they have no long-term value to speak of. Letting this kind of merchant association be the sole supplier of Morning Star Academy, isn't this harming the Academy's disciples?" Wan Zhongjie sneered. "Shopkeeper Wan is right. If you want to be the sole supplier of Morning Star Academy, then you have to convince everyone. What's the point of putting together a temporary product?" At this moment, someone in the crowd responded. Everyone turned to look and saw that it was Shopkeeper Jean of the Golden Chamber of Commerce. "That's right, Shopkeeper Chai, hurry up and explain. For example, the set of Golden Gathering nascent pills that my aristocratic families would bring out was specially refined by the same alchemist. It is our exclusive supplier, so naturally, we can guarantee a stable supply. Otherwise, if we could only put together a few pills at the last minute, how would we be able to support the needs of so many disciples?" Shopkeeper Hao didn't miss the opportunity to speak up. Although these merchant associations were all competitors, and Shopkeeper Hao was just cursing Wan Zhongjie in his heart, in front of a powerful enemy like the Hong Chamber of Commerce, this could only be considered as an internal conflict. Right now, they needed to unite against the outside world and kick the Hong Chamber of Commerce while they were down. With Wan Zhongjie and the others taking the lead, the other shopkeepers of the other small merchant associations also jumped out and clamored for Chai to honestly reveal the source of the elixirs. Otherwise, the result of today's auction wouldn't count. That's impossible. The source of the elixirs is the absolute core secret of any merchant association. If it was you guys, would you so easily reveal the source of your elixirs? Shopkeeper Hao, why don't you set an example? Honest Chai retorted sarcastically. This. Shopkeeper Hao didn't dare to reply. If he revealed it in front of everyone, what would he do if someone tried to poach him? The aristocratic associations don't need to bear the responsibility of supplying the entire Morning Star Academy. Of course, there's no need to reveal the source of the elixirs. However, your Hong Chamber of Commerce is related to the future of the Academy's disciples. Shouldn't you give everyone a satisfactory explanation? Wan Zhongjie sneered as he changed the topic. The crowd instantly became agitated, and the commotion became more and more intense. The situation was getting more and more out of control. Honest Chai's heart was burning with anxiety. He originally thought that it would be a happy ending, but who would have thought that the situation would suddenly change to such a state? The tallest tree in the forest will be destroyed by the wind. The old saying was indeed true. Silence. At this moment, Ling Yuanqing finally spoke. Everyone instantly quietened down. This principal of the Morning Star Academy was publicly recognized as the #1 person in the academy. Once he spoke, no one dared to say anything else. Principal Ling, please uphold justice. Honest Chai was instantly elated. As long as Ling Yuanqing was willing to speak, Wan Zhongjie and the others' opinions would all be in vain. Now, he could sleep peacefully. Principal Ling, this matter is related to the future of the Academy's disciples. No matter how cautious we are, you cannot be soft-hearted and side with the Hong Chamber of Commerce. Wan Zhongjie and the others hurriedly said. Ling Yuanqing slowly swept his gaze across the crowd and said indifferently, letting the Hong Chamber of Commerce announce the source of the elixirs is not realistic nor reasonable. However, since everyone has doubts in their hearts, in order to clear the Hong Chamber of Commerce's name, why don't you let someone examine these elixirs? I believe they will be able to come up with a convincing conclusion. What does shopkeeper Chai think? Chapter 48-32. In fact, he was already relieved that Ling Yuanqing was willing to say this. After all, he couldn't possibly say that these pills were refined by Lin Yi. If he did that, it might cause trouble for Lin Yi, and he couldn't bear the consequences. Since you don't trust the alchemists of the commerce, let me do it. A strange-looking middle-aged man suddenly spoke, and the crowd immediately opened up a path for him. This person had green hair and a green beard, and was the head 7th-grade alchemist of the Morning Star Academy, Qing Danzi. Grandmaster Qing Danzi. Honest Chai was startled. Although he had a bad premonition in his heart, since the other party was the head alchemist of the Morning Star Academy, he naturally had the right to speak on this matter. He could only nod and say, since you're here to personally test the pills, I naturally have no problems. Good, then take out the pills first. Qing Danzi immediately ordered. Because the auction had just ended, the pills had not yet been handed over to the buyers. Very quickly, the workers gathered all the pills together and brought them out. Looking at this neat and tidy plate of pills, everyone couldn't help but swallow their saliva. No matter how these pills came to be, it didn't change the fact that each and every one of them was a rare pill. Any one of them alone was enough to make people drool. But now, there was a whole plate of pills here, with a total value of more than 90 million spirit jades. It was only because of the presence of a super expert like Ling Yuanqing. Otherwise, with the temptation of 90 million spirit jades, it was hard to say what these people would do. It might even turn into a bloodbath. As long as it's a high-grade pill, especially a 6th or 7th grade pill, the alchemist will mark it with a unique divine sense mark. This is to prove that the pill was refined by the alchemist himself. Therefore, if there's no accident, all the pills here will have a divine sense mark. We just need to check if these divine sense marks were made by the same alchemist. Qing Danzi said as he swept his gaze across the crowd. Everyone nodded their heads in agreement. Even Honest Chai nodded his head in agreement. This way, things would be much simpler. After all, any expert would be able to do it and not necessarily a pill refiner. This way, they wouldn't have to worry about the other party being biased towards shopkeeper Hao and the others. After all, as the chief alchemist of the academy, Master Qing Danzi, there were rumors in the streets that he had already chosen to collaborate with the aristocratic union. In particular, the Morning Star auction ceremony had been held because of his stance, so it was obvious which side he was on. After that, Qing Danzi immediately began to check the spiritual sense marks one by one. However, after he had checked all the pills, he suddenly froze and could not speak. How is it? Manager Hao and the others asked impatiently. They were waiting for Qing Danzi to give the verdict to the Hong Chamber of Commerce and invalidate the results of the auction. Qing Danzi frowned, not speaking for a long time. Beside him, Ling Yuanqing glanced at him and personally used his divine sense to examine the pills. Then, he also revealed an expression of surprise. These pills don't have any divine sense marks on them. Not even one. Everyone was in an uproar, each and every one of them had a look of disbelief on their faces. How could there be no divine sense mark on such a high-grade pill? However, since even Ling Yuanqing said so, it meant that there really wasn't any. According to Master Qing Danzi, since high-grade pills all have their own unique marks, then the lack of divine sense marks on these pills should be considered a special mark. This should be enough to prove that they were made by the same person, right? Honest Chai sneered. Wan Zhongjie, Manager Hao, and the others were instantly dumbfounded. They looked at each other and did not know what to say. They could only look at Qing Danzi. The suggestion to inspect the pills was not just a whim. With their many years of experience as a shopkeeper, they truly believed that these pills were put together by Honest Chai at the last minute. If not, if he really had such an amazing supply of pills, the Hong Merchant Guild would not have fallen to such a state where they were being attacked by everyone. No. At this moment, Qing Danzi's expression suddenly turned cold. He said with uncertainty, "Every single pill here is the masterpiece of an alchemist. Even if one or two don't have a divine sense mark on them, it is impossible for all of them to not have any. This is the best opportunity to stabilize the position of an alchemist. I guarantee that no alchemist will give up on this opportunity easily. To be an alchemist, one couldn't just practice hard behind closed doors alone. To put it bluntly, this was a profession that consumed a lot of spiritual jades. Almost every step of progress required a large amount of alchemy materials. Especially at the 7th level, it was an astronomical figure that was hard to estimate. It was even more exaggerated than 90 million spiritual jades. It was precisely because of this that it was impossible for a 7th-grade alchemist to exist independently. Only a powerful force like the East Continent Academy could afford to support one. In order to pursue higher treatment, all alchemists would try their best to raise their status and reputation. Only then would they have the opportunity to advance further. Qing Danzi had done this himself, and all the high-level alchemists he had seen before had done the same without exception. Supreme Grade Golden Condensing Soul Pill, Superior Grade Grand Revitalizing Pill, Superior Grade Beautifying Pill, Superior Grade Profound Thunder Pill. Every single one of these pills is a supreme pill that is hard to come by even for a 7th-grade alchemist. As long as you put a mark on these pills, you will undoubtedly become the chief alchemist of any Golden Grade Academy. Who do you think would willingly give up on this opportunity? Qing Danzi glanced at Honest Chai. Facing Qing Danzi's invisible pressure, Honest Chai subconsciously took 2 steps back. The others nodded in agreement. No alchemist would not want to become the chief alchemist. Qing Danzi's words were very reasonable. But, these pills truly don't have any divine sense marks on them. How do you explain this? Honest Chai braced himself and asked. It's very simple. These pills originally had divine sense marks on them, but they were purposely erased by someone. As for why they did this, I don't think I need to explain further. Qing Danzi's tone was unpredictable. Grandmaster Qing Danzi is right. Honest Chai, you look so honest on the outside, but who would have thought that you would be so cunning in the dark? In order to obtain the qualifications to become a supplier, you would even use such a despicable method. Too sinister. Wan Zhongjie, Shopkeeper Hao, and the others immediately added insult to injury. You all. Honest Chai opened his mouth in grief and indignation, but not a single word came out. This Qing Danzi was obviously siding with the other merchant groups, but his words were impeccable. Even if he were to argue with him, it was obvious who the crowd would believe. Chapter 48-33. Lin Yuanqing's gaze landed on Honest Chai. Honest Chai panicked. It took him so much effort to come back from the dead. Was he going to die just like that? He couldn't accept it, he couldn't accept it at all. But very quickly, Honest Chai felt that something wasn't right. Although Lin Yuanqing's gaze was looking in his direction, it didn't land on him. Instead, he seemed to be sizing up Lin Yi with a pensive expression, as if he had seen him somewhere before. At this moment, Lin Yi finally walked out slowly, instantly attracting everyone's attention. He arrived in front of Qing Danzi and said, "Who can erase the divine sense mark? Is it you? Or is it someone else?" "What?" Just like Honest Chai, Qing Danzi was forced to take 2 steps back, causing everyone to be shocked. Who was this kid? The ones who reacted the most were those in room 3. Lin Yi's guess was right, the one in there was the divine nun of the Eastern Sea, and even Huang Xinyan and Huang Xiaotao were here. It's him. It's really him. Sister Xinyan, you're right. Huang Xiaotao's face was full of joy. If it weren't for the fact that there were too many people below, she would have jumped out of the box. Yes. He's actually here in the Eastern continent. Huang Xinyan was also so happy that tears welled up in her eyes. Ever since they parted in the southern continent, she thought that she would have to wait for many years before she could see Lin Yi again. She didn't expect to see him so soon. Lin Yi had actually come to the Eastern continent. Since Lin Yi was sitting right below the stage, they'd seen him from room 3 a long time ago. It was just that Lin Yi had his back to them the whole time, and his aura had changed quite a bit after his recent increase in strength. Xinyan and Huang Xiaotao couldn't confirm their suspicions, even though he looked familiar at first. But now, they finally saw his face. That's right, this was the lover of their dreams. It's him. I remember that he was only at the Golden Core stage. How did he become a nascent soul late stage? The divine nun of the East Sea could not help but become rather stunned when she heard what the 2 women said. Due to Huang Xiaotao, she still had some impression of Lin Yi. How long had it been? Even with Huang Xiaotao's powerful aptitude, she still hadn't been able to condense her nascent soul. Her senior brother was already at the late nascent soul stage. Even if he was heaven-defying, it shouldn't be this heaven-defying, right? Could it be that he, Lin Yuanqing, and the others had all misjudged him, and this kid was the real super genius? Let's not talk about the shocked reactions in booth number 3. At this moment, the atmosphere below the stage was already very tense. Qing Danzi looked coldly at Lin Yi and said, "What do you mean by that?" "Nothing. According to what I know, existences at the level of a 7th-tier alchemist already have very powerful senses. If you want to erase their senses, you need to be a super master at the magnate realm at least. In other words, you need to be at the mountain opening stage at the very least. And it's quite difficult to erase even one. Where do you think the Hong Chamber of Commerce can find so many mountain opening stage masters to do this?" Lin Yi said calmly. The magnate realm. This was also a brand new realm that Lin Yi learned from the ghost. It was a general classification of the great realms of strength. Simply put, from the mountain opening stage, including the earth opening stage, the sea splitting stage, and even the legendary heaven breaking stage, they all belong to the magnate realm. As for the realms below the mountain opening stage, from the foundation establishment stage to the profound ascension stage, they all belong to the heavenly path stage. According to the ghost's words, the heavenly path stage and the 5 heaven stage islands could only be regarded as entering a higher level. Only when one's strength completely stepped into the magnate realm would he be considered to have truly entered the ranks of the masters. Only the magnate realm masters could become the pillars of the various forces and compete with the heroes of the world. As soon as Lin Yi's words came out, everyone immediately quieted down. They didn't know much about the divine sense marking. Just now when Qing Danzi said that, they felt that it was very reasonable, but now after listening to Lin Yi's words, they couldn't help but feel that it was indeed the case. Qing Danzi's face changed. He didn't think that at this time, someone who knew about the divine sense marking would jump out. Originally, these people present, including Ling Yuanqing, didn't know much about the divine sense marking of medicinal pills, so they could only agree with what he said. But now that Lin Yi had done this, their intentions were immediately exposed. Who are you? What qualifications does a nobody have to say this? Qing Danzi directly pointed his spear at Lin Yi. Although using his body to suppress the other party was the worst plan, there was no other choice at this time. A nobody. You can say that, but no matter what, I'm still the honorary vice president of the Hong Clan Merchant Association. Don't tell me I don't even have the qualifications to speak on behalf of our merchant association. Lin Yi glanced sideways at him. Such a young fellow was actually the honorary vice president of the Hong Clan Merchant Association. Hearing this, everyone was instantly shocked. Not only did Qing Danzi's face change, even Ling Yuanqing couldn't help but be slightly moved. However, he suddenly thought of a person. Back in the South Continent Sea, Wang Xiaotao seemed to have a senior brother who was also the honorary vice president of the Hong Clan Merchant Association. Moreover, this person looked somewhat familiar. Could it be that they were the same person? Everyone else looked at each other in dismay. For a top-tier merchant association like the Hong Clan Merchant Association, in terms of overall strength, it was not inferior to any of the Eastern Continent's Golden Step Academies. This young man was actually an honorary vice president, then wouldn't that mean he was in existence on the same level as the Academy's vice dean? Seeing the disbelief on everyone's faces, Honest Chai hurriedly stood up to testify. That's right, this is our Hong Clan Merchant Association's Vice President Lin. If anyone doesn't believe me, feel free to go to the Middle Island and ask around. Everyone once again looked at each other in dismay. Although they still found it hard to believe, since even the branch manager Honest Chai had testified in front of them, it naturally couldn't be false. Since you're the honorary vice president, does that mean that you're in charge of the Hong Clan Merchant Association here? Alright, there's no need to talk nonsense. If you want to prove that your supply is stable, it's very simple. As long as you can take out another 5 Thunder Xian pills, I'll admit that you have the ability. Qing Danzi said with a cold face. 5 Thunder Xian pills. Lin Yi looked at him as if he was looking at an idiot, and said coldly, You're going to provide the materials. It's easy for you to say that. Qing Danzi was immediately speechless. Under everyone's gaze, he couldn't help but blush. He must have lost his head from anger. How could he say such words in a moment of hot-headedness? That's right, how can the materials for the Thunder Xian pill be so easy to find? The Thunder Xian vine is a very rare treasure. Someone in the crowd said indignantly. Chapter 48-34. He did not believe Lin Yi's nonsense at all. If a brat like Lin Yi could be a 7th-grade alchemist, then what was he, who had studied for hundreds of years, worth of effort? Moreover, even if he was a 7th-grade alchemist, it was impossible to refine 10 recover pills in a day. It was impossible. We'll know who gave me the guts in a day. Lin Yi looked at him with a faint smile. What are you waiting for? Hurry up and take out the materials. Prepare a room for alchemy for me. We'll see the results in a day. Alright, you said it yourself. Qing Danzi immediately sent people to prepare. Manager Hao was overjoyed. The partnership with the Academy was destined to fall into the hands of his Grand Union. Other than the auction venue, the first floor of the Morning Star Union had all sorts of facilities. Not only were there VIP rooms, but there were also many special rooms like the alchemy room. After the materials were prepared, Lin Yi immediately went into seclusion to refine pills. As for the others, they did not disperse. After all, it was only the first day of the Morning Star Union's auction. There would be a series of activities after that, especially the highly anticipated individual auction in a few days. Therefore, they would all stay in Morning Star City for a while. Other than the disciples of the Morning Star Union, most of the others stayed in the first floor of the Morning Star Union. It would be a waste not to watch the show. The onlookers did not disperse. Wang Xinyan and Huang Xiaotao wanted to rush down and reunite with Lin Yi immediately, but there were too many people. In the end, they were persuaded by the divine nun of the East Sea. Since they knew that Lin Yi was in the Hong Merchant Association, it did not matter if they waited a little longer. They might as well wait for him to settle his matters first. As everyone waited, a day passed in the blink of an eye. Qing Danzi, Honest Chai, and the others waited at the door of the alchemy room, waiting for the moment the door opened. Hee, you're all here. Lin Yi opened the door and greeted everyone. How was it? Honest Chai quickly went forward. This concerned the life and death of the Morning Star branch, and he was even more nervous than Lin Yi. He was afraid that an accident would happen. After all, failure in pill refinement was a very common thing, and no matter how amazing a pill refiner was, there was no exception. Humph. Is there even a need to say it? Just look at his empty hands. Qing Danzi, shopkeeper Hao, and the others sneered. Empty-handed. Is your eyesight that bad? Find a doctor to take a good look at him. If he's sick, he has to be treated. Lin Yi smiled indifferently. With a wave of his hand, a medium-sized box suddenly appeared in his hand. After he opened it, a wave of gasps could be heard from the surroundings. Qing Danzi and the others' eyes almost popped out of their sockets. Not one more, not one less, exactly 10 grade 7 Great Recover pills. Looking at everyone's expressions of disbelief, Lin Yi laughed silently. He had still hidden one of his cards. One had to know that his luck was pretty good this time. 10 sets of ingredients had been used to refine 18 Great Recover pills. In order to not cause too much of a commotion, he had hidden the other 8. But even so, Qing Danzi was completely dumbfounded. If these 10 Great Recover pills had been prepared in advance by the other party, it would have been fine. But now, they were clearly still warm and fragrant. Without a doubt, these 10 pills were of superior quality. Furthermore, they were concocted within a day. This was practically a freaking miracle. Is this the legendary Absolute Dan? Qing Danzi swallowed his saliva as he looked at Lin Yi from head to toe in disbelief. Absolute pill formation was 100% success rate. This was the realm that almost all alchemists pursued. Regardless of the grade, this was an eternal dream. Absolute pill formation. This was the first time Lin Yi had heard of this term. But after thinking about it, he understood. With a casual expression, he said, "Oh, this is very easy." What's so strange about it? Easy. Qing Danzi almost bit his tongue off. Looking at Lin Yi as if he was looking at a monster, he said, "I'm talking about absolute pill formation. How could this be easy? I've never seen any alchemist who could do this. Aren't you afraid that the wind will cut your tongue?" Speaking up to this point, Qing Danzi suddenly froze. This person was not boasting, he had truly achieved absolute pill formation. To him, this was as difficult as ascending to the heavens. Perhaps, in the eyes of this person, it really was child's play. Seeing that Qing Danzi was suddenly dumbfounded and silent, everyone thought that this guy was thinking about how to put pressure on the Hong Chamber of Commerce again. Even Lin Yi thought so. But when they saw what Qing Danzi did next, they were all dumbfounded. Plop. Qing Danzi suddenly knelt in front of Lin Yi. His expression became incomparably solemn and sincere as he said, "Master, please accept me as your disciple." What the hell? What kind of play is this? Not only Lin Yi was stunned, Honest Chai was stunned, shopkeeper Hao was stunned, and everyone else was stunned. Even Ling Yuanqing's expression was a little strange. His own academy's chief alchemist suddenly kneeling in front of someone and begging to be his disciple, this was the first time he had seen something so bizarre. He was clearly scheming against the other party. Why did he suddenly change his mind? Another person who changed his face faster than flipping a book. Looking at Qing Danzi's expression, Lin Yi's mouth couldn't help but twitch. Subconsciously, he thought of Okuda Dam. Only, that guy would suddenly change his mind and throw you into the sea. But this person in front of him was a little strange. He was clearly in the middle of a fight, but he suddenly knelt down. Ignoring everyone's strange gazes, Qing Danzi looked at Lin Yi with a burning gaze and said carefully, "If this disciple didn't guess wrong, you must be a mystic level first level alchemist." According to the ranks of alchemists, above the 7th level was a whole new realm. This was the legendary mystic level alchemist. Even if it was only a mystic level first level alchemist, it was still a height that no other 7th level alchemist could reach. They could only look up to it, not be compared to it. Oh. Lin Yi looked at him with an indescribable expression. He didn't admit nor deny it on the spot. Definitely, this disciple has seen many 7th level alchemists, but none of them could refine a 7th level great cyclic Dan so quickly. Not to mention 10 in a day. I haven't even heard of one in a day. Furthermore, this is an absolute success. Other than a mystic level first level alchemist, this disciple really can't think of a second possibility. Qing Danzi said with certainty. Chapter 48-35. Qing Danzi's expression immediately turned ugly after being ridiculed by the crowd. However, it was impossible for him to give up just like that. He immediately said in a forceful tone, "Fine. Since the materials for the Thunder Xian pill cannot be gathered, I will take a step back. Your Hong Chamber of Commerce only needs to bring me 10 more Great Recover pills within a day. I will give you the materials. Hey, I respect you as the head alchemist of the academy, that's why I call you Grandmaster Qing Danzi, but aren't you being too shameless?" Honest Chai couldn't take it anymore and said with righteous indignation, "This is called taking a step back. Even if the Great Rejuvenating Pill is easier to concoct than the Xian Thunder Pill, it's still a level 7 pill. Furthermore, you have to bring out 10 in a day. The difficulty is much higher. If you're trying to make things difficult, just say so." The rest of the people were also pointing at him. Taking out 10 Great Rejuvenation pills in one day was too easy for them. Don't forget that there were only 2 Great Rejuvenation pills in the entire auction today, and one of them was from the Hong Chamber of Commerce. Don't say such useless things. As long as you can bring it out, I, as the head alchemist of the Morning Star Academy, guarantee that your Hong Merchant Guild will be the only supplier. Qing Danzi sneered. When he said this, his eyes involuntarily secretly glanced at Ling Yuanqing. He was also forced to say this, otherwise even if he had the guts, he would not dare to be so presumptuous in front of Ling Yuanqing. The position of the chief alchemist was transcendent, but it was not transcendent to the point where he could look down on everyone. Luckily, Ling Yuanqing didn't say anything. Instead, he calmly sat down and watched the situation unfold. Qing Danzi let out a sigh of relief. This was a tacit agreement. That's right, no matter what, I'm the Academy's most trusted head alchemist. As the Academy's dean, it's impossible for Ling Yuanqing to side with the Hong Merchant Association and not help his own people. Today, I must trample the Hong Merchant Association into the ground. Oh. Are you sure you can make the decision? Lin Yi looked at Ling Yuanqing. Of course. I can also tell you that if you can do it, I'll only sell the pills I concoct to the Hong Merchant Guild. Qing Danzi said. Are you for real? Honest Chai's eyes immediately lit up. Even though he was furious at this fella, he couldn't deny that this was a genuine 7th grade pill master. If this fella only refined pills for his Hong Merchant Association, then he would have a huge supply of high-grade pills in the future. This was something he couldn't ask for more. This was a good thing. Even though he managed to obtain a bunch of level 7 pills thanks to Lin Yi, Honest Chai knew that Lin Yi wouldn't stay here forever. What would he do after he left? If Honest Chai could think of this, so could Lin Yi. If he could really make this Qing Danzi work with the Hong Commerce, then he wouldn't have to worry about the future anymore. This was a good thing that came knocking on his door. With my status, do you think I would make empty promises in front of so many people? Qing Danzi frowned and suddenly turned his head to look at Manager Hao. Faintly, he said, but I'll say the ugly words first. If you can't produce it within a day, that means your supply isn't stable enough. Although your Hong Chamber of Commerce won the auction just now, you will still have to give up your position as the sole supplier to the Hao family metropolis. Everyone finally came to a realization. After going around in a big circle, it turned out that this was Qing Danzi's true objective. He, as the head alchemist of the academy, purposely went against the Hong Merchant Guild in order to force them to give up their position and give up their partnership to the Hao Family Association. He even skipped the all-access gathering in the middle. Ah! Wang Zhongjia's eyeballs almost popped out of their sockets. Just now, he was the most enthusiastic one among them. He thought that as long as he could drag the Hong Merchant Guild down, the partnership would automatically fall into the hands of the all-access gathering. Who would have thought that Qing Danzi would suddenly say such a thing? Wang Zhongjia swallowed the words that were on the tip of his tongue when Qing Danzi shot him a cold glance. Although he was extremely unwilling, he didn't dare to go against the chief alchemist of the academy in the territory of Morningstar City. What if he followed in the footsteps of the Hong Merchants Association and was also targeted and banned? At this time, no one was paying attention to Wang Zhongjia. There were only two people who were being watched, Qing Danzi and Lin Yi. This condition isn't much. You're a level 7 alchemist, right? Do you think you can refine 10 great recover pills in a day? Why don't we change it? I'll provide the materials, and you can challenge me. Lin Yi suddenly said with a pout. This. Qing Danzi was at a loss for words. Outsiders might not know this, but as the chief alchemist of the academy, he knew the difficulty of this task better than anyone else. 10 7th-grade recover pills a day was an impossible task. He had only proposed it to deliberately make things difficult for the Hong Chamber of Commerce. If it was really possible, Qing Danzi wouldn't have proposed it so confidently. After all, he wasn't an idiot. Qing Danzi didn't know how to continue. Just when everyone thought that Lin Yi would use this as an excuse to get out of the situation, he spoke again. Forget it. Give me the materials, and I'll reluctantly refine them for a fool like you. I'll let you know the foundation of the Hong Merchant Guild. What? What do you mean? You're not saying that you'll refine them, are you? Qing Danzi was stunned again. Oh, I forgot to tell you that I'm not only the honorary vice president of the Hong Merchant Group, but I'm also the chief alchemist of the Morningstar branch. I can't refine anything else, but it's not a problem for me to refine a few level 7 great recover pills, Lin Yi said indifferently. As soon as these words came out, not only was Qing Danzi completely dumbfounded, but everyone present was also shocked. Even Ling Yuanqing couldn't help but be moved again. The honorary vice president of the Hong Merchant Guild didn't have to be very strong. In theory, as long as one made a huge contribution to the Merchant Guild, they would have a chance to get the position. So although it was rare, it wasn't too shocking. But a level 7 alchemist. How could such a young guy do it? Lin Yi had already expected everyone's shock. Anyway, his alchemy ability had already been exposed on the warship, so there was no need to continue hiding it. Moreover, it wasn't entirely a bad thing to expose this kind of thing. At least it would make people think more highly of him, and sometimes it would be more convenient for him to do things. There were pros and cons, just a few great recover pills. Humph, how arrogant of you. Qing Danzi's face was almost the same color as his hair and eyebrows. He sneered and said, "You don't know your place, kid. Don't think that just because you have the backing of the Hong Merchant Guild, you can speak so arrogantly. How dare you belittle us, a level 7 alchemist? Who gave you such courage? Chapter 48-37. Although this was not a rare thing, there were many alchemists who were stuck at the 7th level, let alone 100 years, even if they spent their entire lives, they would not be able to advance an inch, and even more alchemists could not even touch the threshold of the 7th level. To be able to reach the level of Qing Danzi was already very rare, but Qing Danzi was not willing to give up. Back then, he was a super genius in alchemy. In just a few decades, he rose all the way to the 6th level, and then successfully reached the 7th level before the age of 100. At that time, he was famous and shocked the world of alchemy. However, just when everyone, including himself, thought that he would undoubtedly become the next profound stage alchemist, he suddenly stopped moving, and he was stuck for more than 200 years. Until today, very few people in the alchemy world mentioned his name, and even if they knew, they would only say that he was lost in the crowd. It had been 200 years, and Qing Danzi's spirit was almost completely gone. He'd thought that this was the end of his path, and that he wouldn't be able to take another step forward. Who would have thought that he'd run into Lin Yi, a man who could make 10 high-class great recovery pills in one day, a man who had the secret to making them. Qing Danzi's heart suddenly lit up with hope. Compared with alchemy, which he regarded as his life, everything else was fleeting, even his dignity and pride could be thrown aside. In order to go further, he directly wanted to be apprenticed to Lin Yi on the spot. Although he also knew that it would not be so easy, and what he had done before had completely offended Lin Yi, unless there was a hole in Lin Yi's brain, otherwise it would be impossible for Lin Yi to accept him so easily. But he didn't mind, no matter what, he had to try hard, and what if he could succeed? After all, for him, there was no such chance. It was not so easy to meet a legendary alchemist with absolute success. Moreover, he was the dignified chief alchemist of the college, and if he abandoned his dignity in public, Lin Yi would take the face of the Hong's Chamber of Commerce into account. Maybe he would agree. Listening to Qing Danzi's words, Lin Yi couldn't help but be stunned for a while. He was actually regarded as the legendary first-level mystic stage. This person's imagination was really big. I don't have much to teach you. The path of alchemy is purely taught by the master, and it depends on the individual. You are a level 7 alchemist after all. You should know this very well, Lin Yi said after a moment of hesitation. Although it was not a bad thing to accept such a chief alchemist disciple, Lin Yi had always relied on the divine armament cauldron for alchemy. What could he teach such a disciple? He couldn't possibly lend the divine pesticide cauldron to him, right? Disciple does not ask master to impart too many esoteric secrets to me. I only ask that master can give me a few pointers and share some of your alchemy experiences. That would be enough for me. I dare not ask for more. Qing Danzi looked at Lin Yi with eager eyes. Of course, he knew what Lin Yi was talking about. In fact, he didn't need Lin Yi to teach him systematically. He didn't need it, because at his level, he had already formed his own style. Even if he was taught from the beginning, it would be useless. However, most of the time, what stopped him wasn't a systematic problem, but a seemingly insignificant one. At this time, it often only needed a little pointers from an expert to make a big difference. Looking at the other party's extremely sincere expression, Lin Yi couldn't help but be moved. He thought for a moment and said, "Well, I can give you a few pointers, but, according to the previous bet, from now on, the alchemy refined by Qing Danzi would be handed over to the Hong Chamber of Commerce." Because of this, Lin Yi didn't mind giving him a few pointers. However, before he finished speaking, Lin Yi originally wanted to say that he would accept him as a disciple. As a result, he didn't expect that with a plop, Qing Danzi would directly kneel down again. Disciple Qing Danzi pays respect to master. Qing Danzi immediately shouted excitedly. He hurriedly prostrated himself on the ground to pay respect to his master, forcibly holding back Lin Yi's next words. The surrounding crowd immediately went into an uproar. The first time Qing Danzi knelt down, they could still say that this fellow was acting strangely, but now he did it again. This could only mean one thing: this fellow was definitely serious. Lin Yi speechlessly looked at the kneeling Qing Danzi in front of him. What's done can't be undone. He was going to have a disciple for no reason, and it was the chief alchemist of the Morning Star Academy as his disciple. If this news were to spread, it would be too awesome. All right, you can get up first. Lin Yi could only stretch out his hand to help Qing Danzi up. Although this wasn't part of his plan, it wasn't a bad thing. At least he got a big backer for honest chai, and with this disciple staying in the Morning Star Academy, he could take care of Wang Xinyan and Huang Xiaotao. It wasn't a bad thing. Shopkeeper Hao and the others sat on the ground with stiff expressions. Now that things had developed to this point, there was no longer any suspense in the auction. Qing Danzi was their greatest backer, but now, their pillar of support had turned to the other side, and he had even knelt down and begged to become Lin Yi's disciple. What the hell were they supposed to do? The shopkeepers were extremely unwilling to accept this, but there was nothing they could do. The situation was against their will. What they could foresee was that with a powerful backer like Qing Danzi, no other Hong Merchant Guild in Morning Star City would be able to stand shoulder to shoulder with them. It was even more impossible for them to get an opportunity like today to kick them when they were down, because no one dared to offend the Hong Merchant Guild. That was equivalent to offending the Morning Star Academy. However, while this result was a tragedy for shopkeeper Hao and the others, it was a joyous occasion for everyone else. It wasn't just Honest Chai and the others, even Wang Xinyan and Huang Xiaotao, who were still in the third room, were extremely excited. As the two girls cheered, the divine nun of the East Sea was shocked. Her gaze moved back and forth between Lin Yi and Qing Danzi as she shook her head speechlessly. It was not just her. The other heavyweights of the Morning Star Academy, including Ling Yuanqing and Wei Hebei, also stared at Lin Yi blankly. Although they did not know Lin Yi's identity a long time ago like the divine nun of the East Sea, he was still a founding heavyweight after all. As long as they had the slightest impression of him, even if they could not recall it in the beginning, they would be able to recall it after some time. Right now, they could all remember where they had seen Lin Yi before. Wasn't this the guy they had planned on forcefully taking in as a disciple back then? Back in the sea region of the South Continent, during the first public selection in Jinduan City, Wang Xiaotao had been taken in by the divine nun of the East Sea, while Lin Yi had managed to get away by hiding the nature of his spiritual root. Afterwards, they met again in Y City, and under the advice of the purchasing envoy Qin Deli, the three heavyweights personally went to the Heaven's Equal Escort Agency in order to take in Lin Yi, but they did not succeed in the end. Chapter 48-38. This was not just because his strength had increased by leaps and bounds. More importantly, this guy's identity was just too frightening. Not only was he the honorary vice president of the Hong Chamber of Commerce, but he had also become Qing Danzi's master. In terms of identity alone, Lin Yi was at least on the same level as the three heavyweights of the Morning Star Academy. He might even be a level higher than them. After all, Qing Danzi was the chief alchemist of the academy, and his status was not much lower than the three heavyweights. Yet, Lin Yi had actually become Qing Danzi's master. Just thinking about this was enough to make one faint. However, although it sounded strange, the cultivation world was still a place where strength was respected. No matter what aspect you were extraordinary in, as long as you could reach a certain level of strength, you would definitely receive the respect of the world. The path of alchemy was the same. With Lin Yi's current strength, he was naturally far from being on the same level as the three heavyweights. However, if he really was a legendary profound tier first-level alchemist like Qing Danzi had said, then it would not be as simple as being on the same level as them. He might even be a level higher than them. What an interesting young man. Ling Yuanqing glanced deeply at Lin Yi from within the crowd, then turned around and walked out of the first floor of the Morningstar Academy. There was no need for him, the dean, to stand out and say anything. Without a doubt, the Hong Chamber of Commerce would be the Academy's only supplier in the future. Dean, you actually let that kid fool you back then. Don't you feel a little regretful? Wei Hebei suddenly appeared behind Lin Yuanqing. He turned around with a strange expression to look at Lin Yi in the crowd behind him. This was actually what he was thinking. In terms of thirst for a genius disciple, Wei Hebei was the one with the greatest desire among the three heavyweights. In the end, he discovered that such a heaven-defying young man had slipped through his fingers. Right now, he was so regretful that his intestines were turning green. It's too late for regrets now. He's on equal footing with the two of you right now. If you still want him to become your disciple, he'll become a laughing stock if this gets out. At the very least, Qing Danzi's expression will be very interesting. Before they knew it, the divine nun of the East Sea had also appeared before them. Beside her were Wang Xinyan and Huang Xiaotao, who constantly glanced back. From the moment they discovered Lin Yi, they were eager to reunite with Lin Yi. It was just a pity that there were far too many people here, so the divine nun of the East Sea finally persuaded them to stop. At this moment, there was only one thing that the two girls wanted to do the most. That was to hurry back to the academy, then sneak off to the Hong Chamber of Commerce to see Lin Yi. Hearing what the divine nun of the East Sea said, Lin Yuanqing and Wei Hebei could not help but smile wryly at one another. They could only look at Huang Xiaotao. Xiaotao, oh Xiaotao, why didn't you remind me back then? Wouldn't it have been better to let your senior brother join the academy as well? With his talent and strength, his treatment would definitely be amazing. Sigh, once Lin Yi joined, not only would their academy gain another genius disciple, but more importantly, they would gain a supreme alchemist who was suspected to be at the first level of the profound level. The benefits of this were immeasurable, but unfortunately, it was too late to say anything now. Uncle Master, this is my senior brother's decision. I can't interfere. Huang Xiaotao stuck out her tongue and looked at Wang Xinyan with a smile. The passers-by all gave way to them and watched the three heavyweights of the academy leave. On the other side, after the commotion of the auction on the first floor of the Morningstar Pavilion came to a dramatic end, Qing Danzi immediately suggested, Master, do you want to go to our academy to take a look? The scenery inside is quite nice. You can also give me some pointers on the alchemy room. How about that? That's fine. Lin Yi immediately nodded. He was still worrying about how he could sneak into the academy and meet Wang Xinyan and Huang Xiaotao. Qing Danzi's suggestion was exactly what he wanted. Honest Chai didn't say anything else. After handing over all the matters on hand to Cui Mingshan, he hurriedly accompanied Lin Yi and Qing Danzi. The following auction had nothing to do with the Chamber of Commerce anymore. The most important thing for him now was to accompany Lin Yi well. At the same time, he wanted to build a good relationship with Qing Danzi, his future alchemist. After all, after Lin Yi left, he would have to rely on Qing Danzi to provide high-grade pills. Under the gaze of the crowd, Qing Danzi personally led the way for Lin Yi to the Morningstar Academy. Having just become Lin Yi's disciple, he was overwhelmed with emotions. He wanted to perform well in front of Lin Yi and think of ways to please him. Qing Danzi took the shortcut. As a result, when they arrived at the gates of the Morningstar Academy, they bumped into Ling Yuanqing's group. Qing Danzi was surprised and hurriedly introduced them to Lin Yi. He thought that Lin Yi only knew Ling Yuanqing and didn't know that the two people beside him were the other two giants of the Morningstar Academy. As they listened to Qing Danzi's introduction, Ling Yuanqing and the others looked at each other. Speak of the devil, and the devil appears. On the way here, they had been talking about Lin Yi and didn't expect to bump into him again. This time, they were really dumbfounded and didn't know what to say. However, Lin Yi didn't listen to him at all. His gaze landed on the two women behind the divine nun of the Eastern Sea. At the same time, Wang Xinyan and Huang Xiaotao also looked at him with joy. They were so happy that tears of joy rolled down their cheeks. Although for cultivators, Lin Yi hadn't been separated from them for a long time, longing was like an illness. The deeper the feelings, the deeper the illness. When it came to Lin Yi and his female friends, it could only be said that the illness was beyond cure. Thousands of words could only be said in this silent exchange of gazes. Young hero Lin, we meet again. Lin Yuanqing finally opened his mouth after a moment of silence. As the number one person in the Morningstar Academy, it was rare for him to greet someone with such a tone, especially someone as young as Lin Yi. However, with Lin Yi's qualifications, it was completely worth it for him to treat him differently. Senior Ling, Senior Wei, Senior Eastern Sea, long time no see. Lin Yi nodded with a smile. At this time, Huang Xiaodao's eyes moved. She couldn't help but want to go over and hug Lin Yi, but because Wang Xinyan was standing next to her, she couldn't help but feel embarrassed. After all, Wang Xinyan was ranked before her, and as the younger sister, she couldn't always be ahead of her older sister. In this regard, Huang Xiaotao was a woman with a very traditional concept of seniority. Wang Xinyan couldn't help but laugh and pinch her hand. The two of them had been together for so long, and they already understood each other very well. She could tell what Huang Xiaotao was thinking with just a glance. There was still a tacit understanding between sisters. Huang Xiaotao blushed a little. Under everyone's gaze, she didn't dare to be too bold. She could only suppress the surging emotions in her heart and walk up to Lin Yi. Her voice trembled as she said, "Senior Lin." Chapter 48-39. Qing Danzi looked back and forth between Lin Yi and Huang Xiaotao in disbelief. He asked in surprise, "What? What did you call my master? He's your senior brother. You didn't expect this, did you?" Lin Yi is my disciple's senior brother. They were all disciples of the three great pavilions in the north. The divine nun of the Eastern Sea couldn't help but laugh. "Qing Danzi, you always want to suppress me, but now you don't have to think about it. You've already become my grand disciple." Ling Yuanqing and Wei Hebei couldn't help but smile. No matter which academy in the Eastern continent, the chief alchemist's position was always at the top, especially in Soaring Cloud Academy, where there was a relatively strong chief alchemist. It was normal for one to become the second-ranked big shot of the academy. In Morning Star Academy, the position of the three giants of the academy was unshakable because of their strength. However, Qing Danzi was not the kind of person who was willing to submit to others. It was impossible for him to surpass the Dean Ling Yuanqing, and it was also impossible for him to surpass the Vice Dean Wei Hebei, who had many disciples. The only target left was the solitary divine nun of the Eastern Sea. Although she was the Vice Dean, she rarely asked about the academy's affairs. Moreover, she only had two direct disciples, Wang Xinyan and Huang Xiaotao. In addition to her strength, the divine nun of the Eastern Sea was the easiest to surpass. In fact, Qing Danzi always had the opportunity to surpass her, and public opinion had already vaguely positioned him as the third most powerful person in the academy. But now, with such a thing happening, it was unlikely. Qing Danzi smiled bitterly and shook his head. "Ah. How could this be? This is what it means to be unpredictable. Qing Danzi, you should just accept your fate." "Ha ha ha ha." Wei Hebei laughed. Alright, but this kind of thing doesn't matter. For me, alchemy is the most important thing." Qing Danzi laughed. Compared to the academy's status and fame, he only cared about alchemy. As long as he could make progress in alchemy, he was willing to give up everything. Ling Yuanqing and the others smiled at each other. A chief alchemist completely immersed in alchemy was a good thing for the academy. Let me reintroduce you. Lin Yi nodded to the two girls with a smile and introduced, "This is my junior sister Huang Xiaotao from the North Island, and this is my deskmate Wang Xinyan." "What? What do you mean by deskmate?" Qing Danzi was stunned once again. It wasn't just him, even Ling Yuanqing and the others had blank expressions on their faces. In particular, the divine nun of the East Sea was even more shocked. She had always believed that only Huang Xiaotao was connected to Lin Yi among her disciples. She had never thought that even Wang Xinyan was connected to Lin Yi like that. However, what did deskmate mean? "Master Qing Danzi, don't listen to him," Xinyan said, blushing as she gave Lin Yi a reproachful look. Lin Yi's heart warmed up at that point. It didn't matter how many times he looked at that cute face of hers, he'd never get tired of it. It was just like when they first met on the train. No, I'm not a master." Qing Danzi hurriedly waved his hands and corrected himself. "Since you're my master's deskmate, then you're my senior. Your disciple greets deskmate, pft." Xinyan didn't know what to say to that, and the others all had strange expressions on their faces as well. This Qing Danzi guy really knew how to lower himself. It was one thing for him to be Lin Yi's disciple, but now he was calling Xinyan master. What was he going to call Ling Yuanqing and the others? Lin Yi was smiling as well. He hadn't expected this Qing Danzi to be such a clown. After all, he was a 7th-rank alchemist, and it was rare to see someone as open as him. Originally, everyone was still a little stiff because of their status. After all, Ling Yuanqing and the others were the big shots of the academy, and they couldn't possibly put down their pride in front of the juniors. However, after this incident, the atmosphere became much livelier, and a rare burst of laughter could be heard, attracting the attention of the students passing by. However, among the crowd, only Honest Chai couldn't put down his pride. With his cautious personality, it was difficult for him to relax in front of Ling Yuanqing and the others. "Shopkeeper Chai, why don't you return to the Hong Merchant Guild first? I'll look for you later," Lin Yi instructed. Okay, then I'll take my leave first." Honest Chai heaved a sigh of relief. Being in the same place as so many big shots was really stressful. Not to mention talking and laughing, it was so stressful that he couldn't breathe. However, after leaving the Morning Star Academy and returning to the business district, Honest Chai raised his head high again. After all, he was now representing the Hong Merchant Guild, the future #1 merchant guild in Morning Star City. After watching Honest Chai leave, Lin Yi and the others entered the Morning Star Academy. Thinking back to the time when he first came to Morning Star City, Lin Yi was still having a headache about how to enter the Morning Star Academy. Now that he had a disciple like Qing Danzi, everything became much easier. Ling Yuanqing and the other big shots of the academy all treated Lin Yi differently. As for the other students, they only dared to watch from afar. They didn't even dare to go near, in case they made the big shots unhappy. Along the way, everyone finally put aside the issue of seniority caused by Qing Danzi and decided to talk about their own matters. Otherwise, they wouldn't be able to differentiate clearly. Lin Yi was Huang Xiaotao's senior brother and Qing Danzi's master, while Huang Xiaotao was the direct disciple of the divine nun of the Eastern Sea. It was a complete mess. They wouldn't be able to sort out the seniority issue in their next lives. They could only go according to the seniority they were used to. After walking together for a while, they parted ways very quickly. Lin Yi was dragged by Qing Danzi to his alchemy room. Wang Xinyan and Huang Xiaotao originally wanted to follow, but Lin Yi persuaded them to go back with the divine nun of the Eastern Sea first. After all, Lin Yi would still go find them after he left Qing Danzi's place. As the chief alchemist of the academy, Qing Danzi's residence was naturally in the best part of the academy. Not only was the scenery beautiful, but the spiritual qi was also overwhelming. Following Qing Danzi into his alchemy room, Lin Yi's eyes lit up. It was an extremely intricately designed seclusion room. It was a place specially used for alchemy. Next to it was a huge storeroom, which stored all sorts of rare materials. As expected of the chief alchemist of the academy. The size of this storeroom seems to be even more exaggerated than my own. Lin Yi couldn't help but sigh. Chapter 4840. After all, this kind of thing needed to be accumulated bit by bit, and it was not something that could be made up for with just a few fortuitous encounters. Master, what do you think of this disciple's spirit medicine storehouse? Qing Danzi showed Lin Yi around, his face full of pride. Very good, it is the best I have ever seen. Lin Yi nodded. Is that so? Qing Danzi was pleasantly surprised. He thought that with Lin Yi's alchemy realm, he must have seen countless super alchemists. Little did he know that apart from his own, Lin Yi had never seen anyone else's spirit medicine storehouse. It was not a lie to say that his was the best. Lin Yi smiled faintly and didn't expose him. In truth, Qing Danzi was proud to have such a huge storage of elixirs. He had all the essentials and rare elixirs he could think of, and it had almost everything he could think of. If one had to nitpick, it would be the lack of a few heaven and earth treasures similar to the Thunder Xian Ratan. However, these rare treasures could only be found by chance. They could not be obtained just because one wanted to, and one needed great luck. Did it take a long time? Lin Yi asked with a smile. 300 years. Qing Danzi looked at his painstakingly accumulated painstakingly, and then turned to Lin Yi and said, the spirit medicines here have been systematically collected since I was 10 years old. I have persisted until today without a break. 10 years old. Lin Yi was surprised. Most people at this age were still playing with mud. He did not expect that this guy had already begun to do such advanced things. Yes, Master, you don't need to be surprised. I come from an alchemy family. Any family member with a little bit of aptitude will be taught alchemy from the age of 10. Distinguishing and accumulating spirit medicines is the first lesson, Qing Danzi explained. I see. Lin Yi nodded. This was what it meant to win at the starting line. If that's the case, your family shouldn't be lacking in skilled refiners, right? Is there a need to ask me to be your master? Lin Yi asked curiously. Master, you misunderstand. Although my family is an alchemy aristocratic family, it had already declined long before I was born. Not only was it no longer glorious, but it was also constantly bullied and humiliated. Being able to maintain the title of an alchemy aristocratic family was purely a fluke. Previously, it had always been a precarious situation. It was only after I became a 7th-tier alchemist that things changed slightly. Every family has its own difficulties. Lin Yi looked at Qing Danzi sympathetically. After this disciple became a 7th-grade alchemist, although the situation was temporarily stabilized, the situation is still not optimistic, because in order to stabilize the name of an alchemy family, the family must have at least 2 7th-grade alchemists, but our Qing family only has 1 disciple, the other disciples don't even have a 6th-grade alchemist, let alone a 7th-grade alchemist, Qing Danzi said bitterly. There's such a thing. What about you? Lin Yi asked. Because when I was promoted to a 7th-level alchemist, I was still somewhat famous in the alchemy world. The other families were afraid of me and didn't dare to make things too difficult for me. Otherwise, when I advance to the first level of the mystic level, they won't be able to bear the consequences. So they made an exception and gave us a deadline of 200 years. As long as I advance to the first level of the mystic level within 200 years, I can continue to keep the title of an alchemy family. Otherwise, I will be removed from the list and lose all the resources that belong to an alchemy family. Qing Danzi paused here and smiled bitterly. From the time I became a 7th-grade alchemist until now, 200 years have passed. It won't be long before the deadline arrives. This was the real reason why he didn't hesitate to give up his dignity and beg to become Lin Yi's disciple. For a 7th-level alchemist, not making any progress in 200 years wasn't a particularly bad thing. If it wasn't for this, Qing Danzi could have continued to explore on his own. But seeing that the deadline was approaching, if he didn't work hard to do something, the Qing family would be removed from the list. Once they lost the various resources that belonged to an alchemy family, it would be impossible for them to return to the ranks. So you became my disciple in order to break through to the first level of the mystic level. Lin Yi looked at Qing Danzi strangely. This guy was really desperate. Not to mention that he wasn't a legendary mystic level alchemist. Even if he was, it was impossible for him to advance to the mystic level in such a short period of time. No, disciple is far from the top of the 7th level alchemists. How could I dare to think about the first level of the mystic level? Qing Danzi shook his head repeatedly. Then why are you doing this? Lin Yi asked strangely. The only thing disciple can do now is to go one step further. 7th level alchemists are also divided into different levels. Disciple only wants to be the first level so that when those people come to remove my name, I can at least have some leeway. Otherwise, I'm afraid I won't even have the chance to bargain. Qing Danzi smiled bitterly. In fact, there was one more thing he didn't dare to say. That was, if he could win over a first-level mystic level honorary elder, he could still retain the name of an alchemy family. But he had just forced Lin Yi to become his family's elder. How could he force Lin Yi to become his family's elder? Oh. Then what level do you think you are now among the 7th level alchemists? Lin Yi asked with great interest. Barely 2nd level. Qing Danzi thought for a moment and explained, with disciple's current ability, I can almost refine all 7th level dawn, and I can often refine high-quality dawn. But there is a very terrible problem, and that is, I can't guarantee success every time. As for absolute success like Master, I can't even think about it. What he meant by success every time was not 100% success rate, but a successful core formation every time. For the vast majority of alchemists, even if they could only refine one pill out of 10 sets of ingredients, it would still be considered a success. Is that so? Then have you thought of any solution? Lin Yi asked while rubbing his chin. Because of the existence of the god's armament cauldron, his alchemy has always been overproduced. No matter how bad it was, he could still achieve a near 100% success rate. Unless the level of the dawn was far beyond his ability, then the alchemy would fail. But as Qing Danzi said, Lin Yi had never encountered a situation like this before. He obviously had this ability, so why did he often fail? Chapter 48-41. Lin Yi's eyes lit up and quickly asked, and the result? I stayed in Middle Island for 3 years, and I didn't even get to see Master Zhang once. I couldn't take it anymore, so I had to go back to the school first. Otherwise, I might not be able to keep my position as the head refiner. Qing Danzi sighed, depressed. The actions of an expert are naturally secretive. Lin Yi smiled sympathetically. Back then, he'd purposely stayed in Nakajima just to see Zhang Liju, but it was to no avail. The only difference was that he didn't have to wait 3 years like Qing Danzi. It's my regret that I didn't get to see Master Zhang Liju, but now that you're here, it's the same for me to ask for your advice, Qing Danzi said excitedly. Lin Yi smiled awkwardly. How could he compare himself to a cheap master like Zhang Liju? Zhang Liju could see the problem with one look, but he might not be able to see the crux of the problem. After all, in terms of elixir-making experience, even Qing Danzi was more experienced than him, let alone Zhang Liju, a Dan god. How about this? Tell me the problems you've encountered in detail, I'll help you think about it when I get back. Lin Yi said. Yes, thank you, Master. Qing Danzi was overjoyed, and immediately told Lin Yi about his problem from beginning to end. He was afraid that Lin Yi wouldn't remember it, so he wrote it down on a piece of paper and gave it to Lin Yi. Only then did he feel relieved. Okay, then I'll go back first. I'll let you know when I come up with a solution. Alchemy can't be rushed, take it slow, Lin Yi nodded. Yes, I'll remember your words, master. In front of Lin Yi, Qing Danzi didn't have the arrogance of a head refiner at all. In fact, he was even more respectful than a new disciple. After all, Lin Yi was the legendary first-level mystic in his heart. Alchemy didn't care about seniority, and age was often not an advantage, but a disadvantage that couldn't be made up for. This was because when a refiner reached a certain age, their thoughts would become rigid, and it would be hard for them to make any huge breakthroughs. Those who could truly become a mystic refiner were all super geniuses, just like Zhang Liju. As for the so-called late bloomers, although it wasn't that there weren't any of them, there weren't many of them. After saying a few words of encouragement, Lin Yi left his residence under Qing Danzi's grateful and respectful farewell. The sky had already darkened, but the lights in Morning Star Academy were still brightly lit. All sorts of expensive fluorescent stones could be found everywhere, scattered on both sides of the road. This was practically the sky-class island version of the street lamps. Qing Danzi lived in the Qingdan Pavilion, and the godly nun of East Sea lived in the Donghai Pavilion. Since they were both elders of the school, the distance between them wasn't too far. After passing through a small path in the forest, it took less than half an hour for Lin Yi to reach the entrance of the Donghai Pavilion. Under normal circumstances, teachers and students didn't live together, and each had their own residences. Even direct disciples didn't have the privilege of entering the Donghai Pavilion. However, the divine nun of the Eastern Sea only had two direct disciples, Wang Xinyan and Huang Xiaotao. She was always afraid of dropping them, and she was afraid of melting them. Plus, they were easily coveted girls. Of course, she couldn't bear to let them live alone outside, so the three of them always lived together. Before Lin Yi could activate the protection circle, the door suddenly opened, and a serious-looking old woman walked out. Are you Master Lin? The two ladies have been waiting for you for a long time, please follow me. Lin Yi paused for a moment, then quickly nodded, all right, thank you. He didn't know where this old woman came from, but although she looked like an ordinary servant, her aura was hidden, and the pressure she gave Lin Yi was even stronger than that of the West Mountain powerhouses he'd met on the way here. How could such an expert be just a servant? The old woman didn't say anything, and brought Lin Yi to a courtyard after a few turns. The ground was covered with all sorts of fluorescent stones, and it made the already quiet night even more beautiful. In the middle was a simple pavilion, where Wang Xinyan and Huang Xiaotao were chatting. Lin Yi, you're finally here. The two girls' eyes lit up when they saw Lin Yi. There weren't as many people as there were during the day, and they couldn't care less about their modesty anymore as they rushed into Lin Yi's arms like pigeons. With one hand holding Wang Xinyan and the other around Huang Xiaotao, Lin Yi would be the envy of every man in the world. This was what it meant to be a dreamlike winner in life. Why do I get the feeling that you two are getting fatter? Lin Yi was in a good mood as he teased. The two girls didn't look any different from before, still slim and slender, but he could feel the difference when he hugged them in his arms. They were much more voluptuous now. What? Wang Xinyan and Huang Xiaotao blushed at the same time as they slapped Lin Yi's palms. No matter what kind of girl they were, their weight was always one of their biggest concerns. Lin Yi laughed heartily. He didn't think that getting fatter was a bad thing at all. On the contrary, if the two girls were as skinny as they were the first time he met Wang Xinyan, then he'd be worried that something was wrong with them. Being a bit fatter was actually a good thing. It was still pleasing to the eye, and it was more comfortable to hold. Oh, right. Are you and Donghai's seniors the only ones living here? Lin Yi asked. He hadn't seen anyone else on the way here other than the old grandma. Yeah. Other than us and Master, there's only the deaf grandma who brought you here. Wang Xinyan nodded. Grandma Rong. Lin Yi jumped in shock. What's going on? Am I in the wrong place? Since when did you two become Princess Rong? Huang Xiaotao didn't get the joke, but Wang Xinyan couldn't help but laugh. It's not an easy roam, it's long deafness. Didn't you notice that the deaf grandma can't hear people talking? Oh, that's true. Lin Yi rubbed his nose, speechless. The other person hadn't paid any attention to him other than the first sentence. He'd thought that she was just being serious, but it turned out that she was a deaf grandma. Chapter 48-42. Tagging along. Is there someone here looking for trouble? Lin Yi's expression changed. That's rare. With Xiao Tao and my status, as well as master's reputation, normal students would only dare to watch from afar. No one would dare to bully us, but the East Continent has always been full of weirdos, and there are always some toads among them. It's not convenient for master to scare them off himself, so the deaf nanny took over. Every time she shows up, she scares away a bunch of people, Wang Xinyan said with a smile. Hee, so you're saying that the deaf nanny stole my task? Lin Yi couldn't help but smile. He was the school beauty's bodyguard, and Wang Xinyan and Huang Xiaotao were undoubtedly the school's beauties. They needed someone to protect them, and he wasn't here. Fortunately, the deaf nanny was here. So you have to thank her properly. Huang Xiaotao giggled. After spending so much time with Wang Xinyan in the East Continent, she had become a lot more cheerful. She couldn't wait to ask, let's not talk about us. How have you been since we parted ways in the South Continent? Yeah, how did you suddenly become a late-stage nascent soul realm cultivator? Did you have another adventure? Wang Xinyan asked curiously. When it came to talent, especially when it came to improving one's strength, her spongy body was second to none. Even Huang Xiaotao couldn't compete with her in this aspect. However, even she was only a mid-stage nascent soul realm cultivator. One had to know that she was already an early-stage nascent soul realm cultivator back in the South Continent. On the other hand, Lin Yi wasn't even a mid-stage gold core realm cultivator back then, but now he was a late-stage nascent soul realm cultivator. How long had it been? I did have an adventure, but it was a life-threatening one. I might not be able to survive another one. Lin Yi shook his head and smiled. Aw. Hurry up and tell us. The two girls urged. All right. Lin Yi had no choice but to tell his experiences to the two women in full detail. From the South Continent's escort agency gathering to being hunted down by the West Mountain sect master, he told them everything in detail from beginning to end. He didn't even hide anything about the 5-poison swamp. After all, the two women were on his side. If he didn't even trust them, there would be no one else in the world who could make Lin Yi truly open his heart to. In that case, even if he became invincible, it would still be a tragedy. Xinyan and Huang Xiaotao clicked their tongues in wonderment. Compared to their peaceful school life, Lin Yi's experiences were simply thrilling. Just listening to it was enough to excite them. The two women couldn't help but look at each other tacitly. Sure enough, Lin Yi was a magical person. No matter where he went, something magical would happen. Lin Yi reunited with the two women after a long time, but the three of them didn't have too much of an ambiguous relationship. After all, this was the divine nun of the Eastern Seas territory. Even if the two women didn't mind, Lin Yi wouldn't dare to do anything inappropriate in a place like this. It felt like he was secretly dating while he was still a student. It was quite interesting when he thought about it. The three of them just sat in the pavilion and chatted. Even after chatting for an entire night, they still weren't satisfied. Instead, they became even more spirited. It seemed like they could talk for 3 whole days and 3 nights without any problems. Xiaotao. The divine nun of the Eastern Sea suddenly appeared in the courtyard and smiled at Lin Yi and the two women. Greetings, Senior of the Eastern Sea. Lin Yi stood up in a hurry and greeted her. Although he was Qing Danzi's master, he was obviously a junior before the divine nun of the Eastern Sea since they had agreed to discuss their own matters. There's no need to be so polite. This is the breakfast porridge I made myself. Have a taste, young hero Lin. The divine nun of the Eastern Sea came to the table next to them and served everyone a bowl. However, she didn't address Lin Yi arrogantly just because she was Huang Xiaotao and Huang Xiaotao's master. Good porridge. Senior East Sea has great skills. Lin Yi drank a mouthful and was full of praise. Although it was just an ordinary rice porridge without any spiritual medicine in it, for some reason, he could not help but become immersed in it as soon as he drank it. All the distracting thoughts in his mind disappeared, and it had the effect of clearing his mind. To think that an ordinary rice porridge could have such an effect. The divine nun of the Eastern Sea really was an extraordinary person. Master's breakfast porridge is the best in the Morning Star realm. You can't buy it no matter how much spiritual jade you have. Master Ling and Master Wei often rack their brains just to get a bowl of porridge. You have to drink some more. Wang Xinyan and Huang Xiaotao looked at each other and smiled. Of course. Lin Yi nodded. After finishing the bowl in 2 or 3 mouthfuls, he helped himself to another bowl without holding back at all. He was the living embodiment of a hungry ghost reincarnated. The divine nun of the Eastern Sea smiled. Lin Yi had always taken a liking to her, and because of the 2 girls, she loved Lin Yi even more. Although she had only met Lin Yi a few times, Lin Yi was basically a nephew in her eyes. Oh right, these are the Thunder Quintessence pills I bought from the auction yesterday. Give them to Yen first. The divine nun of the Eastern Sea took out a pill and passed it to Wang Xinyan, before passing another to Huang Xiaotao. These are supreme-grade golden nascent pills I asked for from your senior Uncle Wei. Xiaotao, you can use them right now. As for the Thunder Quintessence pills, I'll think of something else after you condense your soul. The supreme-grade golden nascent pills from yesterday ended up in the hands of the second box. The owner of the second box was Wei Hebei. And with how many years of friendship the divine nun of the Eastern Sea had with him, it was obviously nothing difficult for her to obtain just one of them. Although Huang Xiaotao had no use for the Thunder Quintessence pills for now, the divine nun of the Eastern Sea still had a headache, as Thunder Quintessence pills were very rare. Even if she did find one, she might not be able to obtain 5 of them all at once like yesterday. If there were only 1 or 2, the competition would definitely be even more intense. With her wealth, it would be very difficult for her to obtain any of them. Senior, you don't need to worry about the Thunder Quintessence pills. I've already prepared them for the 2 of them. Lin Yi immediately took out 2 Thunder Quintessence pills from his bosom. Originally, he wanted to give them to Wang Xinyan and Huang Xiaotao as soon as he saw them, but in his excitement, he had forgotten about it. If it were not for the divine nun of the Eastern Sea's reminder, he probably would not have remembered. He had refined a total of 8 last time. He had given 1 to Yang Qinxue and sold the other 5 in the auction. He had purposefully kept these 2 for the 2 girls. He did not care about them as he could refine more at any time. What? You have this too? Did you refine the Thunder Quintessence pills as well? The divine nun of the Eastern Sea was immediately surprised. Although discovering that Lin Yi was a 7th-grade alchemist was unbelievable, she had thought that Lin Yi only knew how to refine 7th-grade Great Recovery pills. She had never thought that Lin Yi had refined all the pills in the Hong Merchant Guild. After all, it was rather shocking. She never thought it would actually be true. Chapter 48-43. Hee, I've had some fortuitous encounters on the path of alchemy. Xinyan and Xiaotao have already troubled you a lot, Senior. If you need any pills in the future, just leave it to me, Lin Yi said seriously. Young hero Lin, you're too kind. They're both my disciples. How could I just stand by and watch when it comes to their matters? The divine nun of the East Sea shook her head, but her expression showed that she was still slightly relieved. As one of the 3 pillars of the Morning Star Academy, her strength was obviously unquestionable. However, when it came to cultivation resources, she was a little strained. Regular cultivation resources were not a problem, but when it came to pills that required an astronomical price like the Thunder Xian pill, she could not help but feel a little powerless. After all, she had always cultivated alone, so she was not strong in terms of wealth. Lin Yi smiled and said nothing, but the divine nun of the East Sea said, "Young hero Lin, you should keep one for yourself. One each for Yen or in Xiaotao is enough. There's no point in having too many Thunder Xian pills. As time goes on, the medicinal effects will gradually fade away, and it'll even make people feel like they have a backup plan. It's not good for breakthroughs." Senior is right. Lin Yi nodded. Breakthroughs required an indomitable resolve. It was either succeed or die trying. If he had an extra Thunder Xian pill in his hands, he could not help but think that there would be a next time if he failed this time, which was not a good thing. After they finished their breakfast, Wang Xinyan and Huang Xiaotao followed the divine nun of the East Sea to cultivate. This was a morning lesson they had to do every day. Although the divine nun of the East Sea did not mind them staying with Lin Yi, the path of cultivation had to be persistent. If the two girls even gave up on their morning lessons because of Lin Yi's arrival, she would not allow it. The divine nun of the East Sea was not the only one who requested that. Lin Yi thought the same. After all, he was someone who cultivated without rest. He would cultivate diligently whenever he had the slightest bit of free time. Otherwise, no matter how many fortuitous encounters he had, it would just be a castle in the air. It was impossible for him to reach his current level. If they wanted to be together, they would have plenty of time after the morning class. As the two of them attended morning lessons with the divine nun of the East Sea, the divine nun of the East Sea even got the deaf nanny to prepare a cultivation room for Lin Yi. She treated him like a nephew already, which made Lin Yi feel rather flattered. "Senior Ghost, how do you think we should resolve the matter of Qing Danzi?" Lin Yi took some time to ask the ghost for advice. Since he had already accepted Qing Danzi as his apprentice, he couldn't turn a blind eye to Qing Danzi's problems. Unfortunately, with his meager alchemy experience, he simply couldn't find any clues, so he could only ask the ghost for advice. "You're asking me?" The thing was surprised. "Do you think I'm that old thing Zhang Liju? I'm not an alchemist, how would I know?" Ugh. Lin Yi was speechless. He was just trying to find a doctor in a desperate situation, forgetting that different professions were worlds apart. No matter how knowledgeable this thing was, there was no way it would know something like this. Alchemy was a very profound profession, after all. "Idiot, if you don't know, why don't you go ask someone else?" The ghost curled its lips. "Ask who?" "Zhang Liju. I haven't even met him yet. Do you want me to ask Kai Zhongyang or Ho Guanqi?" Lin Yi said after some thought. Out of all the people he knew, these two were the best alchemists, and they were both Zhang Liju's apprentices. However, he didn't think that their skills were better than Qing Danzi's, so they probably wouldn't be able to help. "Isn't that little girlfriend of yours pretty good? The one who gave you the pesticide cauldron?" The ghost said. "You mean Jing Jing?" Lin Yi was taken aback. He shook his head. Although Jing Jing is an alchemist, she's not a traditional one. She's an expert in high technology alchemy. I don't think Qing Danzi would be able to help with this. Are you stupid? Your apprentice is already a level 7 alchemist, unless you can really find Zhang Liju, which normal alchemist would be able to solve his problem. Why don't you try asking that little girlfriend of yours? She might be able to help. It's just asking anyway, it's not a big deal, the ghost said disapprovingly. You're right. Lin Yi made up his mind and immediately left Donghai Pavilion to return to Hong's Merchant Association. He wrote a letter about Qing Danzi and asked Honest Chai to send it to the Northern Island. Han Jingjing had also arrived at the Northern Island with Shanghai Laner. However, sending a letter was a difficult task. Every branch of Hong's Merchant Association and the headquarters had their own communication birds, except for East Continent, which was too far away. Normal birds couldn't cover the area, so they had to use conventional methods. From East Continent to the Northern Island, it would take at least 2 months if they took the usual route on a treasure ship. However, this was only the conventional route. If they used a special long-distance communication channel and didn't take the treasure ship, they could directly use a special flying spirit beast to help them deliver the message. The time could be shortened a lot. However, flying spirit beasts that could travel between 2 heavenly islands were rare. It was a big problem to domesticate them on a large scale, and it was even more difficult to unify them and cover the 5 heavenly islands, including East Continent. This wasn't something that a single merchant association could support on its own. Only a specialized transportation company had the ability to do this. In fact, even a transportation company could only do this by borrowing a lot of resources from the various merchant associations. That was why all the merchant associations, including Hong's Merchant Association, could cooperate with them to deliver messages. However, they needed to spend a lot of spirit jades. After Cui Mingshan personally delivered the letter, Honest Chai asked Lin Yi, "The second auction will be held in 3 days. It's an individual auction. Do you want to go and take a look?" Oh. Lin Yi was stunned. He seemed to have heard Honest Chai mention this before, but after meeting Wang Xinyan and Huang Xiaotao, he had long forgotten about it. "If you have nothing else to do, why don't you take Miss Huang and the others to have a look? I heard that an individual auction is much more interesting than a merchant association's auction. There are all kinds of rare items. Not only will it be more lively, but there will also be more buyers and sellers. It should be very interesting," Honest Chai suggested. "Is that so? Is there a need to enter the auction?" Lin Yi asked. According to the rules of the auction, it's not just about having enough spirit jades to participate in an individual auction. You must also take out something that can pass the auction's evaluation. Only then can you obtain the qualification to enter the auction. Otherwise, you won't even be able to enter. Honest Chai explained. Chapter 48-44. No wonder individual auctions were more popular than merchant auctions. After all, this rule eliminated the possibility of people trying to pick up scraps. Otherwise, there would only be buyers with hidden items, and the number of sellers who would be willing to take out good items would be uncertain. That's right, the Morning Star auction ceremony is a rare occasion. The Academy has put in a lot of effort to make it a good event. I heard that this rule was personally suggested by Dean Ling. Honest Chai laughed as he revealed the truth. Is that so? Lin Yi thought to himself that he was indeed a wily old fox with a wealth of experience. A simple sentence from him was enough to liven up the entire auction. He then asked, "But if that's the case, doesn't that mean I have to take something out to auction?" "That's not necessary. The auction has an additional rule that every merchant who participates in the first auction will have 2 spots. Since I'm busy with the Merchant Association, I'll leave the 2 spots to you." Honest Chai smiled. "All right then." Lin Yi nodded. 2 spots wasn't enough. After all, even if it was only him, Wang Xinyan, and Huang Xiaotao, there would still be 3 people. But this was a small problem, and he just had to take out something. Lin Yi didn't stay at the Merchant Association for long. After calculating the time, he estimated that the 2 girls would return to East Sea Pavilion before their morning classes ended. For the next few days, Lin Yi's group of 3 could be seen everywhere in the academy. It was rare for them to come to Morning Star Academy, so of course they had to have some fun. This scene broke the hearts of the male students. They looked at Lin Yi with envy, jealousy, and hatred. If looks could kill, Lin Yi would have died 10,000 times. One had to know that both Wang Xinyan and Huang Xiaotao were goddesses in the hearts of the male students. Especially Wang Xinyan, the 3rd fairy of the East Continent's Gaolin Sea. She was an existence that the male students could only see in their dreams. This wasn't some random name. The Gaolin Sea was part of the Golden Class region of the Eastern Continent, and it was a very large one at that. The number of Golden Class academies in the sea alone was in the double digits, and it wasn't hard to imagine how important this third ferry was. In comparison, Huang Xiaodao's popularity was slightly inferior, but that was purely because she was used to wearing a veil. Until now, the number of students in the Morning Star Academy who had seen her face could be counted on one's fingers. If not, she would have changed her name to one of the 4 fairies. But even so, Huang Xiaodao's popularity was still very high, almost catching up to Wang Xinyan's because of her graceful figure and refined temperament. But now, the 2 goddesses in everyone's hearts were actually together with a young man. Moreover, they were laughing and chatting happily, and from time to time, they would have some intimate body movements. It had been like this for a few days, and the male disciples of the Morning Star Academy were simply going crazy. If it wasn't for Lin Yi's reputation in the previous auction, especially the fact that the Academy's chief alchemist, Qing Danzi, had become his disciple, and his background was frighteningly powerful, he would have been challenged by a large number of male students. But now, no one dared to provoke Lin Yi. Even the dean, Ling Yuanqing, was very courteous to him. If they dared to be the slightest bit disrespectful, Lin Yi wouldn't even need to do anything himself, and the academy would be the first to come after them. Hence, they dared not say anything, and could only watch from afar. At the same time, they secretly cursed in their hearts, but on the surface, they still had to pretend to be respectful. However, there were still hidden dragons and crouching tigers in the academy, and not everyone only dared to hold back. There was no lack of people who wanted to make a move against Lin Yi, such as Bao Zhuliang. Others might be frightened by Lin Yi's background, but Bao Zhuliang was definitely not one of them. This was because his own background was not small, especially in the Morning Star City. His father, Bafala, only had one son, and everyone in the Morning Star City knew of Bafala. After all, he was the one and only city lord. Looking at all the academy cities in the Eastern Continent, other than the well-known academies, there was another mainstream power, and that was the city lord's mansion. The Eastern Continent Academy was naturally the core power of these academy cities, but the city lord's mansion and the academy did not have a subordinate relationship, but a parallel relationship. Taking Morning Star City as an example, in theory, the city lord Bafala and the dean, Ling Yuanqing, were existences with the same status. In reality, both of them were core members of the academy's elder council, and held great authority. They were both the top figures in Morning Star City. However, according to the rules, both sides did not interfere with each other. Ling Yuanqing would not participate in the governance of Morning Star City, and Bafala would not participate in the management of the academy. Unless something big happened, both sides would sit together to discuss. Normally, the king would not meet the king. For example, the auction held by the academy this time had Ling Yuanqing overseeing it, and Bafala would not take the initiative to attend. This was a very delicate balance. Both were in the academy city, but the academy and the city lord's mansion governed separately. This was the unique structure of the Eastern Continent. After all, the bigger the city, the more things would happen. There had to be an important figure to personally take charge, or else it would be a mess like the Southern Continent. A dean like Ling Yuanqing did not have the time, and the appearance of the city lord's mansion was inevitable. With a big backer like Bafala, Bao Zhuliang was definitely the most powerful second generation in Morning Star City. Even in the Morning Star Academy, he was an extremely arrogant person. All these years, Bao Zhuliang had always been infatuated with one woman, one of the 3 fairies, Wang Xinyan. If it was just an ordinary female disciple with an ordinary background, Bao Zhuliang would have no reason not to get his hands on her. However, Wang Xinyan was different. Not only was she the personal disciple of the divine nun of the Eastern Sea, but because of her extraordinary talent, even Ling Yuanqing and Wei Hebei regarded her as the hope of the academy. They had always valued her highly. No matter how bold Bao Zhuliang was, he would not dare to force himself on Wang Xinyan. Of course, not daring to force himself on her didn't mean that he would give up. In fact, Bao Zhuliang had always been thinking of ways to hit on Wang Xinyan. Basically, wherever Wang Xinyan appeared, Bao Zhuliang would be there. It was a pity that Wang Xinyan had no interest in him. Whenever they met, she would not even bother to say a word. Whenever she was slightly annoyed, she would ask the deaf nanny to chase him away. That old woman did not care about background. No matter who it was that dared to harass Wang Xinyan and Huang Xiaotao, even if it was a powerful second generation like Bao Zhuliang, she would still beat them mercilessly. Even Bao Zhuliang was afraid of her. Chapter 48-45. Unfortunately, things didn't go as planned. Bao Zhuliang begged several times and prepared tens of millions of spiritual jades as a betrothal gift to marry Wang Xinyan, but he was rejected by the divine nun of the East Sea on the spot. This old woman was as stubborn as the deaf nanny. Facing the divine nun of the East Sea, Bao Zhuliang couldn't do anything even if he brought out his father Bao Farah. Even though he was the city lord of the same rank as Ling Yuanqing in name, he couldn't control the divine nun of the East Sea. At most, he could restrain the deputy city lord. The divine nun of the East Sea, who was the deputy dean of the academy, didn't need to pay attention to him. If that was all, Bao Zhuliang had plenty of time to slowly grind. As the saying goes, dripping water can wear away a stone. As long as Wang Xinyan was in the Morning Star Academy, she would never be able to escape from his hands. But now it was different. Suddenly, there was a shocking Lin Yi. Seeing how intimate this guy was with Wang Xinyan, Bao Zhuliang was furious. In his eyes, Wang Xinyan was already his woman. How could he let an outsider touch her? Fortunately, his follower Su Kushing was beside him, and he tried his best to calm him down. Otherwise, Bao Zhuliang would really attack Lin Yi in a rage. The consequences would be unimaginable. Master Bao, please don't be impulsive. As long as this Lin guy leaves, Wang Xinyan will still be in your hands. Don't get yourself into trouble. Su Kushing used all his strength to pull Bao Zhuliang to an empty corner and whispered, "This Lin guy is a disciple of the North Island, and he doesn't look like he'll join our academy. He won't stay here for long. Master Bao, please bear with him for a while." Humph. You know nothing. Wang Xinyan has always had this brat in her heart. That's why she wouldn't agree to me before. No matter what, I have to get rid of this brat. Otherwise, I'll never get Wang Xinyan in this life. Bao Zhuliang said angrily. Ah. So that's how it is. Then how do we get rid of him? Even Qing Danzi is his disciple. If we aren't careful, we'll end up inviting disaster upon ourselves. When that time comes, even City Lord Bao might not be able to resolve it. Su Kushing frowned. I'll have to ask you this question. You're my most trusted advisor. You have to help me think of a way to get the best of both worlds. Not only will it be able to deal with this Lin, but it won't cause any repercussions. Bao Zhuliang looked at him and said. In the past, this kind of sinister matter was always handed over to Su Kushing to handle, and every time it was done properly, so Bao Zhuliang trusted him even more. I'll have to think about it. Su Kushing rolled his eyes as he muttered, the main thing is that this Lin guy's status is a little high. It's difficult to use the methods we used to deal with the other academy disciples on him. This guy is not only Qing Danzi's master, but also the honorary vice president of the Hong Chamber of Commerce. His relationship with the outside world is very solid, yes. Bao Zhuliang was also a little apprehensive about this. He was not a brainless fool, but he knew how to weigh the strength of the enemy and himself. If he could bully them, he would bully them to death. If they were too strong, he could only retreat. And Lin Yi obviously belonged to the latter. But then again, although this Lin guy has a very powerful background and is also a rare super alchemist, his strength is really not that great. He's just a nascent soul late stage. If you can fight him fair and square, you can kill him in one move, young Master Bao. TSK. Su Kushing analyzed. Yes, this is the only thing we can use, but I can't just go and challenge him like this, can I? A dignified nascent soul peak expert like me challenging a nascent soul late stage. Wouldn't that be a joke? I might even be looked down by Wang Xinyan. Bao Zuoyang frowned. A direct challenge definitely won't work. Let's not talk about whether this Lin guy dares to agree. Even if he dares, the Academy's higher-ups will probably come out to stop it. We definitely won't be able to take advantage of it. Su Kushing shook his head. Then hurry up and think of some other way. Bao Zuoyang urged. Su Kushing pondered for a long while before clapping his hands. I've got it. If we can't deal with this Lin guy ourselves, then we'll have to find a way to kill him with a borrowed knife. It's the auction right now, so let's see if we can do it through the auction. We need to think of a way to make him offend someone powerful. Yes, that makes sense. Hurry up and plan, the next auction is almost here. Bao Zuoyang nodded. Master Bao, how do we plan this? We'll have to act according to the situation at the auction. Su Kushing shook his head with a bitter smile and scratched his head. But we can do some preparatory work first. Maybe it'll come in handy. Alright, we'll do as you say. Bao Zuoyang nodded. Lin Yi and the two girls didn't know that someone had their eyes on them. The only thing they did for the past few days was play around. It was worth mentioning that Lin Yi remembered Jiang Hahai's request and asked Wang Xinyan to help him ask about the female practitioner called Qin Yu. However, the reply he got was that she was in seclusion, so he put it aside for now. It wouldn't be too late to hand the golden soul gathering pill to her when he came out. The auction was like a storm, and it became the topic of conversation for everyone in the city. As for Lin Yi, who was the main character, he became the hottest topic in Morningstar City. After 3 days, the main event of the Morningstar auction was finally here. The individual auction that everyone had been waiting for had officially begun. Lin Yi brought Wang Xinyan and Huang Xiaotao to the first floor of Morningstar City. As one of the 3 heavyweights of the Academy, the Divine Nun of the Eastern Sea didn't need any qualifications or spots to participate in this auction. However, she had no intention of coming. In fact, it wasn't just her. Almost all the higher-ups of the Academy, including Ling Yuanqing, Wei Hebei, Qing Danzi, and the others, didn't show up. This was an unspoken rule. After all, no one was a match for them in terms of financial resources. If they participated, the individual auction would be reduced to a battle limited to the VIP boxes, just like the Chamber of Commerce's auction. Then, the auction would be a complete failure. I'm sorry, young hero Lin. The 3 of you still owe an entry spot. The staff suddenly blocked the path of Lin Yi and the others, attracting a large crowd to watch. After all, whether it was Lin Yi, Wang Xinyan, or Huang Xiaotao, they were all the focus of attention. Especially Lin Yi, who had been in the limelight 3 days ago. Now, everyone in Morningstar City knew about him. Is that so? Lin Yi and the others looked at each other. Chapter 48-46. He wanted to let Lin Yi and the other 2 in, but he didn't dare to make an exception in front of so many people, or it would be a mess. Heh, now you're acting dumb, aren't you? I'll let you make a fool out of yourself in front of my Wang Xinyan. Bao Zuoyang and Su Kushing laughed coldly in the crowd. Before they could finish laughing, Lin Yi threw out a rank 7 recover pill and smiled. Is this okay? Yes, of course. The staff nodded. Other treasures had to be appraised by a professional appraiser, but this rank 7 recover pill didn't even have to go through the process. Not to mention whether it was qualified to be auctioned, it could even be used as the finale of the auction. Damn, this bastard really doesn't lack spiritual jade. Bao Suoliang was speechless. Even he, the only son of the mayor, wasn't as generous as Lin Yi. They arrived at the familiar auction venue. This time, because the big shots were not participating, there were no VIP boxes set up. However, with the three of them status, even if there were no boxes, they would still be able to get a good seat. Ordinary people only dared to watch from afar and did not dare to approach, for fear of causing trouble for themselves. The auction hadn't started yet, and Lin Yi chatted with the two girls and drank tea while listening to the people around him. Most of their discussions were about the auction, but Lin Yi noticed that many people were talking about the same thing. It seemed like there would be an unparalleled trial here soon. What a coincidence. Last time he was in the West Island, and now he was in the East Continent for another unparalleled trial. It sounded like it was going to be a great one. Unparalleled trial. What do you mean? Lin Yi couldn't help but ask the two girls. Oh, you're talking about the trial that's going to start in 3 months. It's the legendary road to becoming a golden Class C magnate in the East Continent, Wang Xinyan explained with a smile. Road to becoming a magnate. Lin Yi was stunned. He subconsciously recalled the giant realm that the ghost had explained to him. Could it be that this trial could produce a super master of the giant realm? Yes, it is said that this is a very special and important trial ground. If you want to advance to the profound ascension stage, you must enter the path of the tyrant, because only there can you trigger the thunder tribulation. Huang Xiaotao said. That's right, everyone knows that if you want to break through to the profound ascension realm, you must go through the thunder tribulation. Only during the tempering of the thunder tribulation, when the two types of spirit roots are harmonized, can you have a chance to break through to the profound ascension realm, and it is very difficult to attract the thunder tribulation outside. Without the thunder tribulation, naturally, it is impossible to break through to the profound ascension realm. Wang Xinyan nodded. In other words, only by entering the path of a giant can one attract the lightning tribulation and have a chance to break through to the profound ascension realm. Lin Yi said thoughtfully. This was slightly different from the giant realm he had imagined. At least the opening mountain stage could be considered as the giant realm. But to be honest, the profound ascension stage was the preschool of the giant realm. It was not an exaggeration to say that it was the path of the giant realm. Yes, so this auction can be said to be at the right time. Everyone wants to take this opportunity to buy some good things in preparation, so that they won't be caught unprepared during the trial. Especially the 5 Thunder Profound pills that were put up in the last auction, it was simply timely. Huang Xiaotao said with a smile. Last time, the 5 pills were divided up by the higher-ups of your school. I'm afraid it's very difficult for ordinary disciples to get them. Don't tell me they already have them. Lin Yi couldn't help but feel strange. That's impossible. The Thunder Xian pill is too rare. I heard that most of the participants don't have it. They can't get it, so in the end, they can only force the Thunder Tribulation. But it's very risky. If they fail, it's very likely that they will die. Huang Xiaotao shook her head. It's that dangerous. Lin Yi was shocked. To be able to reach the great perfection of the nascent soul stage was said to be 1 in 10,000. No matter who it was very difficult to reach this step. In the end, they had to face such a dangerous thing. The cruelty of the cultivation world was not something ordinary people could understand. If you don't move forward, you will fall back. No one will be willing to stop here. However, even without the protection of the Thunder Xian pill, as long as you take proper precautions, you can still avoid the danger of your life. It's just that failure is inevitable. They can only think of a way to start again next time. I'm afraid that only they can understand the difficulty. Wang Xinyan sighed. Without the Thunder Xian pill, it meant that they could only rely on their own strength to resist the thunder tribulation. In the face of the power of the thunder tribulation, no matter how strong an individual's strength was, it was still insignificant. To be able to rely on various methods to survive was already a fluke. At this time, they still wanted to take the opportunity to break through to the profound ascension stage. Not to say that it was absolutely impossible, it was basically no different from courting death. Under the thunder tribulation, even a slight distraction would lead to death, not to mention breaking through uncontrollably. Therefore, it was already common knowledge in the cultivation world that one must have the protection of the Thunder Xian pill to break through to the profound ascension stage. The number of profound ascension stage experts had always been extremely rare. The ratio of the number of nascent soul stage experts to the great perfection of the nascent soul stage was almost 1/10. The reason for this was that in addition to the difficulty of breaking through to the profound ascension stage, the scarcity of the Thunder Xian pill was the most important part. Yes, after all, there are still more grassroots cultivators in this world. They do not have a deep background, and it is difficult for them to have powerful and unparalleled strength. They can only rely on their own efforts to break through step by step. However, when they finally reach the great perfection of the nascent soul stage, they are blocked by the Thunder Xian pill, unable to go further. This is the tragedy of a grassroots cultivator. Lin Yi shook his head and sighed. He himself was an out-and-out grassroots cultivator. If he hadn't had so many miraculous encounters, he would have had to face this almost unsolvable predicament. As the old saying goes, a single coin stumps a hero. Now, in the cultivation world, it was the same as a single thunder profound pill stumping countless grassroots experts. It really made people sigh. However, this was understandable. There was no such thing as fairness in the cultivation world, especially in the Heaven Stage Island where the strong preyed on the weak. This was even more vividly reflected. In the face of a group of cultivators who kept shouting that they were going to defy the heavens, it was already very benevolent for the heavens to only send down the thunder tribulation on the path of the tyrant, but they still wanted fairness. Fair my ass. A bolt of heavenly lightning would blast all the heaven-defying bastards into pieces. That would be fair. Wang Xinyan and Huang Xiaotao looked at each other speechlessly with the same feeling. If it were not for the fact that they were the disciples of the divine Nun of the Eastern Sea, the two of them would also be grassroots cultivators. They could only rely on themselves to break through everything. How could they have the strength they had today? Right, since the path of the tyrant opens in 3 months, do you two want to try it? Lin Yi asked.